The East Side Tunnel was one of the most difficult challenges on the entire Going to the Sun road. Built in 1931, the 408-foot tunnel appears to come directly out of Pegan Mountain, with waterfalls cascading down the portal. Before work could begin, a 3.5-mile trail was constructed 200 feet above the road from Logan Pass to a point above the site of the tunnel. A platform on which to work was excavated by moving 6,250 cubic yards of dirt and rock. The materials and equipment were hauled to the platform above the tunnel site and then were packed by laborers down ladders and switchbacks totaling 200 vertical feet. Crews worked 24 hours a day on the tunnel, boring around 5 foot each 24 hours. Both portals of the tunnel frame impressive mountain views. In November of 2006, severe rain and flooding washed out multiple sections of both lanes on the Going to the Sun road near the tunnel. The largest washout was over 100 feet long. Within days, heavy snows prevented access, and repairs had to wait until spring road crews could plow their way to the damaged sites. Several strategies were explored for repairs, and eventually it was decided that a mechanically stabilized earthen wall 350 feet long would solve one problem, and a temporary bridge would be required to provide two-way traffic over another spot. Work will continue on some of the damaged locations throughout the summer, as well as the ongoing rehabilitation of the Going to the Sun road that was previously scheduled. This incident is another reminder of the power of nature and reiterates the need to rehabilitate the Going to the Sun road so future generations can enjoy its majesty.
Welcome to Headwaters. This is a science and history show from Glacier National Park.
I'm Daniel.
And I'm Perry.
This show is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as always.
And this is a bonus episode for those of you planning a trip to Glacier sometime soon.
So not so much as a deep dive as much as a shallow...
A dip.
A quick dip. Okay. We're going to talk about place names. I think the place names around here can be a little confusing.
I remember when I started here and people just were throwing out like Many Glacier and the North Fork and the Middle Fork. Is very confusing.
There's a lot of forks.
This is true.
So, first of all, we're talking about Glacier National Park in Montana.
There is also a Glacier National Park in Canada and also Glacier Bay National Park in Alaska.
Not those. We're talking about Montana.
Okay, so just to note up front, a lot of place names in Glacier come from a lot of different languages. Perhaps least of all, English. Originally, the landscape had a lot of names from Salish, Blackfoot, Kootenai, and Cree languages. Then French trappers came into the area, and lots of other people have come here over the years with lots of different names for many of the same places.
So if you're encountering a name that you're not understanding right away, it might be because it's a name coming from a language that you're not familiar with.
Right, or like a direct translation from a language that is not English. I always reach for a book called Place Names of Glacier National Park.
I got it right here. This is probably the best book that I know of, that it's, a few hundred pages of all of the place names from a park map, and it's got a little bit of history of all of them.
Yeah, here's maybe my favorite quote from that book. It says, "Each language portrays a universe of its own, and it will often be difficult to fit the universe of one language into the universe of another," which kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, where all these names come from all these different languages, and they don't always make sense in translation.
Yeah, I like that. That's interesting. All right, well, with that in mind, Perry, let's start really broad. Take me around the park. I know that the North Fork has nothing to do with like a spoon or a fork, but it has something to do with a river. So maybe start there. What's the North Fork?
Okay, so the North Fork refers to the North Fork of the Flathead River, which splits into 3 forks. One comes down from the north along the west edge of the park. Confusing.
Yeah.
The Middle Fork flows along the south of the park. Also confusing. And the South Fork is not in the park. Did that help?
But at any rate, they're all forks of the Flathead River, and they all come together to form the main stem of the Flathead River.
Yeah, which flows west of the park towards the Flathead Valley.
Right. Now, I hear people talk about the east side a lot. There's more to it than that, though.
Yes. So the east side of Glacier has a series of big valleys, each with more or less confusing names. So there's Many Glacier, St. Mary, which some people call St. Mary's. It's controversial. And Two Medicine.
Okay.
And then there's a town called East Glacier, which is not the same as the whole east side. East Glacier also has its own history of many different names.
Yeah.
It at one point was called Glacier Station because the railroad stops there. And it also was called Midvale.
Yeah.
So in 1950, they changed it to East Glacier. And we are on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the town of West Glacier, which is near Lake McDonald and Apgar.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. West Glacier, according to the Holterman book, was formerly called Belton. And then they changed the name just so it would be more friendly to tourists, I guess.
Or more confusing.
Maybe. So it used to be called Belton, but today it's called West Glacier. And again, it goes without saying probably that indigenous people have their own names for these places. The Kootenai have a word for the Belton area that means something like spotted foot mountains.
Okay. Okay, so 3 of the main entrances to the park are West Glacier, East Glacier, and St. Mary. I feel like we probably confused people even more about those, but...
Well, let's zoom in. What's in between West Glacier and St. Mary?
Going to the Sun Road.
That's what everyone's here for.
This is true.
So it's...
The road to the sun.
Yes, going to the Sun Road is not between East Glacier and West Glacier.
That's Highway 2.
But between St. Mary and West Glacier is going to the Sun Road. Now, Jack Holterman here has a little bit of history on the name going to the Sun Road. You would expect nothing less.
I would not.
Okay. This most unforgettable name in Glacier turns out to be a bit disappointing. Well, at least if we follow James Willard Schultz, who bluntly told the Geographic Board of Names in 1929, quote, "I myself named going to the Sun Mountain. There is no Indian legend in connection with its name." But then Jack Holterman goes on to explain that there actually were a bunch of different indigenous legends associated with that mountain and with similar names.
Okay, so James Willard Schultz is a big character that pops up a lot in Glacier.
In early park history.
Yeah. And something that I learned just a few years ago is that when you look at the map in Glacier, you see a lot of names that you might think are native names for things like going to the Sun Mountain or Rising Wolf Mountain, all of these places. However, James Willard Schultz actually applied those names to all those features that probably already had different, much longer standing indigenous names and probably many different ones from many different tribes.
So in some ways, some of these names are kind of a blending of Euro-American early trapper explorer names mixed up with the indigenous names that existed at that time.
Yeah, and confusingly, James Willard Schultz did a combination of naming things because he thought certain names sounded cool, but also naming places in honor of actual indigenous people.
People he was friends with.
Yeah, his contemporaries.
Yeah, so I guess we've just made this all more confusing than it started.
Well, I'd like to think we've sparked some interest, perhaps, for people.
At the very least, all I can say is, take out your park map and ask some questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping eras of history here and a lot of different cultures that have been a part of this landscape.
And names really kind of capture all of that history in an interesting way.
Totally.
Well, this has just been a quick dive into some park names and history. We'll be releasing some new episodes soon, so stay tuned.
And if you have more questions in the meantime, or if you want to try and stump the ranger, we love trivia questions.
So you can send us an email.
Yes, at glac_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put that in the show notes too.
If you want to learn more about what the Glacier Conservancy does, you can visit their website at glacier.org.
You can also just support the show directly by leaving a review in Apple Podcasts. It used to be called iTunes, but Apple Podcasts, or
You're really dating yourself.
Whatever app you use for podcasts, go leave us a review. Even if you haven't listened to all of Headwaters yet, you're not sure you like it.
Just give us 5 stars anyway.
Yeah, and then go back and listen to the past 5 years of episodes that we have. There's a lot of good stuff out there, and we got more coming, so stay tuned.
If you like the show, tell your friends about it.
Thanks for listening.
Classic radio from MBN.
It's the Sugar Creek Gang.
Fables of Faith.
Radio drama, a hallmark of Moody Broadcasting for over 60 years. Join us now as we take you back to another classic in MBN radio history.
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Every year at this time, Bill goes to the State University to lecture. Bill's lecture is given to the student body as a whole, but it's directed toward those studying geology and anthropology. The lecture is on the science of staying alive in the mountains and forests. You see, many of the students go into the mountains and forests to gather material firsthand under the leadership of competent guides and with the rangers constantly checking on their well-being. What Bill is trying to do is prevent the isolated adventurers from going out into the wild country and becoming casualties because they haven't the knowledge of survival. Say, we'd better perhaps get into our story. This one is called Fossil Canyon.
We're ready to begin the second hour of your lecture, Bill.
That's fine, Dean Sands.
How's your voice holding out?
Well, as long as this pitcher of water holds out, I'll be able to keep my windmill running all right.
Who ever heard of a windmill run with water?
Yeah, you're looking at one, sir.
I hardly think that. But I'm enjoying your sense of humor. I never tire of hearing you talk about survival in the outdoors. I'll never forget your first lecture 3 years ago. My, little did I realize how much knowledge and experience a man must have to stay alive when meeting nature face to face. But, well, we're not here to listen to me. I'll make a few introductory remarks and turn the rostrum over to you.
That'll be fine with me. Perhaps they have some questions first.
Attention, please. Thank you. Mr. Jefferson suggested that you may have some questions before he begins this second half of the lecture. If you have, then you can ask them now.
Yeah, I have a question, Dean Sands.
I'll yield the rostrum to Mr. Jefferson, Bob. Then he can answer you direct. Bill, if you please.
Thank you, Dean. Now, Bob, fire your question.
Your first hour lecture was interesting, but I object to the inference you made that we're not able to take care of ourselves. Are you making that inference, Mr. Jefferson?
Yes, Bob, I am.
Mr. Jefferson, I think you're underestimating our ability. We're adults.
It's been my experience that college students are the hardest to convince that they should keep out of the wild country. Also, it's a statistical fact that college students are highest on the casualty list. And I might add, on the mortality list.
I can't swallow that, Mr. Jefferson. Why should we be the highest on the casualty list?
Because you let your zest for scientific data run away with your common sense. You wander into places that even experienced guides and rangers avoid, if at all possible.
You mean to tell me that I couldn't go out into the boondocks and survive?
You've hit the nail right on the head, Bob. Let me illustrate what I'm talking about. Perhaps a true story will convince you.
Oh, it'll have to be a good one to convince me that I or any student couldn't go out into the wild country and come back alive.
I'm sure you'll be convinced, Bob. Members of the faculty and student body, the story I'm about to tell you is true. It illustrates to perfection what I've been telling you. Dean Sands remembers this tragic story very well, even though it happened several years ago. Virgil Adams and Stanley Grimshaw, both State University students, decided to go into Fossil Canyon. Virgil and Stanley didn't know that it's 115 degrees at the bottom of Fossil Canyon, and there were a lot of other things they didn't know about that death trap.
I'd sure like to find a good fossil down here, Stan.
So would I. They've been found here before. Only last year, as a matter of fact.
Yeah? Well,
Professor Glomkin would give us a good boost toward our degree if we made a real find.
I'll say you would, Verge.
Yeah.
I'm going to make as good a collection of all the fossils I can find, even if we don't stumble onto the big one.
So am I. I'd rather find a good specimen prehistoric age. Hey, we're only halfway down to the bottom of the canyon.
Let's step it up and get down there before it begins to get dark. Then we can do some work.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's go. What's the matter, Stan?
Guess it's heat, Verge. I didn't think it was this hot down here.
I didn't either. I'm beginning to feel the heat myself. Look at my shirt. It's wringing wet.
Let's stop and rest a while.
Yeah, sure. I could use a rest, too. Boy, there isn't a breath of air moving down here at all.
You said it. We've still got another third of the way to go. Let's stop. I'm really getting sick.
Yeah, well, let's try to make the bottom. Then we'll rest a long time. It isn't far.
I don't know if I can make it, but I'll try.
Man alive, it's miserably hot down here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded.
Let's stop and leave our packs and gear here. Maybe that'll help.
Okay. Feel any better, Stan?
No. You?
No. Hey, Stan, let's try to cross the canyon and get in the shade. This sun is terrific.
Go ahead. I'll follow you if I can. Verge, I can't make it. I'm gonna faint. Verge, do you hear me?
I hear you, Stan. You gotta make the shade. I can't help you because I can hardly stand on my feet myself.
I can't see you, Verge. Verge, I can't make it. Help me. Don't leave me out here in the heat and sun.
Hey, Stan, try to get up. You hear me? I'll try to help you. Where are you, Stan? Stan, I can't see you. Water. I gotta get water.
Virgil and Stanley made many mistakes on their trip to Fossil Canyon. The reason Virgil couldn't see Stanley was that Stanley had fallen behind a large rock. It had also fallen into quicksand. Real quicksand. He was never seen again.
Bill, will you point out the mistakes the two young men made?
I'll be glad to, Dean Sands. First of all, Virgil and Stanley never should have entered the canyon in the heat of the day. They should have waited until sunset, or early in the morning is even a better time. Dean, I think continuing the story will drive home the mistakes more strongly than if I were to talk on them now.
Perhaps you're right, Bill. Do as you wish.
Thank you. My rangers and I were at our headquarters when we found out about this whole thing.
You want me to get the phone, Bill?
Thanks, pal, but I'll take it.
Okay, it's probably for you anyhow.
Hello, Ranger Headquarters. Bill Jefferson speaking.
Mr. Jefferson, this is Dean Sands over at State University.
Oh, yes, Dean. How are you?
Physically, I'm fine, Mr. Jefferson. Mentally, I'm worried.
Oh, is that right? What's on your mind?
One of our students, Virgil Adams, is missing. He hasn't returned as scheduled.
When was he supposed to be back, Dean?
Yesterday morning.
Well, perhaps he'd been delayed somewhere and couldn't get word to you.
You've spoken more truth than fiction, my friend.
What do you mean?
Well, his classmates say that he told them he was going to Fossil Canyon.
Fossil Canyon?
What's the matter, Mr. Jefferson?
Why, we just brought out the remains of a human being from Fossil Canyon 3 days ago. The week before that, we lugged out another.
This could be tragic. I'm glad I called you. Will you please check the canyon for Virgil Adams?
We most certainly will. I'll call you as soon as we know something definite.
Bill, you got an angry look on your face. I get scared when you get that gleam in your eye like you've got now.
I am angry, pal. I'm going to get a letter off to Colonel Anders when we get back. A good, strong letter.
Will it be about Fossil Canyon?
Yeah. Something's got to be done about that place. What, I don't know. Stumpy, how many times have you been down there? Well, not any more than I have to, Sonny. The only time I go into that miserable hole is to bring out greenhorn tenderfeet lashed to the back of a horse. No man in his right mind would go in there. Here's the canyon rim. Let's hold it up, fellas. Oh, Storm. Oh, boy. Now scan the canyon floor with your glasses. You might see, Virgil, and save time.
That's plenty a good idea.
Yeah, there's lots of rocks and boulders down there that could hide him.
You said a mouthful there, Sonny. But as big as the canyon is, we might spot something that'll tell us where he's at. Well, I don't see anything. How about the rest of you?
I can't see anything but rocks and more rocks.
That goes for me, too. Lots of rocks, but no human being. You spotted something, Graywolf?
There. Vulture flying over top of canyon.
Oh, yes, I see him, too. Look to your rifles, fellas. We got to keep these terrible birds off the ground. If you see him dive, then open fire.
No, boy, you said it, Bill. Those birds give me the shivers.
They only fly around the dead. Let's go!
Get him up!
Come on, Judy! Let's take it easy going down, fellas. When we get to the bottom, we'll stop and rest before going on. It's 115 degrees down there.
Bill, will you tell the student body what preparations you made before going down into that natural oven?
Gladly, Dean Sands. First of all, each man had 4 canteens of water, 2 for himself and 2 for his horse. If needed, a third one could also be used for his horse. The horse is doing all the work and needs the water. If the horse collapses, the man's in a bad way. We keep a close watch on the animals to be sure they perspire freely. That's a healthy condition and means that their bodies are cooling. On the trip into the canyon, we stopped frequently and rested the horses. Also, each man swabbed his animal's mouth to keep it moist. We kept our sun helmets pulled down, our sunglasses on, and our shirts buttoned up to the neck to keep the sun's rays off our bodies, especially the backs of our necks. After about 2 hours, we reached the bottom of the canyon.
Oh, that's hot here.
Yeah, man, alive.
We go
This
west.
heat is murderous.
That's putting it mildly, pal. Let's hold up, fellas.
Okay, easy, boy.
Oh, boy. Loosen the cinch straps and give the horses a chance to relax a bit before we go on. You better give them a small amount of water, too.
Okay,
We do,
Bill.
You pour the water, Henry, and I'll hold this here bucket.
All right, Stumpy.
Yeah, just a little bit now, Henry. You only need enough to wet their mouths and throats. We'll give them a good drink after dark.
How's that?
Yeah, just dandy. I'll give them each a mouthful, then we can go on.
Bill, I not see any signs of man here yet.
I know. I've been looking around, too. Actually, we're not sure Virgil's down here. The dean said it's only supposition. But we'll have to look thoroughly anyhow.
Not right.
All right, let's get ready to ride, fellas. Henry and I'll take the west end of the canyon, and you two take the east end. Give a yodel if you find anything.
We do.
All right,
we'll
Sonny.
get right at it.
Sure is hot down here. I'm really beginning to feel it.
Take a drink of water, pal. Not too much. You'll get a waterlogged feeling, which isn't good. Just enough to keep your body from dehydrating.
Oh, okay, Bill.
Let's ride along way to the west end. There's another trail leading into here. Virgil may have come down it.
Okay.
How do you feel now?
Oh, much better.
That's fine. Keep a sharp eye out for anything that belongs to a man.
We find nothing, old-timer. I'm glad for that.
Yeah, me too, young feller. It's so hot down here that I could fry an egg on my saddle horn. If Bill and Henry don't find anything, that means this Virgil feller ain't down here.
That make me happy.
Hello! Stumpy! Grey Wolf! Hello! We found him!
Okay, Bill. We hear you.
Guess we talked too soon, Grey Wolf.
That's what I'm afraid of. We better ride and join Bill and Henry. He in plenty bad shape.
I'll say he is. Another hour it'd be all over. Let's get him into the shade and give him first aid, fellas. Henry, get a canteen and the first aid kit off a storm, will you?
Yeah, sure, Bill. Right away.
All right, let's lift him together, fellas. Carry him over in the shade.
Okay, Bill. I ready. Say when.
You all set, Stumpy?
You sure am. On the count of 3.
Okay, 1, 2...
Help, Bill! I'm stuck in quicksand!
Quicksand? Let's go, fellas.
Help! Help! Quicksand! Help, fellas! Fellas! Help!
Henry, don't move.
Right.
You'll go down faster. Grey Wolf, Stumpy, hold my feet. I'm going to stretch myself out and grab him.
Okay, make it fast, Bill. Not real quicksand.
Hurry, Bill!
Keep your arms up so I can grab him, Henry.
He sink plenty quick.
I'll start to sink myself soon. When I grab Henry's hands, you fellas pull away. I'll have to hold my breath because my face will be in the sand.
We do that.
Couple of inches more, Bill. There, you got him.
Gotcha.
Hold tight. We're going to pull you out.
Pull, Stumpy, pull.
That's it. Going out, fellas. Pull harder. Hey, I'm free.
How your face feel now, Bill? You have it plenty far into quicksand.
It feels okay, Grey Wolf. Thought my lungs would burst before Henry hollered he was free.
Yeah, it was quite a scare, all right. How'd you get into that there sinkhole, young feller?
Oh, I suddenly got awfully lightheaded. Must have staggered into it. Boy, that was close. That's real quicksand.
Well, thank the Lord that you're safe.
I know somebody that wasn't as fortunate as Henry was.
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about Virgil, fellas.
Hey, you mean there was another man and he fell into the quicksand?
Yeah. That's what I mean, pal.
Boy,
Who this?
Well, how'd you find this out, young feller?
Yeah, how come you didn't say something about it before?
Yes, Bill.
Well, I wasn't sure for a while. Both men wear the same size shoes. I thought that Virgil might have been doubling back on his own trail because he was delirious from the heat. Then I found definite trail signs that there were two men.
Not very tragic. One of them died in quicksand.
Yes, it is trending, Grey Wolf. He must have wandered into the death pit. But we can't worry about him right now. We've got to get Virgil out of here and get him to Knotty Pine Hospital.
Boy, am I glad to get out of Fossil Canyon. That place gives me the creeps. It even smells like death.
Yeah, you can say that again, youngster. That there hole in the ground reminds me of an open grave.
Hold it up here, fellas.
Whoa,
Storm.
Oh, Matilda!
Henry, unpack the radio. I'll help Grey Wolf and Stumpy lift Virgil off his storm.
You not take Virgil out by horseback, Bill?
No, Grey Wolf. I'm afraid the long ride might do him in. I'll have him picked up by helicopter.
I know I had a number of moments early on working over at the St. Mary Visitor Center. As you kind of get to the edge of the building and the building is no longer blocking the wind, I've had things that just got sucked right out of my hand.
That's Debbie Smith. She's in charge of, among other things, the St. Mary Visitor Center.
You know, it's also funny, we'll often get these high wind warnings. I think it was for 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts and maybe even as high as 85. And I've told people that don't live around here that that's our weather forecast, and they're like, oh no, that can't possibly be right. You know, you couldn't possibly have wind that high, but we do.
How does wind affect people's experience when they're visiting the St. Mary area?
Partly it's just about the sort of obvious things like making sure their tents don't blow away and making sure when you're eating lunch that you have, you know, a hold of everything that you brought with you. And then there's also being able to see what the park is like, and whether it's seeing St. Mary Lake on a day that it's really windy with huge whitecaps. Even sometimes at the St. Mary Visitor Center on really windy days, we'll get the spray from the lake hitting the windows on the side of the building because it's just blowing it that far.
And the visitor center is not right on the edge of the lake there. The wind has to carry that spray over a quarter mile for it to hit the building. When people are hiking in St. Mary, what are some of the effects of wind that they might see in the plants or the landscape?
One would be flagging on trees. When you see trees that basically all the branches on the windward side are broken off or they're kind of deformed, so that side that's facing the direction from which the wind is blowing, and then it resembles a flag because all of the branches are just on the other side.
Besides the practical side of not letting things blow away, do you think you've learned anything from the wind there?
I think a lot of it is just learning about this place. And I mean, there's, you know, the obvious challenges that it presents to people like you were mentioning, but I think also the wind is something that makes the east side of the park really beautiful, and it makes it, you know, this diverse place and dynamic and harsh and wonderful all at the same time. It just adds to the experience, and it creates the amazing place that we have on the east side.
How does wind affect life in your area? Does it invert umbrellas, sculpt dunes, or drive wildfire? Maybe you hardly think about the wind at all. The way you interact with wind is largely dependent on where you live. In Tornado Alley, wind is a life-altering force. But in other parts of the country, it might be more of a curiosity. In this episode, we're going to look at two elements that, perhaps like the wind, have been eliminated as a major factor in many people's lives, but that still find a home in Glacier National Park. First, you'll hear a story about the grizzly bears in the park, and then about our dark, starry night skies. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Kalispel people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Michael.
And we're both rangers here.
In this episode, we'll be in the St. Mary Valley.
St. Mary Lake is the second largest lake here and home to some of the most breathtaking scenery anywhere in the park.
I mean, the view from Wild Goose Island overlook is even on Montana State driver's licenses. It's so beautiful.
Really? It is?
Yeah, I mean, look at your own. It's like the shimmering thing in the background that they...
Oh, yeah. There it is, Wild Goose Island.
So we're headed to St. Mary because it is a great place to look for experiences that, over time, have grown harder and harder to find anywhere else.
Yeah, Glacier is in many ways the last best place for experiences that the rest of the world may once have taken for granted, but have since faded away.
Today, we're going to focus on two of those experiences. One that it helps to get up early for, and one that it helps to stay up late.
Yes, something for the early birds and the night owls.
Now, one thing that makes Glacier special is that we are home to an abundant and diverse range of wildlife.
We have 71 species of mammal, 276 different birds, 6 amphibians, and even 3 reptiles live here.
And I'm curious what your experience has been, Andrew, but as an interpretive ranger, it seemed like half of the questions I got from visitors were logistical, like where should I hike, is this campground open, etc. And the other half was about wildlife. Do you have moose here? Yes. Where can I see a mountain goat? That sort of thing.
Definitely. You could make someone's whole trip by just pointing a spotting scope at a herd of bighorn sheep.
But that excitement for wildlife encounters can go both ways, because some people are thrilled at the prospect, but others are actually scared. Glacier's home to predators like mountain lions and wolves, but the critters most people think about when they're here are bears.
We have a lot of bears here.
Both black and grizzly bears.
As of 2018, the population of grizzly bears for the whole Northern Continental Divide ecosystem, of which Glacier is a small part, was estimated to be about 1,050 individuals. Of these, about 250 to 300 would live in Glacier.
Wow.
Some bears are going to spend part of their lives in the park, part of their lives outside of the park. And the black bear population in Glacier was thought to be about 600.
I've heard that that's more grizzly bears per acre than anywhere else in the lower 48. But how do we even know that? This place is huge. It's like finding 1,000 needles in a million-acre haystack.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty big undertaking to get those numbers. I actually talked to Tabitha Graves, the scientist who was involved with a lot of this research.
Hi, I'm Tabitha Graves. I am with USGS. I'm a research ecologist.
Not only is it a massive area to survey, you have to figure out how to distinguish individual bears so you don't just keep counting the same ones.
And I know with birds, in these sort of situations, biologists will catch them and mark them with a leg band, some other animals with ear tags.
Yeah, but capturing and marking hundreds of grizzly bears would be super expensive and time-consuming. Sounds very dangerous and would probably seriously disturb the animals. So the scientists used some really cool technological advances to measure the bear population in a different way.
Back in 1998, my predecessor in my job, Kate Kendall, started doing research using genetics of bears. She put out strands of barbed wire around some trees in the woods with some stinky lure in the center of it, and found out that grizzly bears would go in to smell that. When they did that, when they walked over or under the barbed wire, a few strands of hair would be pulled out. And in that hair, there's DNA in the hair follicle, and from that you can identify individual bears.
With the DNA captured in a hair trap, you could tell how many distinct individuals were around. This initial experiment proved the concept, and then they did a much bigger study in 2004.
Before we got a population estimate, it was the first population estimate that had good confidence intervals and was fairly precise. That was 765 animals was the point estimate in 2004.
From there, they took the survey even wider, and I cannot overstate how big of a project it is. They were monitoring a ton of hair traps across the whole Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. Michael, do you want to take a guess at how many rub sites they were monitoring for bear hair?
Well, I imagine they tried to put them all over the park in the different regions. I'm going to say maybe like 500.
We had across the whole ecosystem, there are around 4,000 rub objects per year.
4,000? Holy crap, that's a lot.
Yeah, and Tabitha told me that this genetic data is useful for a lot more than just those population surveys.
That's the cool thing about having genetic data is that you can not only identify individual bears, but you can actually see who's related to who.
For instance, they found
that one male grizzly bear that had 101 descendants. So that included his offspring, his grand cubs, and his great-grand cubs.
So how's the population doing now?
It actually seems like it's still growing, even in Glacier National Park, which Tabitha said is good news.
Well, we were actually surprised that the population was still growing in Glacier Park because the protections have been so strong here for so long. We thought it was possible that it would just be completely stable. Because bears have larger home ranges, it could be that changes that are going on the Blackfeet Reservation or the Whitefish Range are also influencing the number of bears here.
Wow, that's amazing. But it makes it all the more frustrating that I haven't seen any in the park this summer. I saw one really early in the spring, but once summer started, I just haven't been able to find them.
Have you been out looking for them?
Yeah, I've driven all over. I did a ton of biking and day hiking. I've gone backpacking collectively for nearly 20 days so far, and no bears.
Wow, that's pretty bad luck.
So as a last-ditch effort, I thought I'd go to St. Mary. Along St. Mary Lake is a stretch of open meadows called Two Dog Flats, a place where in the past I've seen bears before.
Yeah, me too. It's great habitat.
And a common piece of wisdom is that if you want to see wildlife, it helps to get up early. So this morning I left the house around 5. Really early. Let's get this over with.
That's especially true in the summer when it gets hot in the middle of the day. Wildlife like bears are going to be more active around dusk and dawn.
Exactly. So with that in mind, I drove over to St. Mary from the west entrance, a nearly 2-hour drive to make it there before sunrise.
Before sunrise?
Yep.
You don't have the reputation of being
No, I'm not very much of a morning person.
There it is.
But this was serious business. I can't have gone the whole summer without seeing a bear.
Seriously.
And that's a promising sign. I just drove through some bear poop. So I parked on a roadside pull-off, got out my binoculars, and scanned the horizon.
And binoculars will definitely help. At a distance, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between black and grizzly bears.
So there's 8 species of bears in the world, and brown bears, grizzly bears, Kodiak bears are all the same species. Grizzly bears and black bears are different species, and some of the differences between them are grizzly bears are more oriented towards digging. Black bears climb trees more.
One of the most common misconceptions is that black bears are all black and that grizzly bears are all brown. The truth is we have brown black bears, black grizzly bears, and they're examples of both species that are cinnamon or blonde here in the park.
So don't rely on the fur. Look for physical characteristics. Tabitha mentioned that grizzly bears like to dig. That means they have huge shoulder muscles that give them a really pronounced hump on their back. Black bears, on the other hand, spend a lot of time climbing trees, which gives them really strong hindquarter muscles and gives them a nice big rump. And there are other little things to look for too. Grizzly bears have longer claws, black bears have a straighter snout. But to use any of this information, you have to find a bear in the first place, which was something after an hour I had not managed to do. Well, the first thing I've seen that isn't a bush is a deer bounding through the field.
You didn't find any bears there?
No.
How long did you wait?
3 hours.
Oh, wow.
I'm parked on top of a pile of bear poop. So I know that they come through here, but there's been nothing. But I didn't want to throw in the towel that easy. Just a few miles away, the trail to Otokomi Lake started, a trail I've also seen a bear on. So I decided to try my hand at seeing a bear while hiking. And with very high hopes of seeing bears earlier in the summer, I interviewed one of Glacier's resident bear experts. Could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, Michael, I'm Bob Adams, and I have been here in Glacier as a seasonal ranger for specifically 44 seasons before this.
Bob is a legend in Glacier. After serving in the military, he came to Glacier on a whim in 1966, went on a day hike to the Sperry Chalet, and wound up meeting his now wife, Carolyn.
And I did a lot of hiking up to Sperry. In fact, I packed a half-gallon ice cream solid with dry ice and packed it up to Sperry. I think that's the only reason that Carolyn and I ended up together. I don't know.
That ice cream?
The ice cream, you betcha.
More or less, he's been here ever since, wearing a variety of hats. He's staffed entrance stations, campgrounds, done law enforcement, but has spent most of his time as the lead bear management ranger in Many Glacier.
I haven't counted up exactly the number of years, but it's been about 25 to 30, I would say, as bear management ranger at Many.
A job that often entails direct contact with bears, even deciding if a trail needs to be closed for bear danger. But to hear him say it, the job is mostly about people.
My emphasis is in meeting the public and trying to educate the public every day on the trail about bear safety, certainly, and safety around large animals, and safety in regard to other environmental hazards of the park.
I figured he'd be the perfect person to ask about how to safely see a bear on trail.
The ideal situation, in my estimation, for seeing a bear, black bear grizzly, is when it's way more than 100 yards away from you, up in a hillside or down in a valley. It's a pretty exciting experience to get that chance and have a few minutes to stop and look and get out your binoculars.
Seeing wildlife from a safe distance is obviously the best scenario for all involved. Seeing animals up close can be a different story.
Moose are very large animals, maybe 1,000, 1,100 pounds with a brain the size of a walnut. I mean, nothing could go wrong, I'm sure. So, anyway.
If you're in its personal space, any animal, or person for that matter, will respond more dramatically. So, keeping wildlife at a distance is step one. In fact, park guidelines state that you should stay 25 yards from herbivores like deer and mountain goats, and 100 yards from predators like bears.
Which is easier said than done. On a lot of trails in the park, it's pretty rare to be able to see anything, let alone a bear, from 100 yards away. Twists and turns in the trail mean trees and rocks can block your view.
Exactly. And while it's never ideal to be up close and personal with a bear, the worst case scenario is to surprise one, something you can easily imagine happening around a blind corner. So the best thing to do while hiking is to regularly let them know you're there.
To minimize the likelihood of encountering a bear or surprising a bear is to make noise when you travel. That means using your voice to call out. It's not conversation. People say, oh yeah, we're talking. There we go. Okay, sometimes your conversation carries quite a distance if the wind is blowing, but usually it does not.
Coming through. Bears have an incredible sense of smell. They are believed to be able to smell things from over a mile away, but their sense of hearing is about as good as ours.
I, in Glacier Park, am just obnoxiously known for my presence, I guess. Every 50 yards or so, I'll shout out, especially around a blind corner where there's high noise from wind or waterfall or stream nearby. You want bears to know you're in the area because bears' natural inclination is to move away from people. Even though they're accustomed to our presence, they have no interest in really getting up close and personal with us. So give them that opportunity.
So making noise is a must, even if it feels a little silly sometimes.
Making noise has helped me avoid surprising bears, but it won't always prevent you from running into them.
You're right. Sometimes even if they know you're there, you might still see them.
We get reports all the time, every summer, every week, in the visitor center. Oh, bear was coming toward me. It was charging me. It was lots of different things in their perception, but the bear usually is just walking toward them, and they are petrified, and you and I can understand how that might be if you've never been around a bear, maybe even in a zoo.
Yeah.
This is daunting. And if the bear, for example, is walking on the trail toward you or it's coming up behind you on the trail, and that's when they really get excited because they are sure the bear is after them. It's very personalized.
Yeah.
It's not the case. The bear is moving where it wants to go. The trail is the easiest way for the bear to travel.
One time, a few years ago, I was leading a ranger hike up to Avalanche Lake, and we were all stopped talking about the trees, and someone very calmly tapped me on the shoulder and said that there was a black bear coming down the trail. It made total sense. Why would the bear want to bushwhack through the brush when there's a trail that's clear right there?
Precisely. And Bob has advice if you ever find yourself in that situation.
What we as visitors and hikers should do is move slowly away from the bear, back up slowly. And if you find a spot on the trail that's safe for you to get off on the downhill side of the trail, not over a cliff, but where you can walk down 5 or 10 yards and just stand still, the bear is going to walk past you. That's what the bear is going to do. It may turn and look at you. You may feel more comfortable, and it's perfectly okay to get out your bear spray and have it in your hand. but do not plan to discharge it at the bear. That's just going to stir things up. There's no need to do that.
That's how it's happened in my experience. Just moved my group off as far as we could, and the bear just strolled right past us and kept minding its own business. But he also mentioned bear spray.
He did. Bear spray is the #1 recommended deterrent for diffusing or preventing bear encounters. Easier to use and shown to be even more effective than firearms. But what is it?
Well, it would be a dangerous mistake to think of it as a repellent, like mosquito repellent. You do not want to spray it on yourself. What it is a high volume, high concentration, high pressure can of what's essentially pepper spray.
And having been on the wrong end of an accidental discharge, it is not fun to deal with personally.
The stuff is very effective if used properly.
Emphasis on if you use it properly.
Because most people do not take the time to learn a couple of things about bear spray. One is when one should use it and how.
So if you're visiting the park, you should get bear spray, but you should also head to a visitor center to learn how to discharge it.
Yeah, during the summer, we would lead twice daily bear spray demonstrations at the Apgar Visitor Center, using a can of inert spray that doesn't have the pepper in it to show people the ropes.
There are some basics like knowing you've got 5 to 7 seconds worth of spray in there and knowing where to aim.
You just have to aim it correctly. You want to aim it down so that it hits the ground in front of the bear that's moving toward you, so it rolls up into the bear's face. You don't want to aim it straight at the bear's face because it comes out in a cone-shaped pattern. Half of that bear spray will go over the top of the bear's head. You don't want that. And you don't want to do this when the bear is 30 yards away or 20 yards away. It is not effective.
Armed with that knowledge, you can prepare for an instance when it would be needed.
If you surprise a bear, which is the most likely scenario for getting hurt by a bear, especially a sow with cubs, coming around a blind corner, and you have not been making noise or whatever, it didn't work, you're at 20 yards from the bear or less, and suddenly that bear comes at you. That bear is moving 44, 45 feet a second. I mean, you don't have time to think about this. While you are aiming at the bear's chest and at its paws, you're going to discharge that spray. You can give it a short burst as soon as you get that out of your pack. Give it a half second or so if the bear is at 20 yards. Within a very short time, it's going to be on you. Discharge the whole thing in its face. I mean, just hold it down.
With a face full of bear spray, that bear is going to scamper off in search of a quiet place to wait out its new whole head hangover. In a little while, they'll be just fine, and you'll be long gone. The stuff just works.
You have to have that bear spray somewhere where you have actually gone through the physical motions of putting your hand on that spray and ripping the Velcro. You should be able to get that out in 1 to 2 seconds. It can be done, but you need to practice that.
I have never once needed to use my bear spray, but even still, I had Bob's advice in the back of my head on the way to Otokomi Lake. Making plenty of noise, being observant, and keeping my bear spray handy. But I still hadn't seen any wildlife. That is, until I rounded the corner, got to the lake itself, where all of a sudden, just 20 feet from me, a fish jumped and splashed in the creek.
Oh, come on.
Kind of scared me, what?
You knew what you were implying had happened.
Okay, believe me, I was disappointed too. I ate lunch there for 30 minutes, eventually started down to the car with my proverbial tail between my legs. I didn't see any wildlife on the hike out either. Only a few other hikers going the other way.
Well, don't beat yourself up too much.
Yeah, well, something else Bob had said was reverberating in my head the whole hike out. No matter how badly I wanted to see a bear,
most people are going to walk up any given trail at Mini Glacier or elsewhere in the park, and they're not going to see a bear, either a black bear or a grizzly bear. They just aren't.
Just because they're more common here than elsewhere doesn't mean you're going to see one. And even if more times than not you don't see one, you always have to be prepared in case you do. Because normally, you see them when you least expect to. I see people stopped. Sure enough, I had given up all hope as I began my long drive back home. I mean, I'd been out for nearly 12 hours. But before I could even drive out of the St. Mary Valley, I noticed cars parked at a roadside pullout.
Oh?
And I thought back to one more thing Bob had mentioned. Bear jams.
And a lot of them are just happy to see them from the roadside, which creates some other problems. Bear jams.
And not jam like jelly, right?
No.
The piling in of cars along the road. And
seeing a lot of cars parked in the road or at a pullout with no trailhead is usually a sign that somebody spotted an animal. And animal sightings are exciting, but these bear jams can be problematic.
Preventing bears from even crossing the road to get to water because there are 30 to 40 cars parked solid.
People essentially acting as a barrier between the bear and food or drinking water.
Exactly.
People out of the cars and advancing toward the bears. I mean, it's hard being a bear, I guess you could say.
With a roadside bear sighting, if you're the one driving and you spot it and nobody else has seen it yet, what should you do?
Well, I can tell you what you should do, perhaps, and I'll tell you what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. You're going to stop, and you're going to call the kids to the window, and if it's no more than that, at least you're going to be there clicking from the car. And, of course, once you do that, other cars pile in, and then the thing goes pretty quickly to chaos, or it certainly can. What you should do is take a look, slow down, take a look, keep moving. That's what we'd like people to do. It never happens.
But amazingly, that afternoon, everyone had pulled safely off the road into a large pull-off that didn't interfere with traffic in any way and had binoculars trained up the hillside where over 100 yards away, 2 grizzlies were foraging.
Really? That's awesome.
We came across someone else who had spotted him when he was further down the mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge, isn't it?
I mean, it was the perfect bear encounter. They were enormous, for one. Like, the one bear was scarily huge. They were far away, and we weren't bothering them in the slightest.
That's really good to hear.
And people there were clearly absorbed by the experience. One couple set up a spotting scope to share with everyone so you could see them really clearly. And many were seeing a grizzly bear for the first time.
I was thinking, I thought it was going to be dark. Me too.
Well, the back is dark.
When he turns
and the front is light.
Yeah. But
But as fun as it is to make sure I didn't add to the parking problem, after I got a good look and talked to the few people, I got back in my car and I kept driving. Now, I spent all day trying to find a grizzly, and I was mesmerized when I did, along with everyone else at that roadside pull-off. But as we hinted at earlier, seeing a grizzly bear hasn't always been that rare of an experience.
Most people know that the range of the grizzly was vastly larger. I think it stretched back almost to the Mississippi River if you go back 300 years or so.
Through 200 years of hunting and poaching, the grizzly population of the lower 48 was reduced by as much as 99% compared to 1800 levels. Today, thanks to conservation efforts like the Endangered Species Act and even protected lands like Glacier, they're no longer on the brink of extinction, but they are still far less common than they once were.
And as exciting as it is to find one today, bears aren't just here for us to see. This isn't a zoo. They play a really vital role in the ecosystem. Here's Tabitha Graves again.
They have effects on lots of different parts of the ecosystem. Because they dig for roots a lot, particularly in the spring and the fall, they're actually digging up the soil, and that's actually a kind of nutrient cycling. They might eat huckleberries, for instance, in one place, and then because they can move such large distances, being large animals, they are really important for seed dispersal.
They regulate prey populations, break down logs. Really, the list goes on and on. Their role in this ecosystem is enormous.
The fact that we not only have them here today, but that thousands, millions of us each year can share this place with them speaks to the strides we've made in bear management, which, as Bob put it, used to be, well, different.
Oh, bear management has changed quite a bit. Oh, will you indulge me a little story here?
Go right ahead. A story from Bob's first season as an employee in 1967.
We road patrol rangers would cruise through the campground in the evening because they invariably had bear problems. Because there were no bear-proof cans, garbage cans. They just had regular 50-gallon galvanized cans, and people left their gear, their stoves, their food, their ice chest out.
So bears could get into these things and learned that they had food in them.
You can find out where the bear is because you hear people shouting and banging on their pots and pans. Hey, bear, hey, 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 bang, 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 bang. So we know where the bear is, so we cruise up. And we had a really fun tool in those days. Crazy, we could have died using this, but we had a shaved-off wooden baseball bat behind the back seat. We'd jump out with a baseball bat and shout at the bear and run up and whack it in the butt. I'm not kidding you. With a baseball bat, a black bear, when it's sitting there at the table, going through somebody's ice chest.
Yeah.
And wail on it, and that bear would take off like a rocket. and go up the nearest tree. And we'd say, okay, job done. We're moving on. Guess what? 15 minutes later, bear's down working the campground again. Now, that was bear management in 67.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
No way. That's crazy.
I mean, I lost it. But this era, this technique of bear management is dangerous for more than just the ranger carrying the bat. Visitors were injured or killed by bears that started to see us as a source of food, and more bears had to be euthanized too for this behavior. Understandably, things are different now.
We've definitely changed quite a bit.
Bob covered a lot of ways that we can alter our behavior in bear country, but how can we affect bear behavior?
Yeah, well, thanks to the research of Tabitha and a lot of other scientists, we understand bears a lot better today than we did during Bob's story 50 years ago.
Yeah, we did a study that we called Nature versus Nurture.
And it used that same genetic data that we discussed earlier.
We were trying to understand how grizzly bears become habituated. What we did is we looked to see whether their mothers also had a history of conflict and whether their fathers also had a history of conflict. We found that offspring who got into trouble were more likely to have mothers that got into trouble. And this is consistent with what we know about bear life history. Young bears stay with their mothers for a couple years. So there's an opportunity for them to learn how to get into trouble, basically, or how to learn those associations of humans and food in their early years.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Cubs with habituated fathers who get into food, etc., they don't become habituated, but the cubs that have habituated moms do?
Exactly. And what this means is that since a bear's father doesn't raise it, its only contribution is genes, the behavior isn't inherited.
Okay, so cubs must be taught this behavior by their moms.
Yeah, exactly. So Tabitha told me that this realization emphasized how important it is for visitors here to properly secure their food.
Yeah, our research really highlights the need to prevent food conditioning from happening in the first place because there could be kind of these longer term effects that could be passed down from mother to offspring. So it's really important to put your food away, make sure that you're storing all of your attractants safely at night inside of a hard-shelled vehicle or in a bear box in some place that keeps the foods and attractants away from bears.
Wow, talk about the butterfly effect. I knew it could affect our bears today, but if it gets in the hands of the paws of a female bear,
she's going to teach it to her cubs and they'll teach it to their cubs and so on. So it's really important that we always secure our food and trash. It can affect generations of bears.
So as we've learned this information over time, the park's bear management policies have evolved. Given the same situation this summer, you probably wouldn't use a shaved off baseball bat.
No, we wouldn't use the baseball bat. Absolutely not.
Sawn-off baseball bats have given way to a variety of safer and more effective tools that rangers can use to teach bears to keep their distance from us. There's cracker rounds, beanbags, rubber bullets, and also infrastructure set up to know how and when to close trails or campgrounds to prevent encounters in the first place. But like Tabitha mentioned, the most important tool that has kept our wildlife as wild as can be in a place with 3 million visitors a year is food storage.
All foods, all things that are associated with foods kept away at all times except mealtime. That's the mantra.
And the result of all of this is that today in Glacier, you just don't see grizzlies in a dumpster. You don't see bears in the campground running off with bratwursts or breakfast pastries. You see them up on a hillside, foraging for huckleberries, chasing ground squirrels, sliding down snow. And that difference is important.
Oh, that's huge.
So the next time you come visit, read up on our food storage regulations, buy, carry, and learn how to use bear spray, and embarrass your friends and family by making noise on trail.
Good morning!
Because you might not see a bear. Heck, you probably won't see any. But what if you do? After all, where's the fun in a guarantee?
After the break, our final story. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about their support of astronomy programs.
Conservancy. This is Doug.
Hey, Doug. It's Andrew and Michael here.
The Mad Podcasters. How are we doing over there today?
We're doing pretty good, but we've got an issue. We were hoping you could help us settle it. We've been arguing all day about whether the morning or the evening is better here in Glacier National Park.
All right, well, Michael, make your case.
Okay, so I think that the evening is better because there's nothing worse than having to get out of bed early in the morning, and it's a lot easier to stay up late, and the sun doesn't even set, it seems like, till 10 p.m. at some points in the summer, so that's why I think it's better to stay up late.
All right, very good. Andrew, counterpoint?
Well, I've got to say, the morning is the best time to be out in Glacier National Park. You get out early, the sky is all lit up with the sunrise. You really can just get going on your day and enjoy all the beautiful scenery. In the evening, it's cold, you're sleepy, can't see much. So, in my opinion, you got to get out early when you're in Glacier.
Wrong. Michael, you are the winner. No doubt about it. For those of my age group, that is a Saturday Night Live ripoff. But we love the evenings here at the Glacier National Park Conservancy because there's so much programming that goes along with the night skies. So evening is the right answer.
Woo! Told you.
Well, I should have known Doug would come down on your side since the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds so many dark sky and astronomy programs in the park.
Yeah, I'm going to be holding this over his head for the rest of the day.
As you should. You are the king. Long live the king.
All right. Well, thanks for the time, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Call anytime. Cheers.
Yeah. Bye.
And we're back. One of the things I think is so unique about this place is that people have a chance to interact with wild animals that are in their natural habitats. It's an experience that would have been really common for our ancestors, but to most modern people, it's just really not part of life anymore.
That's interesting to think about. For thousands of years now, knowing how to interact with large carnivores that could kill you would have been an essential skill, but at some point it just stopped being part of most people's lives.
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about these situations that were part of what it was to be a human for hundreds and hundreds of generations. So long that knowing how to respond to them is literally inscribed in our DNA. One of the amazing things about national parks, in my opinion, is that they connect us to universal ideas of what it means to be human. Visiting a place like Glacier National Park allows you to see and feel the same things that millions of other people have seen and felt here over thousands of years.
I think another example of what you're talking about is looking at the night sky and the Milky Way. For millennia, the Milky Way was just what the night sky looked like. Humans that looked up at the night sky saw the stars and planets and galaxies. In fact, when our nation chose its flag, stars were used because no matter where you lived in the United States, the night sky was a universal experience. But since then, for most people, that experience has faded away. So I think you should check that out.
Well, I have been wanting to go stargazing since the night skies are so well preserved here, but I'm not sure I can really get myself to stay up late enough.
I mean, it's worth it. The park has an observatory even now, so there's more you can see. You won't regret the missed sleep.
All right, I'll do it. Armed with 2 cans of iced coffee, some high-energy music, and my microphone, I drove across the divide from my APGAR office to Glacier's observatory at the St. Mary Visitor Center. There, I met Lee Rademacher, the ranger who spearheads Glacier's astronomy program.
Hey, Lee, good to see you.
As he started up the observatory and aimed the telescope, I asked him some questions about Glacier's night sky program. First of all, what do we mean by dark skies?
Dark skies are more than just a night sky. Dark skies are really about a sky that lacks light pollution. It's stray light that shines up into the sky that creates a sky glow, and they are getting rarer and rarer.
Okay, so light pollution is extra light that is making the stars less and less visible?
Yeah, that's right. And having dark skies is actually pretty important.
So in the biologic realm, basically every single organism that lives on the surface of this planet has evolved with a day-night cycle. Our internal workings rely on that day-night cycle to reset the clock. And it's not just things with eyes. Plants are also impacted by light pollution or by a lack of dark skies.
All right, that makes sense. Plants and animals are used to dark nights. If light pollution makes the night brighter, it can throw things off.
Yeah, but there are cultural impacts too.
Culturally, dark skies are really important. Throughout time, societies around the world have relied on the skies to help tell stories, to help know when animal migrations are going to occur, know when seasons are coming. The skies really help them kind of predict the world around them.
For Lee, the dark skies are one of the best parts of working in Glacier National Park.
To me, dark skies are an opportunity to discover. It's an opportunity for things like mystery and awe.
And sharing that sense of discovery with visitors is really rewarding.
It's really kind of fun because a lot of people that come to the park have never had the opportunity to experience truly dark skies. They often are in a sense of disbelief about what they're actually seeing. And on more than one occasion, people have thought that we were tricking them when we were showing them Saturn through a telescope. They're just kind of blown away and in true disbelief. That's a really fun experience for me to be part of.
Glacier National Park has made a massive effort to expand the opportunities for visitors to experience dark skies here, all of which culminated in Glacier, with Waterton Lakes National Park in Canada, being designated the world's first transboundary dark sky park.
The process of becoming an international dark sky park was pretty extensive.
The park started by hosting night sky interpretive programs. Then, a lighting inventory was conducted, looking for lights all around the park that unnecessarily shine up into the night sky. These lights were then replaced with less polluting and more efficient lights.
And we were able to do that with the help of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
In the midst of this process, the building we find ourselves in right now, the Dusty Star Observatory, was constructed.
We're inside a SkyShed PodMax 12-foot dome observatory. So it's that kind of classic observatory shape that you've seen in pictures. And in the center of the building is a big steel pier, and sitting on top of the pier is the telescope mount. This mount controls where the telescope points.
As a dark sky park, Glacier has a lot of astronomy programs for people to attend, mostly in the months of July and August at the Apgar and St. Mary Visitor Centers.
And we have astronomers set up that can help people experience the night sky using telescopes, binoculars, and other, even just kind of sitting out on a lawn chair and looking up and having an astronomer point different objects out to you that you might see with your naked eye.
As we talked, the skies darkened, and by about 11:30, the Milky Way emerged, and stars began to carpet the entire sky above us. It was time for the fun part. Lee pointed the telescope at the planet Saturn. I should note that the telescope in the Dusty Star Observatory is a type called an astrograph,
which is a fancy word for a telescope that you typically don't look through with your eye. And it focuses its light down through the back of the scope, where we have a camera that is able to project or send these images off to the computer.
Which is why you'll hear us referencing a screen rather than an eyepiece. I carefully watched as Lee aimed the telescope.
So right now, Saturn has popped up on the screen, and right now it just looks like a really bright white oblong shape. I'll see if I can fine-tune it a little bit to make those rings come out.
In no time, the planet came into focus.
So cool though, like you can very distinctly see the rings.
While Saturn was super cool, I was really hoping I could convince Lee to show me the comet Neowise, which was at its most visible the night I was out there. That particular comet only comes by about every 6,800 years. So it's really no exaggeration to say that seeing it in this telescope would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a few minutes of adjustments, Lee got the comet squarely in the telescope sights, and it didn't disappoint.
So now we've got the nucleus of the comet on the left side of the screen and the tail stretching out to the right.
Oh my god, yeah, that's really impressive. He talked me through what I was seeing here.
So the Neowise is a fairly green hue and actually has a greenish ion trail. Every comet has two tails as it approaches the sun. One is the tail kind of made up of the dust and gas that's kind of blasted off of the core of the comet. And then a second one is an ion tail that's formed from the interaction between the comet and the solar wind. And so the ion tail is kind of this greenish blue, and then the comet itself is more of a kind of a greenish emerald almost color.
Wow. I'm so jealous. I told you it was worth staying up late. Did you get a picture?
We did. Here, check it out.
Oh, wow. You could really see the tail and everything. We should put that on the park's website for listeners to see.
That's a great idea. We can get it up there. By now, as we looked at the comet, it was getting really late. The excitement of seeing the comet had given me a rush of energy, but I knew it wouldn't last forever. And Lee had to work early the next morning.
I think it may be time to call it a night on this fairly successful image. I have a 7 o'clock shift tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta drive back to West Virginia.
You can enjoy the stars on any clear night in Glacier, even if you're not able to make it to an astronomy program. All you really need is a clear view of the sky. Lee recommends bringing some warm clothes, maybe a lawn chair, and a pair of binoculars can help too. And he said that if you can't make it to an event, with a smartphone, you can
download an app and point it at the sky and learn a little bit more about what there is up there.
If you decide to check out the stars while you're here, and you definitely should, it was well worth staying up for, it's important to think about leaving no trace. With stargazing, Lee reminded me that leave no trace principle 7, be considerate of other visitors, means taking an effort not to shine bright lights where people are stargazing. If we take these simple steps to leave no trace, we can make sure that there's continued opportunities here to be part of this ancient human tradition of viewing the night sky.
Today, when you look up at the night sky, you're not just seeing the stars. I think you're really connecting to that shared humanity and that shared culture.
Sounds like you had a great night. I'm really thinking now about all the ways that people and our lighting clashes with the natural dark skies and how it hasn't always been that way. So I called Darnell Rides at the door, and I'm Scotty Picunny, our Blackfeet tribal member that I met in another episode, to learn more, and she pointed out the observatory's name. Dusty Star is actually a Blackfeet term for a comet.
Those are comets. We call them dusty stars. It's just kakatoos.
The concept of a dusty star might have been especially relevant this year with the comet Neowise. My coworker Andrew got the chance to go look at that in the St. Mary Observatory.
Oh, how awesome.
Oh yeah, that makes total sense after seeing it. Comets are like just dusty stars.
Yeah, and Darnell told me that the Blackfeet language is a very visual one.
You know, it's interesting to think about. The last time the comet Neowise passed by Earth, some 6,000 years ago, Blackfeet people were probably looking at it up in the sky and calling it by that same word.
The things we talked about today, seeing grizzly bears and the Milky Way, are just a few of the countless unique experiences you could have here.
Yeah, you can also find here some of the last alpine glaciers in the contiguous U.S., endemic plants that occur nowhere else in the world, and opportunities for solitude and quiet that are becoming increasingly rare.
I mean, heck, if you could prove there's a better place on Earth to pick huckleberries, I'll eat my shoe.
These are opportunities for people to connect with the natural world that may disappear forever if we're not careful.
So it's our collective job now to make sure the types of experiences we talked about today, like seeing a bear or viewing the stars in the night sky, are possible for people for another 6,000 years.
I think that if we can learn to come together as a community, we can do it, but it's going to be a big job.
Yeah, but I think we're up to it. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about bear safety or astronomy programs in the park, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy, The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Debbie Smith, Darnell Rides at the Door, Tabitha Graves, Bob Adams, and Lee Rademacher.
Welcome, and thanks for tuning in to this USGS Corecast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. The mountainous expanse of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is known for the native wildlife of its national parks and picturesque private lands. Grizzly bears live in this area of the northern Rockies, making it one of the largest strongholds for grizzly populations in the United States. Recent research by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team provides new insight into grizzly population dynamics and the hazards that influence bear mortality within this ecosystem. I'm here with Chuck Schwartz, USGS biologist and lead of the study team, to discuss these findings. Thanks for speaking with us, Chuck.
You're welcome.
What is the current status of grizzlies in terms of an endangered or threatened species? How are they doing with population numbers, and what does this status mean for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem?
Grizzly bears in the continental United States are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. They were listed in 1975 and remain listed today. Grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem were actually delisted in 2007, but they were put back on the list following a decision from the district court judge. Bears in Yellowstone represent one of 6 populations in the United States that still exist today. They've been eliminated from about 98% of their historic range, and they only occur in smaller pockets in a few remaining mountainous areas of the western United States. In Yellowstone, there's probably somewhere around 600 grizzly bears, and the population, since it was listed, has been growing at a rate of about 4 to 6% per year from about 1975 through today. They now reoccupy habitats in the ecosystem where they were basically eliminated in the late 18 and early 1900s.
Previous grizzly studies have suggested that human activity can affect bear populations in certain ways. What new findings about grizzly hazards have come from your recent research, and how much of a role do people play?
One of the things that we know for grizzly bears in general, and this is pretty consistent across all of North America where grizzly bears or brown bears live, is that if you're a bear and you're no longer dependent upon your mother for care, so excluding cubs and yearlings, there's about a 90% chance that your cause of death will be directly associated with humans. Bears die in accidents on roads. They're killed in defense of life or property when they get into trouble with people. Agencies go in and remove them if they're in conflict for livestock killing or damaging property. And so what really drives bear demographics is humans. What our studies show, and they repeat some of the previous work, is that roads in developed areas, for example, impact grizzly bears. Essentially what we did was we took radio-collared bears, we looked at where those bears lived, and then whether they lived or died during our period of study. And took the bear's home range, and essentially what we showed was what we call human disturbance variables strongly influence whether a bear is going to live or die. And so bears that live in very secure areas that have little or no road density or very few developed sites in the form of campgrounds or lodges or facilities that have attractants for bears. Bears that live in areas that don't have these human developments typically have very, very high rates of survival. As the amount of human development increases, it becomes more hazardous, and they tend to die at higher rates. Some of the new findings that we have shown is that ungulate hunting also is hazardous to bears. We know, for example, that an important food of grizzly bears is ungulate meat. And so in one way, when a hunter kills an elk and cleans that elk, bears use that as a food source. So that brings bears into close proximity with hunters, and on occasion they do get into trouble. They are killed in defense of life. Rural development in the form of ex-urban or outside of urban areas also increases the hazards for bears. And so when we have large ranches, for example, that have been maintained as open space for agriculture, but the human activity on that land is very low, when those lands are developed into ranchettes divided into 40-acre parcels that each get a house, it also becomes much more hazardous for grizzly bears to survive in areas like that. There's a saying that biologists have is a fed bear is a dead bear, and so these kinds of developments just increase the probability. As far as natural hazards are concerned, is cubs and yearlings, which are dependent upon their mother for care, face a different suite of mortality agents. And what we typically see is if you're a young bear and you're going to die, you're more than likely going to die from natural causes. There's starvation or predation. And in the instance of starvation, in some years when we have poor food production, these little cubs don't get enough nourishment and they starve to death. The other thing that we see is more predation. And in the world of bears, cubs and yearlings are vulnerable to being preyed upon by large adult males.
You mentioned that you used years of bear tracking information from collared bears to come to your conclusions. Can you tell me more about how this information was acquired?
The grizzly bear study team is responsible for monitoring the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And one of the ways that we do our monitoring is we capture and radio collar a sample of bears. So we trap every year and we try to catch a sample of random bears from the population. We then put radio collars on those individuals and we track them through time. That's what allows us to get a very clear understanding of how bears use the environment, what factors influence rates of reproduction and survival. And so we can look at a female in the fall and determine whether she's weaned her offspring, and then determine the following year if she's produced a new litter of cubs, how large that litter might be. That's basically how we track the demographics of the Yellowstone bear.
Can such bear mortality data from the past contribute to insight on future grizzly populations? Can it be used for predictions?
We can't really predict, but we can project what the future might look like based on information from the past. And as long as systems don't change dramatically, those projections provide some insight and guidance to managers on what they might need to do or consider for maintaining a healthy bear population in the future.
How do grizzly population dynamics in the somewhat remote greater Yellowstone ecosystem affect people and places on a national level?
The Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the last remaining intact temperate systems in the continental U.S., and as such, it has a large amount of wild lands where we still have healthy populations of large carnivores, including grizzly bears, black bears, gray wolves, cougars. And one of the things that we know about bears is bears are very popular animals. There's millions of people that come to this system every year, and one of the reasons they come is with the hope of getting to see bears and wolves in a natural state. And so maintaining these large systems like that in an intact fashion, I think, is important to people in our country.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today, Chuck.
Thank you.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning in.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My parents met working at a camera store, so we always had a lot of camera gear around the house. But when I was 13, my parents gave me my very first DSLR with a big chunky frame and a zoom lens. I had a tiny point-and-shoot camera before that, but I was convinced something that could fit in my pocket would not be enough camera for our family vacation to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. The Rockies were unlike anything I'd ever seen growing up in the Midwest. And armed with my new camera, I took pictures of everything. The view from every scenic pullout, every wildflower, photogenic cloud, or notably large pine cone. But one picture from that trip that stands out in my memory is a photo I took of a moose. The first moose I'd ever seen, neck deep in a lake, holding its massive antlers above the water as it swam from one side to the other. It was gone within a few minutes, and my photo, looking back on it, wasn't all that impressive. But I think about that moose often as one of the first experiences I had with a wild animal, at least one bigger than a squirrel. It kickstarted a fascination I still have with the natural world and an appreciation of the power that photography has to capture moments like this. Wild animals in the wild. It's no wonder that cameras are one of the most common accessories you see around Glacier today. They are the lens, pun intended, through which many of us see and remember national parks. But cameras are also increasingly being used by scientists to study the same animals us visitors feel lucky to see, especially remote cameras, which trigger when they sense movement. These camera traps, as they're called, can reveal glimpses into a side of Glacier that we can never see. How wildlife behave when there are no people around.
We are in the car.
Where are we going?
We're driving up the road out of East Glacier that heads towards Two Medicine, looking for a camera.
And what's the camera looking for?
The camera is looking for moose. Largest member of the deer family, very charismatic, big noses.
I feel like charismatic is debatable.
I love moose.
I think a lot of people love moose, and a lot of people think moose are one of the uglier creatures.
What? How could you think moose are ugly?
I'm not saying I think that, but I've heard people say that.
Gangly?
Yeah?
Yes.
Weird
ugly?
Little dewlap thing, dangling.
It's charming.
Some say charming.
You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Michael. In this episode, we're zooming in on two different animals, one big and one small, one you may have seen and one you may have never heard of. They'll help us understand the increasing use of cameras in the field of wildlife biology and reveal that even if you leave no trace, you have a bigger impact on the natural world than you might think.
We're turning just before the Two Med entrance, going off the pavement.
Perry and I went out for a day to check on a wildlife camera with Landon McGee.
So my name's Landon McGee. I'm a master's student at the University of Montana in their wildlife biology program. I'm an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe.
We were joined by one of Landon's technicians, Ethan Rowe. The two of them are working for Blackfeet Nation Fish and Wildlife, leading a moose study on the Blackfeet Reservation and the eastern portion of Glacier National Park.
You know, they love kind of wet areas. People call them swamp donkeys just because they kind of similar body structure, and they like to hang out in the swamps and wade through the ponds and eat kind of some aquatic vegetation. You can find them along stream bottoms, creek bottoms, river bottoms.
And Landon, who has been placing cameras all over the place this year, was nice enough to take me and Perry to the easiest to reach camera in his whole study.
Start walking.
Yeah, so we're just going to head about 50 yards into this big aspen stand here. So.
Great.
Sweet.
We'll follow your lead.
I mean, this looks like moose habitat.
Yeah.
Now, I find moose to be really interesting, and not even slightly ugly. As the second largest mammals in North America, they're really strong. Bull moose's iconic antlers can grow up to 5 feet across, and they use those antlers to fight over female moose. Which is a great excuse to remind folks to stay 25 yards away from moose and other non-predator wildlife in the park.
Like any other animal, give them their distance, just let them do what they need to. It's, the added stress of people trying to get up close just puts more stress on them that they don't really need.
But at the same time, moose are seen as gentle giants. We see them as being so friendly that they usually have Canadian accents in movies. Like the Disney movie, Brother Bear.
Look, I am sorry.
If I was driving, this never would have happened,
Oh,
eh?
just stop
You never
it.
let me drive, you never let me do nothing.
Oh, trample off, eh? I said I was sorry. Let it go.
I can't believe you totaled a mammoth.
And maybe this blend of strength and friendliness can help explain why moose are so popular. We ran a People's Choice Awards contest on Glacier's Instagram a few years ago, and moose were voted the most popular animal in the park, beating mountain goats and grizzly bears. But despite all their charisma and their massive size, we don't actually know much of anything about how they're doing as a species around Glacier.
You know, we really didn't know what their status of the moose population was on the reservation, and then the park hasn't done like any kind of moose study, I think somewhere close to 60 years. So they really didn't know anything about their moose population currently either, and so Blackfeet had listed it kind of as a species of interest. And yeah, I guess, snowballed into this project.
I checked. There haven't been any moose studies in the park in 60 years. But Landon's changing that. His study is measuring the moose population on the Blackfeet Reservation and much of the east side of Glacier. And to do that, he placed cameras like the one we're at today throughout his study area. And all of the cameras were placed at random.
Sitting down and trying to pick, 100 camera locations of where, would be good spots, it would be very time consuming and hard to do. And of course, it introduces a lot of bias. And so having this truly random sampling allows you to get into places you thought you'd never go your whole life. I know there's been a few that I've been to, both summers so far. And so
we're visiting this easy-to-reach camera to make sure it's still working. Landon's technician, Ethan, walked us through the checkup.
So when we're arming the camera, we like to put it waist high. So it would just sit like somewhere right here. Better view down there.
On a moose.
Yeah. So right now we're doing a revisit. So we're just checking up on the camera. Just if the camera was still functional, if we changed the memory card at all, and if we did, the idea of it.
The downside of randomly distributing your cameras, though, is that while some are 50 yards off the road and easy to hike to while holding a microphone, others require miles of bushwhacking through areas with no trails. Honestly, it sounds a little heinous, but that hasn't deterred Ethan.
Hikes are a big plus of it,
Are you sure?
So I really enjoy the hike sometimes, even though I like to complain along the way. I think when I'm done with it, I really tell Landon, really appreciate it out here.
With these randomly placed cameras set far enough apart to avoid double counting the same moose during a certain time frame, Landon can run all the data through a computer model to estimate how many moose live here. And the data isn't just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's pictures, which for Landon has been fun to look through, but a lot of work. With, dozens of cameras out at a time, like how many pictures do you capture over the course of a summer?
Last year we did 100 cameras, and I think with all those we had just a little over 2 million photos.
2 million?
Yeah. Thinking about that, these cameras are set to both motion detection, so anything that walks by, grass blowing, anything will set it off. But it also takes a picture every 15 minutes, part of a time-lapse function on the camera. So it has both those modes going the entire summer. So
2 million. How do you go through that?
A lot of time bent over at a computer.
Blowing grass, waving branch, blowing grass. Moose? He had some research assistants to help sort through these images, and some companies are even marketing AI tools that promise to speed up the process. But despite manually sifting through 2 million photos, Landon was excited about the results.
I guess looking through the cameras last year, there was a lot more sightings than I had anticipated. We were a little worried that we weren't going to get a whole lot of moose detections just because of how, just having these cameras in the middle of nowhere, and what are the chances of a moose, walking by my camera in such a large area.
Landon emphasized that one of the things he loves about these photos is you get to see how moose behave when there's no one around to watch.
One of the cooler photos or videos we had on the video cameras we had out last year was a moose calf nursing, and you could hear like the sucking noise of the calf just going to town.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. This is probably the best video I have.
This is the audio from that clip. To paint the picture, the calf is mostly hidden by thimbleberry bushes as it reaches up to its mom. An adult female moose can easily be 6 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds, while a newborn calf weighs as much as a small dog, like a corgi.
And just getting, that first-hand view into, what their life looks like when nobody's out here. There's probably been some areas where they've never seen a human or big gray block strapped to a tree, and so seeing what they do and how they interact with that's been pretty cool.
I guess just as a baseline, like why use cameras as a tool in the first place instead of like going out in the field and sitting around all day?
Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do can be accomplished with more invasive techniques like collaring, capturing, chemical mobilization, helicopter. All that's just really invasive, kind of stresses the animal out a lot and also costs a lot of money.
As with so many things, the biggest factor is cost. There are a lot of species deserving of study and relatively little money to go around. So you have to have a good reason to get a wildlife study funded. For Landon's, it's the fact that moose hunting funds a lot of conservation work on the Blackfeet Reservation. Blackfeet Nation Fish and Game, along with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, issue a small amount of moose tags every year. Permits to hunt a moose on tribal, state, or federal land, but to be clear, not in Glacier National Park.
They do an auction system, and so they bid on the tag, and I think the starting bid for moose is like $14,000, and we usually get it up to like $35,000 for a moose tag.
Yeah.
So, that's a huge source of revenue for the department.
By better understanding the number of moose on the Blackfeet Reservation, Fish and Game can issue an appropriate number of tags without fear of harming moose populations as a whole. And on top of that, we'll also get insight into the moose in Glacier, which speaks to one of the appealing traits of camera traps. They're pretty cheap. High-quality cameras are getting less expensive every year, and the only expense beyond that is the time it takes to install and remove them. Landon, Ethan, and their small team can realistically study a huge area.
Moose don't know political boundaries, so, you're going to have moose that are going back and forth, and whether you're going to get them on the reservation during your time sampling is going to be difficult to predict, and so having cameras in the park kind of allows you to understand that transboundary movement.
Yeah. Landon's work stands to help Glacier and the Blackfeet Nation manage moose. But his study is still underway, so there's no population estimate for him to report just yet.
People always tell me that, how many moose are out there?
Let me get back to you in a couple of years.
Give me 2 years, I'll let you know.
We'll have to stay tuned to see what Landon learns down the road. But you don't have to wait to see the results of a camera study. You just have to look to another animal.
So they have these very specialized adaptations for living in the deep powdery snow environment. I don't know, they're cats. Cats are kind of weird.
This is Alyssa Anderson. Starting in 2019 as a grad student at the University of Montana, Alyssa led a camera trap study of a mammal in Glacier that is far more elusive than moose, the Canada lynx. Have you ever seen a lynx in person?
I have only seen a lynx associated with a live trap for research, so I consider that to be cheating. I did work for one winter trapping for research. You walk up to the trap, and they just, I had one lynx that literally, I think it was singing death metal to me.
It's rare to see any wild cat in Glacier. This summer, after 10 years of working and living here, I finally saw my first mountain lion. And they're 4 times bigger than lynx are.
It's funny, and then you get all these tourists who go to Glacier for one day and send you these videos, and they're like, hey, is this a lynx? And I'm like, oh my God, I've hiked that trail 10 million times. You have no idea how lucky you are.
But while I'd guess few park visitors have even heard of Canada lynx, they're a really fascinating animal, and they're perfectly suited to live in Glacier.
They are a specialized cat species that has evolved to live in what we call the boreal forest. So, mostly across Canada, Alaska, and then the boreal forest does reach down a little bit into the lower 48. Part of their specialization is that they specialize in eating snowshoe hare. It's the vast majority of their diet.
Lynx and their favorite food, the snowshoe hare, both have huge feet relative to their body weight, which allows them to run on top of deep snow. I found a great example of this in a 1976 documentary called Day of the Lynx. In the clip, filmed in the winter, you see a coyote sneaking up on a snowshoe hare.
A coyote has been diligently following the trail of a snowshoe hare. It flushes, running in the direction of the big lynx.
Then you see the lynx. Tall tufts of black hair on their pointed ears, comically large feet, poised and waiting.
It can run atop the snow, unlike the coyote, who breaks through the crust and travels slower. The coyote stays doggedly on the trail, but he's too late. The lynx has made the kill.
Glacier has seen less and less snow over the years since the park was established. The park gets 30 fewer days each year of freezing temperatures compared to 1980. The equivalent of a month that used to be freezing cold that now isn't. So for lynx, this cold-adapted animal, climate change is a huge concern, big enough that they were listed under the Endangered Species Act. Their threatened status encourages groups like our very own Glacier National Park Conservancy to fund lynx research, like Alyssa's.
The main facet is what we call an occupancy survey. So where are we detecting them? What kind of areas are occupied by lynx?
Landon is studying moose by counting them, since he's doing a population estimate. In contrast, Alyssa's study wasn't designed to count lynx, but to figure out where they live and where they don't. And she focused her cameras on park trails.
Like a lot of carnivores have been found to use human trails.
Mm-hmm.
You have a higher probability of detecting by putting cameras on trails.
They can get anywhere much faster on trail.
Yeah, and so having cameras on trail means that you can put cameras out without using any kind of bait or lure, and still have, decent probability of detecting carnivore species or these more rare elusive species.
Landon's randomly placed cameras make sense for his population estimate and works well in part because moose are 6 feet tall. Lynx, on the other hand, are just 2 feet tall and would disappear in a lot of Glacier's brush. Focusing on trails is a great way to spot lynx. It works great for Alyssa's occupancy study and helps her avoid most of the bushwhacking that Landon has to do. But she still used a lot of cameras.
So we used 305 cameras for the lynx occupancy study, 4 cameras per cell across the whole park, basically.
And searching through these images, it wasn't just lynx she got pictures of.
I think my favorite was porcupine. I think we got, 13 porcupine.
Wow.
Which is the same number that we got bobcat. We got hardly any bobcat, more porcupine than I expected.
Porcupines are another poorly understood animal in Glacier. Ever since the 80s, they've been an increasingly rare sight, and nobody's really sure why. Data from Alyssa's lynx-focused work could contribute to separate research on porcupines or other species in the park.
So we also have this big trove of data on every other species of wildlife that happens to use trails in Glacier, which is a really cool and powerful part of cameras, I think.
But of course, she also saw a lot of lynx. In total, they captured 404 images of lynx, and the cats showed up on 25% of the cameras she put out throughout the park. Many images were simply lynx walking by, but others were more unique.
We did get one set of photos of a lynx walking by with 3 little kittens running around in front of her with their little tails sticking up and just looking cute. So that was cool. We got one photo of what looks like to be a juvenile snowshoe hare of the year running in front of the camera being chased by a lynx, which was super crazy. Really lucky.
Oh, and I'm sure they run out of frames. You never know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know who, but they were very close, within 2 feet of each other. So I have a feeling that young one didn't make it. But.
And this study in Glacier adds to a larger body of research in northwest Montana. The audio of a lynx vocalizing that we shared earlier came from a monitoring project looking for rare carnivores in the Swan Valley south of Glacier. It was shared with us by the Southwest Crown Collaborative and Swan Valley Connections.
Knowing where lynx live now allows us to notice when and how they're impacted by climate change and other stressors. And that'll help the park manage for their success. And these photos have also been exciting for park visitors and employees because they're a window into the hidden lives of our wildlife.
We got a handful of wolverine, I think maybe 12 or something, and that's always fun. You never see so many of these animals, or very rarely, and it's just a really cool way to just, see what all is around you and using the same trails that you're using. It's sort of funny. There were a couple times when you'd just going through the photos, blah, 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 and organizing and be like a grizzly bear. Or even once, I think, a lynx, within minutes of a human.
Really?
Like on the exact same spot. You're like, wow, I wonder how that worked out. Yeah.
The Day of the Lynx, during what we call the Day of the Lynx.
But Alyssa's research also revealed another, more surprising conclusion.
Yeah, so basically more or less half of the park, the east side of the park, stayed closed to the public in 2020.
Because of the timing of Alyssa's study, 2019 through 2021, her work overlapped with the arrival of COVID-19. And because of the pandemic in the summer of 2020, half of Alyssa's study area was closed to the public. As a precaution to limit the spread of COVID, the Blackfeet Reservation shut down, and the park, who shares a boundary with the reservation, closed its eastern entrances to support that precaution. Areas west of the Continental Divide remained open, but eastern entrances like St. Mary, Many Glacier, and Two Medicine were closed. This posed a roadblock for Alyssa's research, but there was an agreement that allowed for limited administrative use, so long as nobody stopped on the reservation, even for gas. And Alyssa's research made the cut.
So we were very fortunate and grateful to be able to continue our work on the east side during the summer of 2020, and it did provide a really unique opportunity, sort of more of an experimental design.
It was a perfect setup for an experiment she never could have arranged otherwise. 1 year of data with wildlife and people, and 1 year with wildlife and no people.
We had cameras out in the same exact location during the same time period, different years, but June 15th till August 15th or whatever in 2020, and also in a year when the park was open to the public and there were thousands of people and hundreds of people every single day walking in front of those locations. So we were able to compare wildlife activity and presence and detection in those two different scenarios.
Right away, comparing the open and closed years revealed a pattern.
For the most part, most of the findings were that when there's fewer people around, the animals were being detected more frequently or at more different places. I think some of the ones that were strongest were elk and coyote.
Coyotes were seen way more often when there weren't people around.
Coyote kind of surprised me, honestly, because, they're kind of a generalist species and they can, get used to stuff. And
I mean, you see pictures in some communities where they're riding the subway.
Yeah, right.
So you'd think they'd be more kind of comfortable.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me that they had such a strong negative reaction to increased human use.
That same trend was observed in a lot of animals, including lynx, moose, bighorn sheep, and black bears. Although it wasn't true of every species. Foxes were the opposite. The probability of detecting a red fox was higher in the summer with people on trail.
So, one theory could be we found more foxes because we were finding fewer coyotes, and coyotes are dominant over foxes. And so that's, an explanation. I think that's super interesting.
This is something I feel like I and a lot of folks have an anecdotal understanding of. It feels like deer like to be around people, whereas you're encouraged to make noise on trail so you won't run into a bear, as bears generally don't want to be around us. But when that personal experience becomes a statistically significant research conclusion, it made me reconsider the impact I have on this place. It's tempting for me to imagine if you're following all the principles of leave no trace, hiking up to Avalanche Lake, you're not disturbing anything. The park is kind of behaving as it would be if you weren't there. And your paper seems to imply that that's not true.
Even if you don't hit an animal with your car, or you're not hunting an animal, or you're not throwing rocks at an animal, or your dog's not chasing an animal, simply by existing on the landscape and walking on trails, we do have an influence on wildlife activity patterns and space use simply just by being there.
This hits at the core of the Park Service's mission, to preserve and protect the natural world here while also providing for the enjoyment of visitors. Two goals that seem to be in tension with one another, a dual mandate at odds with itself.
So it's a really interesting conundrum. I think you were saying sort of the dual mandate of the park, right? I'm certainly not going to advocate for closing the park forever to people. I think that's insane.
Right.
I think it is kind of interesting to imply that that's necessarily bad. I don't want to say that that's necessarily bad, like humans have existed on this landscape with all of these animals, forever. It's interesting, and it's something that I think, now we certainly need to think about and consider a little bit more carefully because we have millions of people, hiking down some of these trails, over the course of just a 3-month period.
I've talked for years with visitors and colleagues about this tension in the NPS mission, but I'd always pictured it applying to large-scale management decisions, like wanting to build a new parking lot. It felt like something I could avoid on a personal level by doing the right thing, which, in hindsight, feels a little naive. I like working here because I felt like my work can have a positive impact. But Alyssa's study left me wondering if the best thing I could do for lynx and moose is leave. But at the same time, the reason I care about wildlife is because of experiences I've had in nature. Experiences in national parks, like that mediocre photo I took of the first moose I'd ever seen. And it's unlikely so many people from around the world would care about this remote corner of northwest Montana if they'd never been here, if they'd never had the chance to connect with it on a personal level, to go hiking in the mountains, to see wildlife in the wild, forming memories that'll last a lifetime. Finally, the only way for Glacier to responsibly manage animals like moose and lynx is to understand them, which takes research. Sending passionate, curious people out into the park to learn more.
Yeah, that was my first camera I did by myself, I guess it's just the bird leaving the nest.
People like Ethan, the wildlife tech working with Landon on the moose study. After 2 summers with Landon, Ethan is pursuing a degree in wildlife biology this fall at the University of Montana.
I always wanted to be out here and doing this type of work, and I think that's a big motivation for me is that, not a lot of people are out here, and that, as me and him just trying to make a new step into history.
Moose pioneers.
I guess it's the idea of, do we only care about species for the viewing enjoyment of the public, or do we care about them for their intrinsic value on the landscape and also for their important ecological roles? And if you care about that, then you care about every species.
Alyssa's research suggests that even treading lightly, we will have an impact on the natural world here. It's unavoidable. But if we can accept that, it encourages us to think about the kind of impact we would like to have.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Landon McGee, Ethan Rowe, Alyssa Anderson, Mark Beal, John Waller, and Swan Valley Connections and the Southwest Crown Collaborative for sharing their amazing lynx growls. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, I came across the story of a bear nicknamed Growly. Growly was a grizzly bear who lived in Glacier National Park in the 1970s. And when he was young, he lived a normal bear life. His mom taught him how to pick huckleberries and dig up glacier lily bulbs. He swam across his first creek, caught his first animal, and after a couple years, struck out on his own, ready to take on the world. We also know that by age 7, Growly got into some trouble.
You see, when you're a bear trying to pack on the pounds before winter, you've got to eat a lot. And if you want to eat, say, 150 calories, you could find and pick 150 huckleberries, or you could eat one Twinkie. Bear management records from 50 years ago are light on the details, so we don't know exactly what Growly did, but we do know he was labeled a, quote, problem bear, a term often used to describe bears who associate people with food. More often than not, problem bears aren't malicious or uniquely ill-tempered. They're smart. They know that they need a lot of calories to survive the winter, and happen to live around humans who leave a lot of food lying around. One account stated that Growly wandered through a busy campground searching for food. Another claimed that he followed his nose to an empty cabin, quote, vandalizing it to get food inside. He hadn't hurt anyone, but this habit suggested it was only a matter of time, and park managers decided to remove him. The next time Growly followed his nose, he followed it into a trap. For some bears, this is where the story ends. But for Growly, this was just the beginning. Growly would soon leave Glacier and would go on to change how all of us recreate in bear country and play a part in the creation of bear spray.
So this is what helped save our lives.
I'm gonna spray you.
Yeah, she took 2 steps into the cloud and made a 90-degree turn and ran out of there.
You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park connects to everything else. And in this episode, we're talking about bear spray. I'm Michael.
I'm Daniel.
For people who might not be familiar, Daniel, what is bear spray?
Bear spray it's basically a self-defense spray, like a pepper spray, a really strong pepper spray that you spray at a bear if you're being charged or attacked.
Right, and it's become a central part of the visitor experience here in Glacier because we have one of the highest densities of grizzly bears anywhere in the lower 48 states.
Yeah, so most people who come to the park, they're picking up bear spray at the airport on their way here or at basically any store around in the whole area.
Gift shop, grocery store, all over.
It's an essential item around here.
And if you see a park ranger out and about, they will have a can with them. And if you go on a hike with one, they'll likely sing its praises, sometimes literally. I went on a hike with a ranger this year who wrote a whole song to let wildlife know we were in the area.
Grizzlies, grizzlies in the way. Get off the trail, cause if you charge the pepper, you'll get sprayed.
Thanks, Ranger Frank.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was very good.
I love it.
But while bear spray is ubiquitous now, it hasn't been around forever. So in this episode, we're diving into the origins of bear spray and meeting some of the people behind the hottest life-saving accessory in bear country. I think it's this red-roofed building.
My first question for you then, Michael, is what actually is bear spray? What is it made of, and how do they make it?
Right, how do they make this stuff? And that was my first question too, and it turns out we don't have to go far to find the answer because a lot of bear spray is made locally, right outside of Glacier.
Where are we at?
We are at the Counter Assault Bear Spray Factory in Kalispell in the Flathead Valley. Hello, I'm Michael. I'm looking for Randy.
It's me.
Nice to meet you, Randy. Thanks for having us.
Come on in.
Luckily for us, Randy Hunt, head of operations with the brand Counter Assault, invited us for a tour. And you manufacture everything right
Yes.
here in-house?
Yeah, everything. So we bring our pepper oil in from, it's brought from the other side of the United States, actually grown in India, and is brought here, and we mix the pepper oil here into different solvents so that it's
If you're wondering how to use bear spray, you should check out our St. Mary episode from our first season. There will be a link in the show notes for this episode. But with Randy, I got to learn what goes in the can. And the central ingredient, unsurprisingly, is pepper oil. And you said the pepper oil, you get it from the East Coast or other side of the country, and it's grown in India. That's one thing I didn't really grasp, was like, you're getting it from actual, was it like cayenne peppers? Or
They're a heat chili. So if you think of your jalapenos, they've got heat content in them, Scoville heat units. They're about 3,000 to 4,000 Scoville heat units in a jalapeno. Your habaneros run 150 to 350,000. We're running 3.2 million.
They get the oil from peppers or chilies in the genus capsicum, which includes everything from pepperoncinis to cayenne peppers.
So it's like, they're like real peppers that go in food.
And because it's all from real peppers, it's a food-grade oil, which on its own would be safe for consumption, technically.
And our pepper oil. So you can use it. It's safe to eat. You could actually fry chicken wings in it or French fries. You probably won't want to eat them because it will clear everything out of you. But yeah.
And this oil is in more than just pepper sprays. It's found in everything from hot sauces to pharmaceuticals, like arthritis cream.
Okay, but that's not all that's in the can. There's something else besides peppers mushed up in there.
Yeah, the pepper oil is actually only 2% of the ingredients, because if it was just pepper oil, it would harden in the can and be useless.
When you spray it, if you cook bacon, it will solidify when it cools down and turns white. Well, we got to keep the oil in a liquid form, so we put a solvent in there instead of shooting hard pieces of like bacon grease out of the bear. It keeps it in a liquid form in the air.
So even though pepper oil is only 2% of the ingredients, bear spray is 3 times more potent than pepper spray for humans. And so the ingredients are the pepper oil, a solvent to keep that oil liquid, and a propellant to launch the spray. That's the pepper oil.
Yep.
Oleoresin capsicum, 3.2 MOS, 40 pounds. What would you say it looked like, Daniel?
It looked just like hot sauce.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like hot sauce.
Like a dark, thick hot sauce. It was, and it smelled hot too. And so how much of this goes into each bottle of can, like the pepper oil?
These 2 containers, 10 gallons, will make about 1,000.
They were actively filling these cans when we were there. Randy was saying, like, these 2 10-gallon buckets of the pepper oil concoction will make over 1,500 cans of bear spray. So a little bit goes a long way.
Goes a long ways, but it's still not as far as we would like it to go, because that's some spendy food grade oil.
I bet.
So,
while there are many brands of bear spray today, Counter Assault holds the distinction of being the first. Opening back in 1986, they helped pioneer this formula of pepper, propellant, and solvent that reputable brands widely use today.
you know, across the board, all the bear sprays are using a really hot pepper oil. All of them are going to work, and the biggest thing is people are safe and the bears are safe. And that's what it's been refined down to, is using a product that's not going to hurt people, it's not going to hurt bears. Keeps everybody safe.
Bear spray's non-lethality, the fact that bears that get sprayed with this will turn around but ultimately be unharmed, is not only a huge selling point, but it helps explain why bear spray exists at all. Ever since Glacier was established in 1910, grizzly bears were on the decline. When the U.S. was founded, there were an estimated 50,000 grizzlies in the lower 48 states, living everywhere from Canada to Mexico, between Iowa and California. But by the mid-1900s, Euro-Americans had all but exterminated them. There were less than 1,000 grizzly bears left in the lower 48, largely isolated within large public lands in the West, like Glacier and Yellowstone, something that's still true today. But while national parks are often seen as safe havens for wildlife, the relationship between Glacier and grizzly bears was fraught in the mid-1900s. Grizzlies, or bears in general, were a huge attraction for park tourism, but not in the way they are now.
Right. This was an era where a very typical part of the visitor experience was to feed the bears, like out of their car, throwing out pieces of bread alongside the road, feeding bears.
Yeah, like this animals as a spectacle approach. The second director of the Park Service, Horace Albright, was actually a huge fan of feeding wildlife in parks. He encouraged the creation of bear feeding platforms in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone even opened a zoo at one point for people to come look at captive animals.
Wow.
So it really was a different relationship than the one we have with wildlife today. And predictably, it had some consequences. Like encouraging bears to seek out humans when they're hungry seems like a disaster waiting to happen. And it eventually led to tragedy. In 1967, 2 visitors camping in separate areas of the park were killed by grizzly bears who'd come to their campsites in search of food. These shocking deaths later came to be known as Night of the Grizzlies, and were the first grizzly fatalities in Glacier's 50-year history. In response, Glacier completely overhauled all of its bear policies. They closed some campgrounds, outlawed giving food to wildlife, and installed bear-proof trash cans. They also found and killed the bears responsible, and faced a lot of pressure from the public and even some policymakers to kill more. The park superintendent at one point issued a memo. Here, Daniel, can you read it?
Okay. When a grizzly bear appears in any area of visitor use, it will be immediately destroyed by a park ranger. Wow, that is a pretty aggressive stance for a park to take against bears.
Yeah, it was pretty intense.
The park is taking a very aggressive stance to kill bears in order to keep people safe.
Mm-hmm.
But as a species, at this time, they're actually becoming very threatened in the 1960s and 70s.
Right. As Glacier's dealing with these events, grizzlies are identified as an endangered species by the federal government, which demands a broad recovery effort. Scientists started studying how many bears were left, what their habitat needs were, insight that would help them recover and hopefully help our 2 species coexist.
So they need to know more. Park managers are looking for more data about bears in general. But if we zoom in on the story we're looking at here, that is the history of bear spray, you can see this emerging need for a tool that allows people and bears to de-escalate conflicts in a non-lethal way at an individual scale.
Yeah. Which brings us back to Growly, the bear who apparently didn't like grapefruit.
I've told the story that the main thing Growly hated was grapefruit, but he liked oranges fine. He figured out how to slice an orange open. He had really long claws.
After being captured in Glacier National Park in 1976, Growly was sent to Churchill, Manitoba, a town in northern Canada known for its polar bears.
I was a research assistant.
That voice is Janet Ellis.
And I spent 4 months on the bear study with the bears in 1978.
Janet is currently a Montana state senator, but she spent a few months helping zoology grad student Gary Miller conduct a study on bear behavior.
The University of Montana had a bear lab up there, way far from town.
There were 4 bears in this study. 2 grizzlies, Growly and Snarly, and 2 polar bears, nicknamed Magdalene and Gwen. Janet helped take care of them. So what does it look like to take care of a grizzly bear in a lab?
So it was cleaning the area. It was feeding them every day and making sure they had water. The Hudson Bay store was the local grocery store in Churchill. And so we would get meat scraps and vegetable, whatever food that they were willing to give away. And that's what the bears lived on.
Each bear was monitored dawn to dusk. Body temperature, heart rate, posture. Reading through the paper, I really liked these little drawings that showed bear body language. And it turns out Janet drew those.
I did illustrate Gary Miller's master's thesis.
Oh, you drew the bear outlines of their different postures?
Yeah, I did all that stuff.
Oh, those are so cute. Finally, one by one, they'd bring the bears into a 13-foot by 20-foot cell with a drinking well for water and a barred metal door. From outside the cell, an assistant would provoke the bear into charging, approaching the door and stomping if necessary.
Wow. So that's all it took to get them to charge at the gate of the cage.
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, I mean, Janet said that every bear was different. The polar bears were pretty docile, and one of the grizzly bears, Snarly, was actually really easily provoked. She said that he'd charge whenever somebody just approached the door.
So they approached the cage door and the bear could see them and would just charge at the door.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And when a bear charged, they would deploy a deterrent to hopefully stop them in their tracks.
They tried different sounds, like a handheld boat horn, a referee whistle. They played a recording of a bear growling. It was actually a recording of Growly, the bear, growling, which might be how he got his name. And they tested a popular item marketed to alert bears to your presence. Bear bells. Here's an excerpt from their research, read for us by a voice actor.
Twice, when small bells were tested on Growly, he slept through the test. The bells were of the type that are sold to hikers in Glacier and Yellowstone national parks to warn bears of their approach. In these tests, the assistant stood at the door of the cell and rang the bells. Growly was not more than 6 meters away and never woke up. The idea that small bells will warn grizzlies before approaching clearly needs reevaluation.
I've definitely heard a lot of bear bells on the trail here in Glacier, but the problem is I don't hear them until the person's like right next to me on the trail. So yeah, they're just not loud enough to really alert a bear.
Yeah, I've heard that, the thing you're bothering the most by wearing bear bells is yourself. And it wasn't just sounds. They tried strobe lights, they waved a giant piece of plywood, and they sprayed bears with chemicals or irritants like onion juice and Windex.
Oh, wow.
And they also deployed a product called Halt, which was a pepper spray developed for postal workers who were getting bitten by a lot of dogs in the 50s.
Wow, they were throwing everything at these bears. But before this, there really weren't that many choices.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little strange now that they'd be trying things like Windex, but there weren't non-lethal deterrents available at the time, so they were just seeing whatever would work.
So after they try all this, what were the results?
Well, sounds like the handheld boat horn worked pretty well, but only if they were extremely loud. And the boat horn also apparently didn't work in low temperatures. The bells and whistles didn't do much. The giant piece of plywood could stop a bear, but the effect didn't last very long. However, Halt, the postal worker pepper spray, worked really well.
Each time it was tested, the bear charged until it was sprayed. The bear then turned and ran to the farthest corner of the cell, where it rubbed its eyes and blinked vigorously. In one case, Snarly went to the water well and washed his face with his paws.
That's the only thing that would stop a charging bear. And that was true with grizzly bears and polar bears. I mean, they couldn't see, even if it was for a couple minutes, and they would just stop and it would freak them out. And so, yes, it was the only thing, because we had, like I mentioned, boat horns and the bells and all kinds of things. So it was a precursor.
Thanks to Growly, Snarly, Magdalene, and Gwen, who endured around 20 tests each, the paper that came out of this study concluded with this line.
The results of Halt dog repellent in the laboratory indicate that effective repellents can be developed.
So the study up in Churchill, it showed that this dog pepper spray works pretty well. I mean, was that it? Did they just then package it up and sell it as bear spray?
There were a few steps in between. So the University of Montana was funding the study Janet was a part of. And with this conclusion that a deterrent could be developed, they started funding a follow-up study.
I'm guessing that at University of Montana they were using different bears?
Yeah, this second study had a new set of bears, including one problem bear from Glacier that was labeled in the study as a roadside panhandler.
Oh, wow.
And these new bears were sent down to Fort Missoula.
Who led this follow-up study?
So the student that was working on this study was named Carrie Hunt. And it's funny, newspaper articles that you read about Carrie go out of their way to highlight that she is 5'1", 115 pounds. And just like the first study in Churchill, is provoking these 500-pound grizzlies into charging in order to test these deterrents.
So this had the same premise as the first study?
Yeah, very similar. A magazine actually interviewed Carrie about the experience.
Hunt stepped to the barred door of the bear's cell. By stomping her feet, she provoked almost all the bears into charging. More than once, concrete dust flew from the hinges as a huge bear rammed the cell door.
Even though the situation was controlled and there was no way I could get hurt, it was still frightening. The power and aggression of an angry, charging grizzly is overwhelming.
If the bear charged, it received an application of the repellent being tested.
A lot of the things they were testing were very similar to that first study. They did sounds, like in this case, rock music. They did halt, that same dog spray.
Everything from tear gas to rock music was tested, but only a commercial dog repellent spray had any significant effect. The spray's active ingredient was capsaicin, a derivative of red peppers.
Ironically, the study was actually funded by a competitor to what we now know as bear spray, called Skunker. Guess what Skunker is?
I'm guessing it smelled really bad.
Yeah, it was a synthetic skunk spray. And turned out Skunker didn't work, and it just kind of made the bears sad. But
I'm not surprised.
They didn't leave the area. But halt, once again, did work. The only problem was that's not how people have bear encounters in the wild.
Sure.
And this tiny can of pepper spray designed for a dog that's biting a postal worker, it doesn't shoot far enough. It's not strong enough. And so Carrie highlighted that, this is a really promising thing to follow up on, but it would need some refining. It needs some iterating to turn it into an effective bear deterrent for public use.
So now there's 2 studies that are both showing that some kind of pepper spray is probably going to work pretty well to stop a charging bear.
Yeah.
But to work in the real world, it needs some modifications.
Right. And this result started to trickle out into local Montanans that either were connected to the university in some way and found its way to a guy named Bill Pounds. After hearing Carrie's results, he reached out and offered to help refine it. And eventually that collaboration turned into Counter-Assault.
Over the years, it's been refined. It's got different propellants. It's got different concentrations of the pepper. The IGB.
One of the big things that they worked on was the delivery method, how the spray would leave the can.
Yeah, you mentioned the spray. That was one thing I realized I hadn't mentioned because some of the earlier brands were shooting 6 feet in a pencil-thin stream like Wasp Killer.
Right. So that stream, you're not going to hit a bear from 30 feet away in the eyes, especially when you're in a panic yourself. I don't care who you are. You're going to be in a panic when a bear is charging that shit. They wanted that shotgun pattern, as it's called, a fog pattern.
Okay, so this is part of the process we saw. They're taking a canister full of the ingredients and they're putting a spray nozzle on the top of it that shoots the bear spray out into a fog or a cone.
Yeah, exactly. And through testing and conversations with bear biologists, they refined that fog into a spray that would last 7 seconds and shoot 30 feet.
That fog is going to get in the sinuses. It's going to get in the eyes. They're going to inhale. It's going to get in all the mucous membranes, the lungs. That's what changes their senses, and they just stop. It's a shock to their system like it is ours. So you don't have that.
There were some obstacles along the way before bear spray was widely adopted. There were fraudsters making weak knockoffs and some serious misunderstandings, like thinking you used it like bug spray, or that it was a spice rub you could buy at the grocery store.
When I first heard about bear pepper spray, I rushed right down to Albertsons to see if that store stocked it. But alas, though I looked among the spices, the cooking oils, and even in the meat department, I found no bear pepper spray.
That was from a newspaper article back in 1999. So it took a lot of education and messaging to get people to understand and carry bear spray. But what really got people on board was its track record. It was working.
He and his family were in the sights of 3 bears recently, managed to get away.
This is a newscast from Larry King where he's interviewing a guy who had to use bear spray here in Glacier.
Sounds like Jack was lucky. What happened, Jack? What happened to you and the bears?
Well, Saturday night, Larry, just Saturday night, my wife and I went to Grinnell Glacier in Glacier National Park. We lived here 20-something years. It's a favorite place to hike.
So the story is about this group hiking the Grinnell Glacier Trail when a bear started following them. And after following them for a little while, started running at them.
I waited to get about 30 feet and unloaded one blast. He kept coming. My wife stayed about 10 feet right in my face. I just went bam, right in his face and ran away again.
Bear spray stopped it in its tracks.
So this is what helped save our lives. And you know what the tragedy, this is amazing.
A lot of stories like this come up when you Google bear spray, including this line.
Thanks to God, a friend, and pepper spray, I'm still here.
That quote comes from a bear attack survivor who would go on to found his own bear spray company called UDAP, which is based in Butte, Montana. Testimonials like these have slowly won people over, and even folks who doubted a pepper spray could work as well as a firearm.
You know, like I said, I was retired military. I'm a gun guy. It's fine. But these guys are like, well, I need my gun. Okay, well, you're still trying to hit something if it's a charge that you've got a kill zone that's, maybe grapefruit sized that you have to try to get a bullet through. Well, you may not be able to do that. And I don't care. I carry weapons, but I carry bear spray when I go in the woods.
And because of this effective track record, the Glacier suggests all visitors to the park carry bear spray. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks recommends all hunters carry it too.
So how many cans do you put out from here in a year or a month,
Now, in 2021, we did 375,000 cans of bear spray. And it's just education. That's what's helped. Back in the day, a few years ago, like I was talking with Pride here, he says, I remember when we did 30,000 cans in a year. I said, I'm doing that in a month. So that's how much it's picked up from those first days back in the 80s and where the word has gotten out.
Even still, bear spray is no substitute for common sense. Being safe in bear country involves storing food properly, making noise on trail, hiking in groups, not just grabbing a can of bear spray and calling it a day.
Yeah, I've actually heard some bear experts talk about the downside of bear spray is that people think they just strap it on their back and then they're safe, and that it actually discourages the kind of awareness and mindfulness of bear safety that you need to have in mind.
You don't want to get complacent.
No, you can't just put it in the bottom of your backpack and think it's going to help with a bear attack. I mean, you can't put on your seatbelt and then drive off a cliff.
Right. And it is also worth pointing out, like, I've carried bear spray on all the hikes I've done here in the last 10 years. I've never had to use it. Have you?
No. My whole life I've been in bear country and I've never used bear spray.
Right. I mean, I've taken it out a few times, but I've never had to spray it. The only times I've actually been around it going off was when people set it off on accident. The adoption of bear spray coincides with a shift in our relationship with bears. A shift from managing bears to managing people. That change, which we're all a part of, makes a huge difference for our wildlife. Compared to the 1960s, there are a lot more bears and humans in Glacier. Around 100 more grizzlies and literally millions more annual visitors. But that hasn't led to an equivalent rise in bear-human conflicts, or problem bears like Growly needing to be removed. Thanks to these tools that help us coexist, more bears get to live out their normal bear lives, even as more and more people like you and me come to visit.
I think I just have one question left for you, Michael.
Yeah?
Whatever happened to Growly?
Growly, you could say, was actually the first life that bear spray saved. Here's Janet Ellis again, talking about the end of that first study in Churchill.
They were shutting down the bear lab after we left. And so we had 2 grizzly bears. The polar bears were released back into the wild, but the grizzly bears were going to be destroyed.
It's not easy to release a food-conditioned bear back into the wild. So it's standard practice in cases like this for the bear to be euthanized. But after taking care of Growly for months, Janet had taken a liking to him.
We could play tug-of-war with him where his forearms were gigantic and so couldn't fit through the bars really very far, just a little bit. But he put his hand out of the cage and you could grab his claws and he'd pull and you'd give up because he was going to win. And then
she fed Growly, gave him water, got him exercise. Apparently, he really liked playing with these giant tires they had lying around.
Just pounced on him, and he could pick him up in his mouth and shake him like a rag. I mean, he was so strong.
So when it seemed like Growly was going to be euthanized, she started writing letters to friends and family.
Well, I wrote various relatives to see if they had any ideas, and it was my dad, it was an attorney in Columbus, Ohio, that talked there was a city councilman, I think, that was in his law firm, and then he knew somebody else who was head of Parks and Recreation, and they knew Jack Hanna. You know, it was that sort of thing.
Through her dad's network, Janet reached Jack Hanna, the director of the Columbus Zoo, and coincidentally, the guy you heard Larry King interviewing earlier, because years later, he used bear spray on the Grinnell Glacier Trail. Anyway, they asked Jack, you know, if we can raise enough money to feed Growly for a year, would you take him? And he said yes.
So they raised enough money, I know, for him to be fed for a year and then also to pay for the transport down.
The only problem was Janet had to take him there herself. Growly wouldn't fit on a plane, and there wasn't even a road out of Churchill.
So you have to get on a train. We had a big culvert trap. Have you seen? Well, you know it.
Yeah, the giant metal cylinders.
But this was for polar bears, so it was really big. And then we rented a 3/4 ton pickup and drove from there.
After a 30-hour train ride, Janet loaded Growly's culvert trap, this big metal cylinder, into the bed of a pickup truck and drove another 25 hours to the Columbus Zoo. Apparently, Growly was pretty cooperative.
He was in a culvert trap in the back. I could see him when I was driving. He was looking forward, and, you know, that's where the grate was, so he could watch. And he hadn't been outside in 2 years at least. So he was really interested in what was going on. But he didn't really rock the truck.
Like anyone on a road trip, Growly needed food and water along the way. Janet could slip him food through the grate, but she had to get help with water.
But when you stopped at a gas station, you did need to water him. When I had to water my bear, you know, in the pickup to explain why you needed a hose at a gas station. That's the thing that's most entertaining. But
ultimately, Growly was a great road trip companion, and the drive went off without a hitch. So after a few days of travel, Growly was introduced to his new home at the zoo.
They had trees and, you know, boulders, and he wanted a day bed. He just rearranged the whole thing, and they had to put wire around the trees so he wouldn't destroy them. Yeah, he had his own opinion on redecorating his new home.
I grew up in Columbus and spent a lot of time as a kid at the Columbus Zoo. So there's a real chance Growly was the first bear I ever met. And I might have run into Janet there too.
My son, he's 28 now, but he remembers Growly because we would go to every time we went to Columbus, we would go to the Columbus Zoo.
Grizzly bears are formidable neighbors, not to be taken lightly. And in the 20th century, their future was uncertain. Some Americans argued they should be destroyed entirely, that our two species could not coexist. But tools like bear spray have proven that wrong. Today, we have access to an easy and effective tool to diffuse bear encounters that doesn't harm the bear. And while no deterrent is a guarantee, Growly showed us that bear spray works. Seeing him at the zoo, I didn't know about the cabins he vandalized, or the summer he spent in Canada enduring boat horns, onion juice, and pepper spray. I doubt anyone there, other than Janet, knew the whole story. But I did know that it was special to see a grizzly bear. And thanks, in part, to Growly, you don't have to go to a zoo to do that.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Randy Hunt and everyone at Counter Assault, Janet Ellis, Carrie Hunt, and Chuck Bartlebaugh for discussing this project with us. as well as Growly, Snarly, and all the other bears who contributed to the creation of Bear Spray. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Okay, Andrew, it's summertime as we're recording this.
Oh.
But I want to rewind the clock to mid-May of this year. Think cool air, drizzling rain, spring.
Okay, I'm with you.
This May, I volunteered with the Harlequin Duck Project, and we were trying to capture ducks on Upper McDonald Creek. And as we talked about in the Goat Hunt episode, you catch them by stringing a net all the way across the creek and trying to catch them as they fly down. But with all the melting snow in the spring, that creek is flowing too fast to safely walk across. So a few people and one end of the net get carried across to the other side in a raft.
So did you get to go across the creek?
Well, no, I stayed behind to help spot the birds with binoculars, but at the end of the day, everyone on the other side had to come back, and I volunteered to help catch the raft and pull them to shore. The raft, really conveniently, has a handle on the bow that helps you grab it. And I leaned over to grab it, totally missed, and fell face first in McDonald Creek.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was totally soaked.
Well, it's pretty cold in the spring. Did you have a change of clothes?
Well, yes and no. It was very cold, but I didn't have any spare clothes. But the volunteer paddling the raft that I failed to catch had a spare pair of long johns, and despite my insistence that I'd be warm enough, made me go change into them.
So you had warm legs and a bruised ego, but isn't this episode about many glaciers?
Okay, let me finish. That volunteer's name is Gerard, and I'd met him before because he drives a school bus for some of the local students I've led on field trips, but through the Harlequin Project, I got to know him a little better, and a few weeks later, I had the chance to get him in the studio.
Yeah, my name is Gerard Bird. Born and raised about 9 miles from Glacier National Park in a little town of Martin City.
He's the sort of wonderful person that seems to know everyone and can do anything. What were you doing just before this interview?
We were helping band songbirds, trapping and banding.
I think he volunteers with every single wildlife research project in the park.
We started about 12, maybe 13 years ago, helping out with the Wolverine Project, got involved, and we put in roughly 175 backcountry miles.
Did you make him come into the studio just to return his long johns?
No, he's got wonderful taste in long underwear, but that's not why I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to talk to him about a trip he did with the Glacier Institute in 1986.
Glacier Institute was founded in 1983, started working in 84. I came on board in 85. I'm a school bus contractor. They were looking for someone to transport students around the park, specifically up over Logan Pass.
Wait, so what is the Glacier Institute?
The Glacier Institute is one of the park's 3 official partners. They offer hands-on, field-based learning opportunities for both kids and adults all throughout Northwest Montana, and they do a lot of work here in Glacier.
There was grizzly classes, flower classes, and then some geology classes, which included glaciology as well. And this one particular class, we were hiking into Grinnell Glacier, and it was a geology class, but one of the founders had wanted us to go and meet this gentleman that was given, I can't remember where he was from now, but anyway, he was giving a speech on Grinnell Glacier. And so
the guy's name was Bob Anderson, and he was a geologist with the California Institute of Technology. And he wasn't just giving a talk on Grinnell Glacier, he was giving a talk in Grinnell Glacier.
He had an access point that we were able to enter underneath this glacier.
Into an ice cave.
It was about maybe 3 foot high, and it kind of went back maybe 20 some feet.
And the times I've spent in other park units like Mammoth Cave National Park, one of the biggest takeaways was just how dark it got. Like, what was the lighting?
Oh, straight up. I mean, it's no different than a regular cave. If there were human bodies blocking that entrance, it would be no different than being in an underground cave. As I looked around, there was probably 20 of us crowded into this small space, and there was a flash photographer taking tons of photos. Leaned over and I said, "Lex, how come this is so obnoxious?" He goes, "Gerard, National Geographic's in here doing a photo op here under this glacier."
National Geographic was there?
Yeah, they published a 20-page article not long afterwards, which really reads like an introduction to Glacier, where it is, what it's all about, a harrowing search and rescue tale. And here's the one photo they used from the ice cave.
Wow, this is crazy. So this is under Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, the photo, it's really dark. This guy's wearing bright yellow pants, sitting on the ice. And yeah, it's in Grinnell Glacier.
I've been to Grinnell Glacier a handful of times, and this looks nothing like anything I've seen up there. It's like a totally different world. Yeah, and it's hard to tell in the photo. I asked him what the weather was like outside, and he said it was sunny, but doesn't look at all like that. It just looks dark.
Cold.
Gerard described these little threads of ice that would dangle from the ceiling of the glacier, and if you looked at it too long, either your breath or your headlamp would even melt them. So it was a really powerful experience for him.
Well, the funny thing is I had visited with my wife when I came out, and I said, "Oh my gosh, honey, you got to come in and look at this." I said, "This was incredible." I was so moved. Well, raising 5 kids and whatnot, it just was about 3 years later, and we decided that we could go back in, and we hiked in, come to this rock face, this is where the glacier was. And I kept looking at the rock face thinking, oh God, maybe I'm on a whole different, but I did recognize the area where we entered, and the glacier had melted back about 200 plus feet. I was absolutely astounded.
3 years.
3 years. That's when I really became aware of man's impact on our beautiful planet. Yeah.
So if that's how much it changed in just 3 years, what has he noticed in the last 30 years since then?
Yeah, that was something I was really interested in, but he surprised me. When's the last time you went back to Grinnell Glacier?
Oh, it was back then, probably 89.
Really?
80s, yep.
Haven't been back since?
I haven't been back to there since. I've done a lot of different areas in the park since, but not been back there since 89.
Wow, 30 years. I can't imagine what he'd say if he got to see it now.
I know. We have got to get Gerard to Grinnell Glacier this summer. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're going to be taking you on a journey to the Many Glacier Valley.
Nestled in the northeast corner of the park, Many Glacier is one of its most spectacular destinations. I know every time my family's come to visit, we've made a point of taking Highway 89 on the east side of the park just to get there. Typically, the road is open from mid-May to late October, but the high elevation trails have a much shorter season because they're only reliably clear of snow in August.
According to longtime Many Glacier Ranger Bob Adams, there are 2 trails in particular that people come here to see.
Today, that would be the Grinnell Glacier Trail, and that would be the Iceberg Lake Trail, which is...
This area is popular, like really, really popular.
But there are lots of people, roughly 600 or more a day.
That 600 is on each trail.
So this isn't the place for solitude?
Not exactly. And to make it even more extreme, Bob sometimes has to close one of those trails for bear activity. And if the Iceberg Lake Trail is closed, then...
You'll get 900 people on the Glacier Trail.
900 people on the Grinnell Glacier Trail?
So that may not be what you want. It may be exactly what you want because you maybe feel safety in numbers. That's a false assumption, but people make that assumption.
Why do so many people come here?
I asked Diane Sine. She's a ranger, and she spent more than 40 summers in Many Glacier.
It not only has the actual glaciers that are still hanging in there, just barely. Then we also have the historic hotel. We have, in my opinion, the best hiking trails in the park. So if you just wanted one location that sums up all that's excellent about Glacier National Park, it's Many Glacier. And yes, this is a commercial for Many Glacier.
And she's not totally joking about the commercial thing. The marketing of Many Glacier and of the Glacier National Park region as a whole is a really important part of the park's history.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the early days of Glacier National Park, a lot of the infrastructure was built by the Great Northern Railway. And the railway executives wanted this place to look like the Swiss Alps.
Yeah, there's definitely Swiss architecture noticeable, not just at the Many Glacier Hotel, but the Lake McDonald Lodge too. But why Swiss?
That's actually a pretty interesting story. To learn more about it, I decided to join Diane Sine, the ranger you heard a minute ago, on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel.
Well, I'm jealous.
Luckily for you and our listeners, these tours are offered during the summer at the Many Glacier Hotel and Lake McDonald Lodge. You can find the schedule in your ranger-led activities guide, which you'll receive at the park entrance station.
Well, welcome. My name's Diane Sine. I'm a seasonal ranger here with the National Park Service. I have done this for a whole lot of summers. This is our daily walking tour of the historic Many Glacier Hotel. So before I start,
She told us about how she first fell in love with Many Glacier as a child on a family camping trip, and all through college worked here in the summers as a singing waitress.
Wait, she was a singing waitress?
Yeah, as she tells it,
in that era, all the employees at the Many Glacier Hotel were hired to staff the regular hotel positions because they all had music or drama backgrounds. And as a little girl, just starting out as a cellist, I thought, that's what I want to do.
Why do they do that?
well, in those days, the Many Glacier Hotel was a bit beat up and weathered. So, to attract guests, the manager decided to use music.
Well, why have I never heard Diane sing at the hotel?
Well, she's not a singing waitress anymore. After those summers singing and waiting tables, something changed deep inside of her.
After having worked here for 4 years for the hotel, my life was warped. I was hooked on this place, and I figured out how to become a park ranger.
And once Many Glacier wormed its way into her life, it never left.
Along the way, I met my husband, who was another ranger here. We got married at Lake Josephine, had our wedding reception here at the dining room of the Many Glacier Hotel. My stepdaughter met her husband here as well, and the tradition has continued. So, Many Glacier.
But this is all a bit of a digression because although this place is important to Diane,
the Many Glacier Hotel is considered to have national significance. It has value to the American story as a place that ties us to the past, not only the past with visitor experiences, but the past with the early development and advertising of national parks.
Diane told us about the construction of the building in the winter of 1914. When temperatures hit 40 below.
Okay, we've both been here in the winter, and 40 below is cold.
It's very cold. As Diane described it, the workers the Great Northern hired
were hardy Scandinavian descendants, and they could withstand hardy winters. And the story is...
The finished hotel was pretty impressive.
Paint a picture for me.
Well, as you approach the hotel, a friendly bellhop, clad in Alp-style lederhosen, opens the front door and offers refuge from the harsh winds of the valley in the warmth of the lobby.
Wait, okay, lederhosen?
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Once you're inside, the lobby is vast and echoey with a hodgepodge of different styles. A massive copper fireplace anchors one end, while the other opens up to an elegant spiral staircase. Naturally, your gaze will be drawn up as your eyes trace the giant Douglas fir beams towards the ceiling. And dangling from that ceiling is an impressive array of Japanese-style paper lanterns.
Okay, so I'm standing in a Wild West Montanan Swiss chalet with Japanese paper lanterns?
Now you're catching on, that's right. But even though there's a lot going on, the thing that really pulled me in was those giant Douglas fir beams. And according to Diane, this was their intended effect.
The idea behind the design of both this Many Glacier Hotel and the Glacier Park Lodge at East Glacier, they were originally referred to as big tree lodges. The idea is that you can be down here in the lobby and you can actually feel like you're in the forest with the trees rising above you.
That makes a lot of sense having stood in them, but you still have not addressed the lederhosen thing.
Okay. Well, part of it is actually an accident of history. In 1914, as construction was just about to begin for the Many Glacier Hotel, World War I cut off Americans from some of their favorite European vacation destinations. The Great Northern saw in this an opportunity to put the American West on vacationers' radar, and they started to market this area as a replacement for the Swiss Alps.
Okay, but people go on vacation to Spain or to Germany. Why Switzerland?
Well, as Diane tells it, Louis Hill, who at the time was the president of the Great Northern Railway, just really liked Swiss architecture.
He had a home outside St. Paul where his family would go for winter getaways and ice skating parties, and that home was designed as a Swiss chalet. But he also had a winter home at Pebble Beach, California. In fact, his home became part of the golf course there. The design for his Pebble Beach home was also Swiss architecture. So the guy just had a thing for Swiss chalets.
How'd the Great Northern get word out about the area?
Well, they decided to do this big advertising campaign called See America First.
See America First, huh?
And the idea there was to try to convince Americans that vacationing in the national parks was the patriotic thing to do. They also gave artists free trips out here. And as you can imagine, once those artists saw this place, they took the idea of See America First and just ran with it. One of these artists was the writer Mary Roberts Rinehart.
She was a very well-known writer of the time. She went on to write a couple of books about her experiences in Glacier Park. She said, "I have traveled a great deal of Europe. The Alps have never held this lure for me. Perhaps it is because these mountains are my own in my own country." So that was her idea. Be a patriotic American, see America first, come to the Switzerland of North America, come to the Many Glacier Hotel.
Okay, so this marketing campaign is why we have all the Swiss buildings around Glacier.
Exactly, and it's had a pretty big impact on the way people use the park even to this day. But it also starts to get at something that's really central to the mission of the Park Service.
What do you mean?
Well, we're supposed to be preserving these places for future generations, but our mission is also to allow for their enjoyment today. That can be a tough act to balance.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. People come to Many Glacier to see the bears and the glaciers and to feel a sense of wilderness, but their very presence alters those things.
Right, the Many Glacier Hotel and the marketing around it got a lot more people to come out and enjoy this area. But it also changed the character of the valley. When people and nature come together, both are changed by the encounter.
But that's not always a bad thing.
Certainly not. Encountering the natural world is an important way that we can learn and grow as people.
I know that hiking here in Many Glacier has changed both you and I, but in our next story, I'd like to look at a way that we collectively as people have changed Many Glacier as well, although we might not have meant to.
So, you know how we've been talking about doing a hike in Many Glacier?
Yeah?
Well, I just talked to Lisa McKeon. She's a physical scientist with the USGS. She invited us to go up to Grinnell Glacier with her next week.
Oh my gosh, we've got to bring Gerard.
I thought you might say that, so I asked Lisa about it, and it turns out that they actually already even know each other from some projects he's volunteered on, and he's welcome to join us too.
Of course they know each other. Well, I've got to call him.
Yeah, let's get him on the phone. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about the restoration work done on the Many Glacier Hotel.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking. How can I help you?
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey guys, great to hear from you today.
Likewise.
We wanted to call because for this episode, I had the chance to go on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel with Diane Sine, and she pointed out a staircase to me that she mentioned you might have had something to do with.
The famous double helix staircase. To be able to bring that back here in the 21st century is really a treasure, and those people who haven't seen it ought to definitely get out there and take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, this magnificent, as you said, double helix, like kind of DNA strand staircase.
Yeah, you know, we joked a little bit around here that they need a T-shirt for the lodge that says history, it's in our DNA. And history really, and historic renovation is in our DNA here at the Glacier Conservancy as well. And that is a property at Many Glacier that had fallen in disrepair. And actually some had talked about tearing it down. And what a great decision not to.
Absolutely.
Has the Conservancy had a chance to be involved in any other historic preservation projects in the park?
We really have spent a lot of time and focus on that because really our future is part of celebrating our past. There's a lot of different kind of places that we've been able to help, like the Wheeler Cabin and the Sperry Chalet, of course, and the Walton Ranger Station. And those kinds of historic preservation projects are ones that we've been very proud to be involved in over the years and really, we think, add to the fabric of this great tapestry that makes up Glacier National Park.
Well, thanks for making the project possible in the first place, and thank you for taking some time out of your day.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Call anytime.
All right. Bye, Doug.
All right. Cheers.
Before the break, I found out that I had a chance to get Gerard back to Grinnell Glacier for the first time in 30 years. So I called him. Naturally, Gerard's a busy guy, so I didn't get a hold of him the first or second time I called.
Hey, Michael, Gerard here. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you. I had you on my list.
But after playing voicemail phone tag, I reached him and invited him to join us. Well, we're going on Tuesday with Lisa McKeon, so you're certainly welcome to tag along on that if you want.
I would love to. I'll have to look at my calendar to see what's on there, but that would be a wonderful invite. Thank you.
The next day, he shot me an email. He could make it. So we had everybody meet at park headquarters and wasted no time getting going. Because if you're headed to Many Glacier, you should plan on an early start. Whether you're looking for a parking space or a campsite, everything fills up early. Like, really early. And on top of that, it's not especially close. It's the farthest main entrance from the airport, and from the west entrance alone, it takes about 2.5 hours whether you take Go Into the Sun Road to St. Mary or Highway 2 onto the south end of the park. But we found a spot and set off on one of the crown jewels of Glacier's trail system. Now, the trail is popular not just because of its destination, but because of the scenery along the way. If you're not looking at wildlife, you're looking at towering snow-capped mountains or crystal clear lakes. Round trip, it's 11 miles and you gain 2,600 feet of elevation, so it's not an easy hike. In fact, one of the fan favorite ways to do this trail is to actually skip the first few miles entirely. The Glacier Park Boat Company offers historic wooden boat tours, and some of their tours include a hike to the glacier. And taking that boat shuttle shaves off nearly 4 miles of the hike, but none of the elevation. If you're interested in boat tours at Many Glacier or anywhere else in the park, it pays to plan ahead. We didn't catch a boat, though. We just hiked. And you don't have to hike too far before you stumble into one of the most famous views in the whole park, a bright blue Grinnell Lake tucked into the mountains.
And if you've ever seen a poster of the park, odds are it was a picture of Grinnell Lake. In fact, Lisa McKeon told us she had a poster of the view in her college dorm room.
Yeah. I've been up this trail so many times, I never thought about that.
Oh, good.
But, the classic Grinnell view.
Good
right
story.
Here. Yeah.
When I worked for a different agency in a different state, that same poster was on the wall in the office next to me.
And I had a funny experience with this view as well.
When I got hired, I was in college and I was so excited about it. I'd never been here before. And so I Google image searched Glacier National Park, downloaded some cool pictures for my phone background. And I didn't ever really look up where it was, but I was hiking up here for the first time and I'm like, oh my God, this is the view from my phone.
Yeah.
I took my own photo from that spot and I still have it as my
That's still your background?
Yeah.
This whole time?
Good story.
So,
That's great.
I was like, oh, this is it. This is why I came here.
And it is so easy to get swept away by the beauty of this trail, by the wildflowers, by the wildlife, whether it's mountain goats or bighorn sheep. But the entire time I was distracted, wondering how Gerard was going to react once we finally saw the glacier. And the trail does a really good job at building that anticipation because you can't really see it until the very end. But after a few hours and a few thousand feet, we made it. We crested that final hill and were able to look down at Grinnell Glacier. And it was the first time any of us had seen it that year, but for Gerard, it was the first time seeing it since the 80s.
All right, Gerard, what's the big reaction to this big view?
That's our producer, Daniel.
There was just more snow and ice here. Right here, there was this snow.
Gerard's a guy who always has something clever to say. I had never seen him at a loss for words, but he stood there for a minute, stock still, staring out at the ice in disbelief.
Holy cow.
Wow. I felt pretty fortunate to be there in that moment with Gerard. It left him totally speechless. And experiences like his are as powerful as they are rare. In the grand scheme of things, most people are lucky to see a place like Grinnell Glacier once in a lifetime, let alone have the chance to revisit it. I mean, growing up in Ohio, I could have driven in any direction for several days and never seen anything quite like it. And that's where Lisa's work comes in. Lisa McKeon is a physical scientist with the USGS, or United States Geological Survey. And over the course of her career, she's taken experiences like Gerard's and made them a lot more accessible.
No, I agree. I mean, we've got, area change data, we've got some volume estimates, we've got mass balance, we have a lot of quantitative data looking at change. Most people can't relate to that, and they can look at a pair of images and go, wow, something's happening there. Yeah.
The USGS's Repeat Photography Project is an effort to visualize glacial change not with graphs or charts, but with pictures. By retaking historic photos of glaciers throughout the park, you can see the change that's happened in the intervening years with your own eyes.
And Lisa's been involved since it got started in 1997.
Yeah, I got swept up into doing repeat photography right at the very beginning. Jerry DeSanto had brought in this repeat pair early in the spring and showed Dan, and we had decided, oh yeah, let's do some of this. Let's document glaciers in the park with photography. And then later that summer, Vice President Al Gore decided to come out and have a little event here at the glacier. And he was talking about climate change. Like right then at 1997, the media came out and we had taken a few repeat photos and they couldn't get enough of them. It was some of the first really visual evidence that people could relate to with this idea of climate change.
It struck a chord like as soon as you started.
Because they're so easy to...
Yeah, they answer themselves.
Yeah. You don't really need any text, nothing. It's just...
And it's not... A picture really is worth 1,000 words. Because I could read through statistics about how Boulder Glacier's area today is 35,298 square meters when it used to be 829,577 square meters. Or I could show you a picture. Well, not really, this is a podcast, but you could find the photo from a 1932 horse packing trip to Boulder Glacier, where 80% of the frame is filled with ice, and 4 people stand there staring into the mouth of a towering ice cave. When Ranger Jerry DeSanto took that same photo just 50 years later, the frame was empty. The ice had receded, revealing only barren rock and the distant mountains. These repeated photos have made it possible for people, no matter where they are or when they are, to make sense of this change. But while these repeated photos are easy to understand, they're quite difficult to capture.
Some of them take quite a while. Some are, much harder than others, but it's been amazing. Sometimes when you think, oh, I know where that one is, and you go, oh no, I guess that's not it. Oh, it's up here. So then you climb up. Oh, wait, no. It was down quite a bit. And it can go up and down, up and down. We've gotten better at it for sure.
They don't physically mark any of the sites, so they rely purely on perspective to initially find the right spot. And one thing that's helped a lot is technology.
It's been really helpful with Google Earth now because you can kind of go in the landscape and line up the peaks pretty well that way before you get out in the field.
The next part of our day was actually taking a repeat photo. And while Lisa had taken this repeat photo before, had seen it on Google Earth, even had the GPS coordinates, she gave us the authentic experience. Using a printed photo, we had to line up what we could see, boulders in the foreground, mountains in the background, with the landscape in the picture, which was easier said than done.
Over that ridge. So I think we gotta go further that way.
Yeah. We knew from the picture that we'd have to go up, so we started up this moraine or hill of loose rock, feeling pretty good about it until it dropped off, and we had to climb down the boulder field and scramble around until we saw this snow patch, and then we had to go over the snow patch. Needless to say, it took a while. And as we were searching, we had to be very mindful of timing, because a lot of factors go into a successful repeat photo. The time of day can cast shadows off the mountains that make it harder to see the ice. And on a larger scale, the time of year is important. Seasonal snow is a huge obstacle to taking a good photo.
You have to wait so long. I have people in June asking if they can come to the park and take some photos for me. And I have to say, well, you can't really until the end of August at the earliest, maybe, or in September. So you got to wait for the snow to melt so you can see the actual margin.
So are we seeing snow there on top of the...
Yeah, it's mostly.
And even we were cutting it close, right?
Yeah, quite honestly, our trip was really more about getting a behind-the-scenes look at the process, and not necessarily because Lisa needed to repeat this particular photo.
The thing is, though, we don't have the moraine in front.
No?
Because that's going to be...
Once you finally find the place where the photo was taken, your last step is to get the camera set up and line up the shot.
Yeah, so I'm just putting the camera on the tripod, and then I'll just kind of start lining things up and slightly overshoot it so I can crop it down a little bit, but I try to match it as closely. I haven't taken any photos all summer, so half the battle is remembering how to use this camera.
No pressure, you just got...
Yeah, right, yeah. I'm not even, paying attention to that.
You should be.
Yeah.
Once it's all said and done, you've got the photo. If it's good enough, Lisa will line it up next to its historic reference photo back at the office and upload it onto the Repeat Photography Project webpage, where you can access all of them. And at the time of this recording, at least 80 photos have been repeated of 20 different glaciers throughout the park. But after spending the day playing research assistant to Lisa, we wanted to take a repeat photo that had never been done before, one that had her in it.
In the summer of 1988, the year before Gerard returned to the glacier with his wife, a teenage Lisa McKeon had hiked with her parents up to Grinnell Glacier. When they got to the top, Lisa posed for a photo. With a white tank top, yellow shorts, and some very 80s sunglasses, Lisa stepped out onto Grinnell Glacier for a picture. With a grimacing smile that screamed, "Mom, please don't make me take another photo," Lisa unwittingly created the perfect opportunity for a future repeat picture. So, Michael, when I pulled out that photo of Lisa up at Grinnell Glacier, that was your first time seeing it, right?
Yeah, no, it was. And it took me a second to even figure out what the photo was of, let alone who was in it.
Do you recognize Lisa in them? Would you have known that was her?
I don't think so, no.
You'd have been like, who are these people?
Look at this lovely picture.
What if Gerard was like in the background?
That's right. Wouldn't that be cool? He's down below us, somewhere in the cave, like going.
I tried to find the spot for Lisa to stand and recreate her vacation photo, but I ran into a problem: the lake.
Spent the last 10 minutes or so trying to find this other spot that we have from one of Lisa's photos from the 80s. And I keep coming further down this way, and I still think we've got to go a lot further that way to get to the spot. I think where you were standing is in the lake at this point.
Yeah, I would guess.
So I don't think we're going to be able to get you back to that spot.
Yeah, I know, right?
Finding the nearest dry spot to where she had stood in 1988, Lisa replicated the pose and grimacing smile. Daniel started to wonder if these photos might be used someday too.
What about the next 20 years and like the photos that you're in? Do you think that people working for USGS in the 2050s will be using photos of you as a teenager and repeating those?
I have not submitted these to the archives yet.
Who was that babe?
We'll see. I'd probably rather have those submitted than now. But certainly, I mean, it's really exciting thinking the photos I'm taking now will certainly, be used in decades to come.
This place has meant a lot to Lisa. Some of her best memories are here in this glacier basin.
I've been lucky enough to come up as a youth, and I've brought both of my daughters here because I think it's a really special place and I want them to see the beauty and to see the change. I want them to have their own memories of what it was and then be able to see how it's changing. Mm-hmm. And my husband proposed to me here too, so I have a lot of great memories associated with this place.
Where was that?
I think it was right down on some of these rocks here, actually. I don't even remember. Exactly the spot, yeah. Beautiful piece of slick rock like this.
Over a lifetime of visits, she has seen so much change. Not just to the glacier, but to people's understanding of it, and to our understanding of the changing climate.
Well, our glaciers are going. They're on a track to disappear now, but I think what we've done is helping the world understand the connection between climate change and what's happening on the landscape. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little piece of that. This happens to be a really visible piece, but there's so many other ways that climate change is impacting this park that are not as visible as a glacier melting away. They get people thinking about climate change, and I love that maybe it begs the question of, wow, what else is happening in this park? And there's scientists out there figuring that out, and there's people maybe looking a little more closely for it in their own experiences here.
It made me wonder, when did Gerard learn that the changes he'd seen up here were part of a wider, global phenomenon?
Yeah, that's something I was wondering too. And I asked him, were you aware of climate change when you made that trip up to Grinnell?
I was aware that something was taking place because of humanity or how we were living. Because when I come back that 3 years, I was like astounded. I was just so impressed that we could get underneath a glacier at that time. And I told my wife, I said, "Oh, honey, we got to go back in. I got to show you this. This was the coolest experience." And so I wasn't really aware of it at that time. It was 3 years later.
So it sounds like you noticed that something was going on just from your experience here. But later, did you read in the paper or hear on the news about climate change science and realize, oh, that's what I saw at Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, then the pieces started fitting the puzzle, and I was like, wow, yeah, I witnessed something there that was pretty profound and didn't know it at the time.
With all the good memories from this place, but also all the evidence of melting, I wanted to ask Lisa how she felt about Grinnell Glacier on the whole. Does she have a good or bad feeling from this place?
Yeah, I think what you described, bittersweet, is exactly what it is, because it's always a stunningly beautiful place, but the glacier's shrinking. And I mean, that's one of the main comments I get back from the repeat photos is people feel loss.
But when I asked Lisa if she still had hope, she perked up a bit.
I do have hope. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have hope that these glaciers are going to last here, but I'm hopeful that climate change is not going to be the end all for this planet.
Before we left, Lisa wanted to walk up to the glacier itself, to let us see what was happening to it with our own eyes, hear it with our own ears. As we approached, the sound of melting water rushing off the glacier turned into a roar. I had to shout just for Lisa to hear my question.
Lisa, where's all this water coming from?
It's coming from the glacier, every bit of it. It's melting off the glacier. It's quite a torrent today. It's a hot day in the Glacier Basin and things are cranking.
As we stepped onto the glacier, we reflected on what made this change so meaningful. The Earth has always been changing, and glaciers have advanced and retreated many times. But something about this felt different.
Yeah, I guess the fact that these changes that maybe historically happened on like geologic timescales are now happening on human timescales makes it really dramatic.
Yeah.
Very poignant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the repeat photography comes into play. That's very visual. You can see that. You don't need to be one political party or the other, old or young. You can see that in the blink of an eye right there.
I think for me, I feel part of this change. There's something major going on. That's climate change. And, you know, ice melts when it gets warm. And we're part of that equation. I'm part of this. But I also feel like part of the solution to not necessarily changing the trajectory for these glaciers, but in a larger sense, this brings awareness. It's pretty stark. It's raw.
Well, it's such a quick change in geological time. And there was change in the past, but it was thousands of years. I mean, what I've witnessed in just my little lifetime here is incredible. Your grandkids, your great-grandkids won't see this. It's brought an awareness to me for just being present. You know, this is all we have. Tomorrow's not here, yesterday's gone. This is all we have. We're just fortunate to be able to witness the last part of Grinnell Glacier.
That's our show. If you're interested in learning more about the USGS Repeat Photography Project, climate change, or interested in getting to Grinnell Glacier yourself, we put links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Gerard Bird, Diane Sine, Bob Adams, and Lisa McKeon.
Located at a prominent bend on the Going to the Sun Road, the Sai Bend shuttle stop marks the transition point between higher elevation subalpine vegetation and the forests of the east side. Mount Sai towers over the area with Going to the Sun Mountain to the right and Cataract and Piegan Mountains to the left. Two popular day hikes depart from this location, Piegan Pass and Sai Pass. A portion of the trail over Piegan Pass to Mini Glacier is visible from the road. This long, 12.8-mile but rewarding hike passes through many ecological communities and has fantastic panoramic views, including spectacular mountain summits, Piegan Glacier, and Morning Eagle Falls. The 10.3-mile Sai Pass Trail climbs through wildflower-carpeted Preston Park to the rugged saddle of Sai Pass, with views across the St. Mary Valley as well as peaks south along the Continental Divide. The descent into the valley of Bering Creek begins with views of Sexton Glacier and winds through grassy slopes and stands of Douglas fir. The trail ends at Sunrift Gorge and another shuttle stop. While hard to appreciate while standing next to the Going to the Sun Road today, this area presented a real challenge to the builders of the road. A massive amount of material was required to bridge the gulch between Piegan and Going to the Sun Mountains and support the road. Far beneath the fill, a 10-foot by 10-foot culvert accented by masonry work and a 16-foot headwall channels Sai Creek under the road. St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history. Mountainous backdrop and St. Mary Lake just a short walk away, this stop on the Going to the Sun Road offers breathtaking scenery as well as many services and activities. Accommodations are available in motel or cabin units and at the 82-site Rising Sun Campground. A camp store and gift shop offers souvenirs, basic groceries, and camping necessities. A casual restaurant offers Southwestern and traditional American fare and can provide boxed lunches to those headed out for the day on the trails. In addition, showers are available for a fee. This is the only location in Glacier National Park that has showers. Tours aboard the historic red buses depart from Rising Sun, and the park's new free shuttle system stops here as well. The trailhead to Otokomi Lake is located near the camp store, and this interesting 10-mile round trip starts in the wooded St. Mary Valley, climbs past small waterfalls, creeks, and wildflowers before opening to the Rose Basin and Otokomi Lake, surrounded by impressive mountain scenery. Please remember that anywhere in Glacier National Park is bear country. Never hike alone, and be sure to make noise on the trails. Talking, singing, and clapping your hands occasionally are all good ways to alert bears to your presence and provide them with time to move out of the way. Be sure to read all the information on bears you were provided at the park entrances before you attempt any trail in the park. Across the Going to the Sun Road, a short walk leads to the shore of St. Mary Lake, where majestic peaks surround the cold, clear water. Glacier Park Boat Company offers tours of St. Mary Lake several times daily and provides a view that most visitors miss. Waterfalls, Sexton Glacier, and Wild Goose Island are all highlights of a trip on the lake. Rangers lead hikes to St. Mary Falls in conjunction with some tours, or you can combine a boat tour up the lake with a hike to Bering, St. Mary, and Virginia Falls and catch the free shuttle from the St. Mary Falls or Sunrift Gorge shuttle stops back to Rising Sun. From the lake's surface, mountains with names like Matotapa, Little Chief, and Dusty Star all speak to the rich influence of Native American culture in the area, and it's easy to see why Native Americans referred to this as the walled-in lake when you see the mountains from the perspective of the lake's surface.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk, we had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment-laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. And that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question that these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator, of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with, that's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly-deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat, but underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability. But so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow, all these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are three primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. Two, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The third reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by one or two, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it can become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with a human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation, typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states, and so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted, or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries, and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%, and it probably didn't even at that level affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers, and that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, we've had a good radio collaring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
Warrior of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
These brave men who risk their very existences sailing out for the new world.
See, these brave souls who never again have the benefit of our great civilization. But in the name of their dear Portugal, they give up all and go.
Oh, Rodriguez, we are of all men most fortunate.
See, what luxury, what bliss. Here we are in the new world, slaves to do our bidding, treasure enough to buy the whole country of Portugal.
But who would, for all the treasure in the new and old world, leave the paradise we have here?
Oh, not I, my friend.
What did you think of my method of hiding the treasure?
A stroke of nothing short of genius. These stupid natives know nothing of the value of their craftsmanship, but we do. And we have enough buried treasure beneath this fort to own the world.
Let us keep your trinkets safe from bad men who would try to make profit from such things, I said to them. And they hurried to collect as much as possible and to store it beneath this fort.
I have never seen so much gold in my life. I did not know there was so much.
And now it is ours. Oh, my friend, your joviality supplants your manners. My glass is empty.
Your glass or the bottle?
Allow me to get another. And no, on second thought, why have we all these servants running about the fort if not to use them?
Pity our poor civilized brothers back in Portugal. They must toil. We simply command. They must fetch and carry. We simply command. They must exert themselves. We simply live.
Slave! Is there anyone out there?
Take your eyes off them for 1 minute and they are off somewhere sleeping.
I shall see what they are about. Strange. There does not seem to be anyone about anywhere.
Oh? Not a soul. Where are the slaves?
More important, where are the troops? There is something very unusual going on here.
Perhaps we should look around.
After we strap our swords to our sides, my friend.
See.
I could understand the slaves trying to sit down on their work, but the troops...
Let's look and see if we can determine what is going on.
It is as though we are the only ones alive in the whole world.
Oh, the celebrating of our good fortune has fired your imagination. There is some rational explanation for the disappearance of everyone.
The fort, it seems somehow forsaken, even by God.
See, it has been forsaken by 1,000 natives and 3,000 troops. We are here, alone.
But why?
That I cannot answer, my friend.
What is it?
My eyes, they are playing tricks. I thought I saw one of our soldiers lying on the ground. And then somehow he slid around that corner. It is the unusualness of the situation in which we find ourselves.
But look, there in the dirt by the corner. There are the marks left by his feet as he slid.
No, it could not be.
What? What is it, Rodriguez?
Oh, the natives, our slaves, they have...
What is it? Tell me.
My side hit
a dart. The kind the natives use.
See, the kind they use on us.
Yes. Where are you? Why do not you show yourselves? Come out in the open that we may fight. I am waiting. Is there none of you who would match swords with me? Come out, I say.
Hello, boys and girls. As you've already heard, today's story is on the unusual side. That's why I'm out here now to tell you just a little bit about it. What you just heard was one of the strange events of history that few people know anything about. It happened down in South America way back in the 15th century, almost 500 years ago. Men of Portugal had established a few forts along the great Amazon River and were making slaves of the natives and taking their gold and craftsmanship to sell. Then, one day, scenes very much like the one you just heard began taking place. Many Portuguese soldiers and citizens were massacred, and the natives just went back into the woods, leaving the old forts to become overgrown with weeds and forgotten. Forgotten until not too long ago, when an old friend of mine was flying over that area in his small plane.
Oh, it certainly would be good to get back to Georgetown. This has been a long trek.
Georgetown and home.
That's right. You're due for a holiday soon, aren't you?
No one needs it more than I do. They used to say that topographical engineers made more money and did less work than anyone in the world. But now that everyone wants exacting details for map work, well...
You don't have to tell me.
It sure will be good to see the States again.
Going back to that little town you always talk about, what's its name?
Knotty Pine.
Ah, yeah.
And I sure am waiting to get back there. I'm going back there, I'm going to take off my hat and just relax for one solid month. I don't even want to look at a map or country or anything. I'm just going to see people.
I envy you, George. I'm about due for a holiday myself, and I just got back from mine.
How soon do you think we'll go to... before we get to Georgetown?
Well, I don't know for certain. I'm taking this new way. I hope it's going to be faster. It means flying over a great deal of unpopulated country, though, you know.
Well, the plane is in good shape. Besides, if my eyes don't deceive me, there are little villages all through that country down there. I see a fire every now and then, and once in a while a hut.
Well, that's all well and good, but I don't think I'd care to have to land down there. No telling how civilized those native tribes are, you know.
I guess that's a point, all right. Now, the sooner we get to... Hey!
What is it?
Look down there. Do you see what I see?
The Amazon River. It puts your Mississippi to shame.
No, I don't mean that. Look, in a ways from it. About a mile. Do you see it down there?
Oh, I see. I have a little trouble believing it. Looks like a fort or something of the kind.
Well, let's go down there and get a better look.
Okay, hang on.
Here it comes.
Ah, it is a fort. bit run down, but nonetheless, a fort.
A huge thing. It must be about 100 years old. Any idea how it got there?
None. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I'm not sure about this, but it seems to me I remember reading somewhere that just about the time the North American continent was being opened up, the Portuguese were starting operations down here in South America. Along the Amazon, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make that fort somewhere around 500 years old.
If she's a Portuguese fort, I suppose it would.
Well, let's swing back around. I'd like to get some pictures of that.
Well, all right, but this is probably making my shortcut twice as long as the usual way.
Well, it looks like fun to me, Bill.
I think so too, old-timer. It'll do us good to get into a completely different part of the country.
I don't know how much of that deep-sea fishing I'd want to do, but I know I wouldn't complain about soaking up lots of sun on them there beaches.
Then it's all settled. This year we spend our vacation in sunny Florida.
Yippee!
I haven't seen you this excited about a vacation in a long time, Stumpy.
I guess I'd better settle down a bit. You know that old saying...
If I don't know that old saying, I have a feeling I'm about to learn it.
The bigger the summer vacation, the harder the fall.
I knew it. Things never change in this office.
Well, look who's here, George Nelson.
Just as I expected. Stumpy, cracking jokes, and the rest of you looking, just a little pained. How are you, Bill? Stumpy?
Fine. I hardly need to ask you. Look at you. You must have gained 50 pounds since the last time you were in Knotty Pine.
You're looking just swell, young feller.
You know, sometimes when I'm working down there in South America and I think back to my school days here in Knotty Pine, you guys get to be a legend to me. I sometimes get to wondering if you really are here.
Well, if you dreamed us up, young feller, we'd like to thank you. We've got to be pretty good friends.
That's right, and you never change. Boy, it's great to see you again.
And you, George, sit down. I know you've got about 5 years' worth of things to tell us. How's the map-making business these days?
And that about brings us up to this moment. Phew, when you lay it out. The whole thing looks pretty big. I've been doing lots of things these past years. I'm even a little impressed myself.
Well, it sure sounds interesting, seeing all that country and all.
After a while, you think if you see another area from the plane, you'll go crazy. It all looks the same.
I hope you don't draw up your maps to all look alike.
You know what I mean. The scenic attractions are few and far between, actually. It's mostly just trees and mountains. I'm just glad to see people for once.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah?
What is it, George?
Oh, a fleeting thought, Bill. We were talking about seeing interesting things, and boy, I sure thought of one really unusual sight I saw on my last flight before I came back here.
What was it?
I've got some pictures of it, Bill. Really unusual. Right down there in dense wooded country near the Amazon River. An old fort.
A fort?
That's right. From what I hear, the Portuguese built the things about 300 years ago.
Is there anyone living there now?
Oh, not that I could tell. Here, let me show you the pictures. Let's see. These were taken from the plane as we passed over it.
Would you look at that? Whee! Looks almost haunted.
It certainly is overrun with weeds and shrubbery.
That's what makes me think that no one is living there now. Look in this picture here, Bill. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't notice it when I took the shots, but see if this looks like anything to you. See, right down here in this corner.
Almost looks like a skeleton. Maybe my imagination is a little excited by the looks of that fort.
I thought so, too. And you know, there isn't a town within 10 miles of that place in any direction. Not even a native village. The whole place really intrigues me. I've had a hard time getting it off my mind ever since I saw it.
It does have that effect on a feller. I mean, it's even got me wondering what's really there in all them old stones. I'll have to join the club, too. Sure would be fun to explore that old fort, wouldn't it? Bill. Yes, old-timer? I was just a-thinking, I don't really see where sitting on some beach down in Florida would be so much fun. I get plenty of good sunshine all year right out here. Uh-huh. And I suppose I could put off deep-sea fishing for a while. I mean, after all...
Wait a minute. Do I read you fellas right? Are you deciding to go down to South America and find that old fort?
Our vacation rolls around in exactly 3 days, George.
And I'm on vacation right now.
Good. I was hoping we'd have somebody who knew the country down there.
Listen, there isn't anybody who knows the country around where we're headed for. Is it settled? Are we going?
We're going to have to pack a little different kind of bag than we planned. But this looks like it'll be some vacation.
If that don't beat all these fellers standing around this here market looking for work, as soon as you tell them where you want them to go with you, they run off.
It's strange, all right. I've never seen anything like it.
Are they against working for strangers or something?
Well, hardly. That's the way they make their living. I can't figure out what the trouble is.
They seem to have something against that old fort we want to see.
I didn't think anyone had ever heard of it before I saw it from the plane.
Well, it seems that...
Pardon me. You gentlemen looking for fine guide?
That's right. Yeah, we are.
I, Cassadell. I find guide.
You may be, but your tune might come out a little different when you hear where we want to go.
White-haired father, hard to hear. Cassadell not sing.
He means that you might not be so anxious to act as our guide when you find out where it is we want to go.
Cassadell no.
And you're still willing to go with us?
You have many gun?
Well, we have enough to go around.
Cassadell go. Go as far as legs will allow.
Cassadell, what is this all about? Why is it that none of the others will accompany us to the old Portuguese fort?
Oh, it long story. Passed down from fathers long ago. I tell you whole story on way. Maybe you want turn back when you hear.
If that's the case, why are you willing to go out with us at all?
Oh, that easy. You pay Cassadell for time he give you.
Well, we were fortunate to find this boat at such a reasonable price.
We can thank Cassadell for it. He's a good man, all right.
He seems to know what he's doing.
When are we going to ask him to tell us about the fort?
Well, I'm for doing it right away, but he seems to be putting off the discussion. You know, I think he wants to get a few days up the Amazon before he tells us.
So he'll get a few days more pay, huh?
I think that's it, all right.
He's an enterprising young feller. Seems pretty sure we'll turn back when he tells us the story of the fort.
You know, it just occurred to me, maybe the reason he's not telling us about it is that there's no story to tell. Maybe he's making use of the time to think one up.
Well, that's possible. That wouldn't explain the fear that everyone back in the village had of the place.
No, I guess not.
Well, I, for one, am about to bust if I don't find out soon. Let's go back to where he's driving this here boat and have a look.
I'm about as anxious as anyone.
That makes 3 of us. Let's go.
Cassadell see great question on face of 3 new friends.
That's exactly what you see, Cassadell.
Got any idea what we're curious about?
You want Cassadell to show beautiful scenery on sides of river?
Guess again.
You want stop at small island, talk with one who live on island?
Oh, quit beating around the bush, Cassadell. You know why we're here and what we want to know.
White-haired father say hard thing. Cassadell guiding boat upriver, not even near bushes.
Listen, he means stop giving us answers you know we don't want.
That's right. And while you're at it, you can drop that white-haired father business.
Drop?
Cassadell, You know why everyone back in your village was afraid to accompany us to the old fort. You also expect us to turn back when we learn the secret of the place.
We want to know what you know about that fort.
Oh, Cassadell, happy to tell you.
That's more like it.
Later.
I'm afraid that won't do, Cassadell. We want to know now.
So Cassadell tell. But this mean less pay, and Cassadell very poor man, very poor.
Cassadell might be a very rich man if he tells us, and we still go on to the fort. The whole trip will take over a week.
No chance. Not even fiercest tribes of backcountry go near Old Fort. Spirits, keep them away.
Spirits?
This is story. Many year ago, long before Cassadell or any of oldest people Cassadell know, there lived white man from across sea in Old Fort. He very bad to my people. He make them work for him for no pay. He take everything they have. He beat them. He take much gold and things from them. Hide it away for himself in fort. One day, my people tire of serving, tire of beatings, tire of having nothing for selves. They kill all white men in fort and go back into forests. White man very bad. His spirits still live in Old Fort. He still keep gold for self. He still beat and kill anyone who come near to fort. That's why everyone in village afraid to go to fort. And that's why Cassadell now turn boat around and go back to village.
Wait a minute, Cassadell. Don't turn back, not yet.
But now you know story.
That's right. Now we know the story. So far, I ain't heard any reason to stay away from the fort.
Neither have I.
But spirit guarding gold. Even bravest warrior of fiercest tribe not go to Old Fort.
That may be true, Cassadell. That's because they fear some old Portuguese ghosts. We don't fear such things because we know they don't exist.
You not be sure. Cassadell hear many strange things.
That may be true. But we know that there is only one true spirit. There is nothing greater than the one true spirit.
Oh, you talk like teacher in my village. He say there only one spirit, and other times he say there no such things as spirits.
Teacher?
A white teacher. He come from your country. I learned language from him. He tell us of man named Jesus who die and send his good spirit to us. But Old Fort guarded by spirits of bad men. They not like anyone come near. They kill anyone who come near.
Cassadell, how do you know about these bad spirits?
Cassadell know from father and from father of father. All my people know from Old Fort.
I've been down here for almost 5 years. I've never heard of it before.
And that because no one talk of Fort. No one go near Fort. No one live near Fort. No one talk of Fort.
Well, it all sounds pretty fantastic to me, bad spirits and all.
Now, don't forget, Stumpy, we haven't been raised in the same way Cassadell has. To him, spirits are as commonplace as cars are to us.
You not believe in spirits?
Nope.
But you just say something of one spirit.
You see, Cassadell, we believe in the one spirit who has power over all other spirits. He is the spirit of the great God who made all the earth.
Oh, that what teacher tell us.
Well, your teacher has told you rightly, Cassadell. And God's spirit is not like an evil spirit. He comes to help us and to teach us of God and his Son, Jesus Christ.
Teacher tell us that Jesus killed for all world. But Cassadell not understand.
That oughtn't to be too hard to follow, Sonny. Look at her this way. Let's say we was all taken captive by a bunch of hungry cannibals down here.
Cassadell not think of that.
Just for the sake of showing you an idea what Jesus dying for us means. Now let's say that Bill here stepped out and said to the chief, if you let all these other fellers go, I'll let you do whatever you want to me.
Oh, that brave thing.
Well, in a way, that's just what Jesus did for us, Cassadell. God wants us to be good people, loving and serving him. But we aren't, and he has to punish us.
That clear, but still hard to understand.
Maybe we'll be able to talk more about it while we explore the old fort.
Then you still go there?
Yes.
Yep. Well, Cassadell offered to take you, so... Oh, Cassadell take you.
Good man, Cassadell.
That's the spirit! We're glad you'll stay with us, Cassadell.
Long trip upriver, maybe 3-4 days.
Well, in that case, I think I'll get a little vacation in. I've got a feeling that when we reach the old fort, we ain't gonna have too much time to relax.
Okay, Cassadell, cut the motor.
Almost looks like this bank of the river was made to dock a boat on.
Probably was a long time ago. It's kept the same general contour.
Now, as near as I can figure, the old fort ought to be approximately 1 mile straight south from this point.
Well, if a map maker is sure, so am I. Let's set out.
Are you sure you want to go to fort? Cassadell's sure it's not good idea.
No, take it easy, sonny. You just stick with us and everything will be all right.
But signs along bank, they tell of danger.
Signs?
See? There and over there.
Are you talking about them pretty red flowers along the bank?
Oh, they not flowers, white-haired father. They warnings. Red cotton ball mean death to anyone who go farther.
Who put those warnings there, Cassadell?
Nearby tribes. They come no near to 4th and River and put up cotton ball warnings all along bank.
You know, George, this little excursion gets more interesting by the hour. Legends, ghosts, even treasure. I'm really getting anxious to see that old fort.
I was thinking the same thing. Let's go. Shouldn't be too far ahead now.
How are you making out, Cassadell?
Cassadell's legs very wobbly, but able to walk.
We'll be sitting down soon. I'm sure there are benches and things like that inside the fort.
Cassadell, not sure he want to sit down once we're there. Might set in... Oh!
What's the matter?
Look, under bush over there, a hand.
Great horny toads.
Looks like the whole skeleton is under there.
That's what it is, all right. And I'd say by the looks of it that it's been out here a long time.
We turn back now?
I don't see why. This might be one of those Portuguese soldiers who was massacred when the slaves rebelled.
You think that skeleton is that old, Bill?
I don't know for certain. I don't see any reason why we should turn back.
Neither do I. Let's keep going.
Say, we've been looking at the ground too much, fellers. Look up ahead.
What? It's the old fort.
Look at the size of it. I had no idea it was so large.
Big fort. Hold many evil spirits. Soon we all look like man of bones here.
Well, it looks like our time is about up for this week, boys and girls. I know you'll want to join us next time to see what happens when we actually explore the old fort. That'll all have to wait until next week when we join you for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, Gabby went to Helena, Montana's state capital. she went to look at a painting. But she was also trying to get some perspective, to see one historic moment from another point of view.
Later we can go see the rotunda. Yeah.
The rotunda.
Cool.
An expert from the Montana Historical Society, Jennifer Bottomley-O'Looney, took Gabby around the Capitol building.
Okay, so once we walk out, it'll connect us to the House of Representatives chamber.
Hanging on the walls are two very different pieces of art that depict one particular chapter in Montana's story, the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Entering the anteroom, and here are the murals by Edgar S. Paxson. Probably the best known is this painting, Lewis and Clark at Three Forks.
This painting depicts them kind of in the center of the image. They're kind of standing up straight, holding their guns, looking off to the distance. They all kind of look like action figures a little bit. Mm-hmm. The way that they're standing and looking off to the side, it feels
very formal. Yeah, very formal type.
It puts them at the center of the story. Yeah. And it feels a bit stereotypical to what we know of Lewis and Clark, or kind of what's depicted in history books, at least when I was growing up. It reminds me of what I learned in high school.
And this image is used in a lot of history books. It's requested over and over from us to provide an image for this. So you probably have seen this exact image in your history book.
That is good to know. And not surprising at all.
This is not the painting that Gabby went to Helena to see. This is the painting that everyone expects. Lewis and Clark as painted by Edgar Paxson, wearing fur hats and fringed buckskin jackets with their guide, Sacagawea, pointing at the horizon. Edgar Paxson didn't break the mold here. This is how Lewis and Clark are usually depicted, and it's probably the image you have in your head right now. But Gabby was touring the Capitol building to see something different. A much larger mural by the artist Charlie Russell that depicts Lewis and Clark as they're meeting the Salish or Flathead people.
And then through here is the Charlie Russell mural. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. This version is a totally different point of view. It's not what I was expecting, and it's definitely not the history book painting I felt like I'd seen before. It's a single freeze frame of a pivotal moment, and it turns my whole understanding of the expedition on its head. Wow. Wow.
Welcome to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We are calling this season Becoming. It is by no means a complete history, but rather a collection of stories exploring how this place became what it is. This episode is about understanding history by finding different perspectives. Specifically, it's about one of the single most important moments in American history, the Lewis and Clark expedition. These were the first representatives of the new American government to set eyes on what is now Glacier National Park. Lewis and Clark are celebrated yet controversial, memorable and misremembered. Either way, their names still echo through the park today. The main mountain range through the park, that's called the Lewis Range. Montana's state flower, the bitterroot, it has the Latin name Lewisia. So does Montana's state fish, the cutthroat trout. And of course, you can't forget the Clark's nutcrackers. And we can blame Lewis for confusingly naming one of Glacier's most iconic flowers, beargrass, which is neither a grass nor eaten by bears.
This will all be very helpful for my Lewis and Clark Junior Ranger book.
Well, personally, I think there's no better way to get an introduction to a park site than a Junior Ranger book.
Our story starts and ends at the Montana State Capitol. But I made 3 different stops on my journey there. 3 different attempts to understand this expedition and this history. And my first stop was becoming a Junior Ranger.
Junior Ranger Activity Journal. 2 explorers look into the distance.
These are clips from videos that describe the booklet and make it accessible. It covers the basics, like how far the expedition went,
4,900 miles,
how long it took,
3 years between 1803 and 1806,
and whose homelands they crossed.
Territories of 65 plus tribes.
The Lewis and Clark Expedition, which is also called the Corps of Discovery, was a special military unit of the American Army. It was created by Thomas Jefferson to explore the brand new Louisiana Purchase, but he also wanted to see how the country could make money out in the American West.
The booklet uses hand-drawn maps to remind me of the route they took.
The route winds along the Ohio River, southwest from Pittsburgh to St. Louis.
A long and winding path to the west coast.
The route continues west along the Columbia River to Astoria and the ocean.
On both the way out to the Pacific and on the way back, the Corps of Discovery traveled extensively through Montana. On their journey back, part of the Corps took a detour up the Marias River to just outside what is now Glacier National Park.
That ends up being one of the most fateful moments on the expedition. They have a violent encounter with a group of young Blackfeet men that results in 2 of the native boys being killed.
That was in the summer of 1806, and it was the first military conflict between the U.S. and a Plains Indian tribe.
The Junior Ranger book does a good job getting you to think about these kinds of encounters and their interactions with native groups more broadly. On one page, it asks the reader to think about the Lewis and Clark expedition like a stranger marching into someone else's house.
How do you show respect when visiting someone's home?
And while we're just sharing the audio descriptions, the Junior Ranger book has full-color illustrations that help bring it to life. It was a much more diverse expedition than I'd remembered. There was Pierre Cruzat, a one-eyed, fiddle-playing French and Omaha guide. And then there was a man named York.
Credited as the first African American to cross the continent, tribes sometimes cooperated with the expedition just so they could meet him. Though he was enslaved, the body servant to William Clark.
Another way these stories are brought to life is through living history. Hassan Davis, a performer who contributed to the Junior Ranger book, gives programs as York.
My presentation of York brings audiences into the triumph and the tragedy, the pride and the pain of being a part of, but separate from, what some would argue was the greatest American expedition ever mounted.
This booklet does a remarkable job presenting different sides of a story I'd only really heard from one point of view. Such a good job, in fact, that the woman behind it won the Freeman Tilden Award, one of the highest honors the National Park Service gives out.
How do you do justice to this very complicated story that is rooted in colonialism, exploitation, slavery, destruction? So those things are part of this story.
This is Katie.
Well, hi, I'm Katie Campbell, and I am an interpretive specialist for the Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail.
So what does the Corps of Discovery mean to American history, and why do you think it matters?
Yeah, it's absolutely pivotal. It's almost hard to think of a more pivotal moment. And it's one that's interestingly kind of misremembered. So most people think of the expedition as Lewis, Clark, and Sacagawea or Sacagawea in a canoe exploring unknown wilderness. But there was already a huge network of trade and complex politics already in place among the tribes of the West, among each other, and also with French traders and British traders. And additionally, at this watershed moment in history, you've got this moment in time where you have the young United States, coming up with and starting its diplomacy with all of these tribes of the West.
Were they on a diplomatic mission, do you think?
I mean, this question is at the heart of the whole legacy of this expedition, right? There are so many different perspectives on this, and the expedition's legacy is remembered so differently, and especially if you're from a tribe. So in a way, I think they thought that they were doing diplomacy, and yet they would use words from Thomas Jefferson that said that we are your new white father. That is how Thomas Jefferson, wanted it to go out to tribes.
With so many points of view on the same story, it makes me wonder, how does the National Park Service and those of us who work for and visit park sites, how do we fit into this? What role do you think the National Park Service plays in interpreting history?
I love the idea that when you come to the actual place and when you stand in that place, that learning about history, culture, nature just becomes so much more profoundly meaningful when you are doing it with your 2 feet on the ground in that place. I just think that that's kind of the point of the National Park Service, by saving that place for us to come to really think about what is so important, think about some of these big themes of our history.
It feels like almost everyone has a different perspective and a different way that they approach studying this history. How and why do you think perspective is important with unpacking this history? And
Yeah. The way I think about it is, the more angles you examine, the more perspectives you hear, the closer you get to the truth. And sometimes we won't ever get a crystal clear picture of an event, of something that may have happened. But anytime that we can include additional perspectives, it's like a puzzle, and it just completes the picture. And I believe that's true even when the perspectives, or especially when the perspectives are opposing. And that's a really long answer to your question, but that question, like I said, is at the heart of what this Lewis and Clark expedition's legacy means. It's complicated.
it's no surprise that an expedition that traveled over 4,000 miles crossed paths with so many different people and points of view. But as I've researched the core of Discovery, those paths kept converging on one name: Charlie Russell, the painter behind the giant mural at the Capitol.
Today, Russell is considered one of the most famous Western artists that has ever lived, and he painted mainly romantic scenes of the Old West.
I hadn't heard of him really until I moved here, but when his name kept popping up in my research, I was excited to see it show up on the schedule for campground talks here in the park.
When he was a 16-year-old boy in 1880 and he wanted to come west, he wanted to see the West that was passing, because in 1880 it was. The buffalo herds were almost gone. The railroads, the development, the mining, everything was changing. So he got here just in time to see the last little bit of what he grew up listening to stories about and what he'd read. And of course, he read the Lewis and Clark journals until they were in tatters, because he just loved that era of the mountain men.
That's Mary Jane.
My name is Mary Jane Bradbury, and I am a storyteller.
She gives a program on the life and legacy of Charlie Russell, but she does it through the eyes of his wife, Nancy.
And I like to tell it from her perspective. But in order for me to do that, we all have to use our imaginations. You use your imagination, and we'll both just pretend Nancy's going to walk out of the forest and step right up here and tell us her story.
Living history is the art of portraying historical figures by dressing in their clothes, talking the way they might have talked, and giving a performance in character.
To be honest, I wasn't that familiar with living history, and at first glance, I thought it sounded a little corny. But then I met Mary Jane.
When I put the clothes on, I get the strut going, I get the voice going. I admit, you don't get in my way now, because I'm Nancy Russell, and you will pay for this painting because this is what it's worth, and there will be no more Charlie Russell art. So you want it, you pay for it.
I love that.
Okay, Mary Jane Bradbury. She's kind of a character herself. I think I usually associate living history with more Revolutionary War, Civil War reenactments. The Park Service does a lot of those.
But Mary Jane uses her outfit, her accent, and her strut to tell a more personal story.
I asked Charlie one time if he ever thought he'd run out of ideas for paintings. And he said a man couldn't live enough lifetimes to run out of all the ideas that he had for stories in his art. And if he ever lost the use of his hands, he'd learn to paint with his toes, because he had to paint not only what was in his mind, but what was in his heart.
And Mary Jane shared that while Charlie was a talented artist, he wasn't much of a businessman.
Charlie was blessed with a great amount of talent, but not a lot of ambition. So lucky for Charlie, at a very critical moment in his life, he met Nancy Cooper, who became his wife. Together, they could create the legacy of art and stories that we have now. That is a remarkable chronicle of the West.
Charlie would make paintings, and Nancy, his fiery, no-nonsense wife, would get people to buy them. She'd travel all over the country to sell his art. New York, Los Angeles.
And here in Glacier, too. Charlie and Nancy started coming here before Glacier was even a park, and they loved it so much they ended up building a cabin on Lake McDonald. They named it the Bullhead Lodge, and it was a really big part of their lives.
Glacier was a special place for them.
After the park was established, Lake McDonald Lodge was eager to capitalize on having the Russells as neighbors. So they set up a special gallery where Nancy could wheel and deal and sell Charlie's art to wealthy tourists. The two of them were amazing storytellers and would give captivating impromptu performances to tourists in the lobby. Charlie would even join in on visitor pack trips as the official storyteller.
It sounds like they really loved this place, and people here really love them back. Mary Jane always pulls a huge audience to this talk.
I love telling the stories from the first-person perspective, the historic portrayal. That brings alive the history that we've been through and gives us a little bit of an insight as to where we are now and hopefully where we're going next.
What I love about this approach is that you get to see the people behind the paintings. The man with a vision, the woman with a plan, and the couple that spent summers in Glacier for decades. And it's easy to imagine why the people building the Montana State Capitol hired Russell to paint its largest mural.
When the Capitol was built, they wanted a mural. They had asked a number of Montana artists to contribute. Of course, Eastern artists were all the rage in those days. You know, if you really wanted something of high notoriety, you would hire a big Eastern artist. And Charlie said, fine, if you want angels and cherubs flitting through the skies, go ahead and hire an Eastern artist. But if you want history, hire me. And so they did.
Hey, Gabby, tell us about living history and meeting Mary Jane Bradbury. Like, what did you like about it?
It was really cool. I thought the way Mary Jane Bradbury captured Nancy Russell and shared her experience with us was amazing. I'm somehow relating to this person hundreds of years ago.
I think it's neat that you're learning about one person, Charlie Russell, but you're doing it through someone else who knew him and they're from their point of view, like Nancy, his wife.
Exactly.
Often history is kind of presented as just one thing, a set of facts in a textbook, but I think that's a good reminder that you can learn a lot from different people's interpretations. All history is someone's interpretation.
Yeah.
Perry, and the way you're describing this, I'm imagining my family and I looking at a piece of art, and we are all looking at the same thing, but somehow we are taking away different meanings, different interpretations.
And so often we study history through art. You know, my high school history textbook was full of old paintings.
What I'm hearing you two say is that there's a lot of power in understanding the past through not just different perspectives, but using art, whether it's a painting or a living history performance that an actor's doing. There's a lot of value in understanding history through that art because it forces you to see something from one perspective or one point of view.
Right. I think we're really comfortable with the idea that art can have a lot of different interpretations, but we don't often think of history that way.
I'm finding that history gets a lot more complicated when you start considering multiple perspectives. I just wanted another take on Lewis and Clark, but that led me into a history of Charlie Russell, and then that led me to seeing things from his wife Nancy's point of view. And I'm not done yet.
Hello!
Before I see Charlie Russell's painting in the Helena Capitol building, I wanted to get one more person's thoughts. So we stopped at Jermaine White's beautiful home on the Flathead Reservation.
Do you guys want a drink of water?
Anything? I have both LaCroix and Waterloo.
I'm fine.
So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Charlie Russell painting, because we're going to go see it tomorrow.
I love it.
Why? How so?
I think that when you look at it, what you'll see is Salish people. They're on horses, they're dressed in their finery, front and center. That's like hero of the story, that central perspective of a painting. And then off on the side is this little straggler group of folks that kind of look like they're lost. It's a direct collision of cultures that is about to occur. And it's really quite powerful. When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark, who I sometimes irreverently call Clueless and Lark. They're revered by so many. Mm-hmm. And there really has not been, until recently, I believe, Indigenous people included in history. Indigenous people are eloquent but dead, or dead. Did I mention? Mm-hmm. Did I mention that?
Germaine is now retired, but she started the Cultural Resource Protection Program on the Flathead Reservation and is currently serving as a board member for the Glacier National Park Conservancy, the organization that funds this show. But I'm talking to her because she helped create a book telling the Lewis and Clark story from the Salish perspective. So I'm curious, how did you get involved? Where you kind of contributed / wrote this book?
We wanted to tell a story that was really framed by the voices of our elders. The title of the story is not Lewis and Clark and the Salish people. It's the Salish people and the Lewis and Clark expedition. They entered a homeland that was known and loved and that was fully occupied. As the people watched Lewis and Clark, it appeared that they were aimlessly moving across the landscape, that they really had no sense of the world they were moving through. And for us, our lives in so many ways are deeply connected to the natural world. It appeared that these people were kind of bumbling across the landscape, and those that observed them thought they might be ill. They looked unhealthy. They didn't appear to be moving with purpose and clear direction. They're upside down face people. They have hair on the bottom of their face and no hair on the top of their face. And who are these strange, unhealthy looking people? And as the people observed them, there was great discussion among the leaders and the people in the camp. And there were those among the tribe that said we should eliminate them. We were a large population. Mm-hmm. We were strong and healthy, and they were not. And there were also those among us that said we need to visit upon them traditional norms of hospitality. That's who we are. The more pitiful they are, the more in need they are. So we need to help them. Those that said we should help them prevailed. So we met them and, we gave them buffalo robes to be warm. We gave them food stores because they had very little. We gave them vast stores of goods that we had gathered to make our winter successful. And that really is profoundly important because we came with kindness and generosity and hospitality. It didn't appear that they did. It appeared that they were coming to catalog and inventory resources for appropriation. And I think that really set the template for a lot which was to follow.
Do you think their mission was exploratory and diplomatic or colonial and capitalistic?
Can it be one disguised as the other? So, for example, we could have this nice introduction. I could welcome you here. I could offer you a beverage, LaCroix. Would you like a little sparkling water? And also, look at that really nice recorder you have here and think about how I could have a hostile takeover and acquire that before you leave, regardless of your intent of leaving with it. So Lewis and Clark inventoried, cataloged, moved through, went back, reported to the government.
It's funny that you say that they were like coming in just like taking stock, because I kind of just like imagine them being like, oh, okay, like there's this, cool, I'm taking notes, and like...
Of course, they had, the journals were basically an inventory. That's what Jefferson sent them out to do. Their mission was clear.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think then that history has gone and like incorrect about this meeting?
The whole story that this land was known and loved and occupied. Our elders knew the place not just encyclopedically, but they knew it intimately. Our elders knew the curves of the hills and the lines of the trails as intimately as they knew the lines and curves of their mothers' faces. That story has really not been told.
The Corps of Discovery met dozens of tribes on their years-long journey, not just the Salish. And versions of this encounter happened over and over again. And in every case, there's one story we can read in the Lewis and Clark journals, but there are many others too, even if they're less well known. Carrying what I've learned from Katie, Mary Jane, and Jermaine, I finally feel ready to see the painting at the Capitol. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. Wow. Wow. Oh my God, it's huge. This is, no joke, the biggest painting I've ever seen. It's the entire wall of the chamber, above where the Speaker of the House sits, up on a platform. I'm surrounded by legislative desks, all of which face the painting. I walk up the center aisle, and I kind of feel like I'm walking up to an altar.
Do you remember? What do you think?
I'm overwhelmed. The painting shows a broad Montana valley, and I'm imagining the sun just under the horizon. It's kind of just turning the clouds pink. The center is dominated by Salish people on horseback, their camp of teepee lodges behind them. It's hard not to be overwhelmed just staring at this. I can't look away.
Yeah, and it is in itself just an amazing painting. The way the center of your vision is right here in the front, where you see the Salish Indians swirling.
Kind of feels like there's a frenzy in camp.
There is
an
energy, yes, yeah.
Russell's painting is loud and dynamic. I feel like I can almost hear the thunder of horses running through it. It is the exact opposite of the first Lewis and Clark painting I saw here in the Capitol. For one, no one is pointing at the horizon, but more surprising, Lewis and Clark themselves are barely in it. The Salish on horseback are charging toward and past the viewer, but the Corps of Discovery are tiny, off to one side. Somehow the emotional and intense energy does not reach them.
No, it does not.
They're kind of just standing there, and there's not much emotion on that side.
You can see, the focus in Paxton's painting, of course, is Lewis and Clark and the Corps of Discovery. And here the focus are the Salish Indians. Yeah.
Near the bottom of the frame, there's a dog that I assume belongs to the Salish. And from my perspective, it looks like it's stalking. Directly behind the Speaker of the House, watching the politicians of Montana. Without saying a word, the painting comments on the sweep of history about to unfold.
Charlie never talked about it. There's no recorded documentation that I know of what he thought about this painting. So what happens next? And that's up to the viewer to decide.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Season 3 of Headwaters, Becoming, was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, along with Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esaberry. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music. Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Special thanks this episode to Jermaine White, Katie Campbell,
Thanks for signing my Junior Ranger book.
Jennifer Bottomley-O'Looney, and Mary Jane Bradbury.
Or should we say, Nancy Russell.
Making this season is a huge team effort, and we couldn't have done it without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slodek, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the whole team at the Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We visit the 100-year-old cabin of a complicated character to untangle the fur trade in northern Montana and what it left behind.
And at the end of the day, 120 years later, we're left with kind of a semi-unclear picture of what kind of a guy Joe Kipp was.
What happens when the sun goes down? Hell is not our fault. They're the ones that are taking the drink. We didn't make them drink.
That's next time on Headwaters. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Gabby.
So Headwaters is made possible by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
That's right.
What else are you guys supporting?
Another project we're supporting is to add Indigenous language to interpretive signage in the park. This project's really cool because it's a big collaboration. It's going to involve Glacier National Park, the Department of the Interior, as well as it recognizes the connection these places have to so many Indigenous people, but it also enriches the experience of the person reading it and learning about that connection and just deepens their knowledge of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. So if people want to learn more about this project, where can they go?
They should check out our website, Glacier.
Significant features of Glacier National Park is the incredible biological diversity found here. In Glacier National Park, more plant species are found than either the cluster of Rocky Mountain National Parks to the north around Banff and Jasper, or in the Yellowstone ecosystem to the south. At Two Dog Flats, where the prairies meet the mountains, two of those major communities overlap, creating an edge effect where many species of wildlife find important food and shelter. Often where the edge of one habitat type overlaps the edge of another, there is an increase in the number and diversity of species present, resulting in associations and combinations of animal communities not generally found together. Here at the Two Dog Flats area, shortgrass prairie species from the east mingle with dry east slope Rocky Mountain forests, creating a rich environment. It's not uncommon to see coyotes and badgers hunting ground squirrels in the meadows while hawks soar overhead seeking voles and mice. Deer hidden in the forest during the day frequent the meadows in the morning and evening hours. Songbirds from the prairies and the forests alike can be heard singing their mating calls and territorial warnings. Predators find a rich source of food in areas like Two Dog Flats because of the abundance of food for prey species to take advantage of. These meadows are also important winter range for elk. Throughout the winter, a small band of several hundred elk can be found grazing in the flats and on the meadows down near St. Mary. These areas are usually blown free of snow by the near-constant winds in the St. Mary Valley, making it an easier wintering ground for them. In the spring, however, the elk move to higher ground and generally spend the summer in the mountains, seen towering in the background. If you're here in the spring or in the fall, expect to see elk in the evenings and the mornings. Two Dog Flats is beautiful any season of the year. Winter is stark and harsh, and few visitors see the park during this quiet time of the year. But in the summer, a profusion of wildflowers carpets the meadows and offer a treat for both botanists and wildlife enthusiasts. Spend a while at Two Dog Flats, and you will see that this meadow is alive with activity.
Hello again, Rocky Rangers. Two quick announcements before we get started with this week's episode. They might sound familiar because they're the same as last episode. We still have a big pavement preservation project going on in the park. That's going to be creating delays and closures over the next week and change. The biggest impact? Alpine Visitor Center and Old Fall River Road will be completely closed on Thursday, August 17th. Other impacts are too complicated to cover in detail here, trust me on that. But you can get the full deets on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/Romo. Look for alerts at the top of the page. If you're on a mobile device, it'll be hidden in our little menu. Find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. It's been rain lately with heavy thunderstorms and even continuous rain rolling in every afternoon. It's raining right now. Always check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are well below tree line before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Lightning is serious business, so play it safe. And now for our week, how the week impacted their design process now and potentially in the future, what it was like to camp for the first time for some of them, and to get to geek out about design stuff, because that's what I do all day usually. We hope this podcast inspires you also to camp, to explore Rocky, and to create beautiful things. Let's rock. How's it going?
Good.
How's your week been?
Very good out here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, how about you introduce yourself?
Okay. My name is Jeremy Shellhorn, and I'm Associate Professor of Design at the University of Kansas. And I teach a summer class called, it's the Do Studio, Designing Outside. And the purpose of that is to really get the students outside of the traditional classroom setting and get them outside where they have to be in a place that pushes them to think about design and make things differently than they would otherwise. And it's been a great week out here at Rocky. The weather's been great, but it's just a good time to get them out of their comfort zone and have to deal with things like climate and elevation and not being able to run into studio every 5 minutes to print stuff out. Yeah, so great.
Yeah. This is year 2, right?
This is year 2, yeah, second annual.
Yeah.
So I was certainly a little bit better at preparation. And
yeah. How did this feel this year compared to last year?
It was very good. I think I had a good mix. These students got to do a couple hikes to kind of get acclimated.
Oh, nice.
We went to Emerald Lake the first day.
Yeah.
We had a lot of flatlanders, so they had to get used to the elevation.
Very smart. For our listeners, very smart move.
Yeah.
Start easy.
Started easy.
So you went up to Emerald Lake, and did you do like sketching and stuff, or was it? What was kind of involved?
So we got up there and just got acclimated to hiking in the elevation, and then just kind of had a sketch time.
Yeah.
And it was hot out, so we did have a couple brave souls that did maybe get into the water.
Ooh.
And then very quickly got back out of the water and resumed sketching.
Never will you feel more alive.
Yeah. And
that's awesome.
So that was a great kind of first day to get acclimated. And then the next day we went to Mills Lake. Kind of the prototypical, gave them the story about, one of the proponents of getting, Rocky up as a park, Enos Mills, and he was actually a Kansan.
That's right.
From Lynn County, Kansas.
Yeah.
And so I gave him a little bit of story about how he ended up here. And so we went and visited the lake of his namesake.
That's great.
And then a couple of us that were up to a little more adventure kept on going to Black Lake.
Okay, yeah, that's a good hike.
And there was a little bit of snow.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier this week. Like, how much snow?
There was quite a few spots where we were crawling up and then maybe sliding down.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of snow.
Yeah, a lot of snow.
And I guess that was like late June.
Yeah.
Late June. That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty typical.
Yeah, it was gorgeous, and one of the nice things about
going
past, Mills Lake was, it's fantastic to see that site, but if you're able to go maybe just a little bit farther, you beat a little bit of the crowds.
That was Mills Lake was kind of like my first introduction. So I came here for the first time, I guess 3 years ago, to make their brochure map. So everybody who uses a map in the park I mean, I came here to make that, and I stayed afterwards and did a backpacking trip. And like I went in Glacier Gorge, up to Mills Lake, up to Black Lake, and then I actually kept going up past that, like way up into Glacier Basin. And I tried to go over Stoneman Pass, and that's when I lost the prescription sunglasses that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, got it.
There was still a lot of snow up in that pass.
Yeah.
And that was late. That was like in the 20s in July.
Wow.
Anyway, but it's beautiful up there. I love that. Like Longs and the Keyboard of the Winds coming down, and Pagoda Mountain, Chief's Head.
Tried to point out
Black Lake,
as
too.
many places like that on our way, and certain times you head up that part of that particular trail and you get a good kind of side angle of the diamond on Longs Peak. And so we did have a couple climbers in our group. They did not venture to something that hard.
Yeah.
But a little bit of bouldering this week, and mostly hiking and sketching.
Oh, that's awesome.
And just getting out with the paints.
Yeah.
And stuff that sort of forced them to get off screens for the week. So I mean, as an educator, just a chance to get them to experience a place like this, force them to have maybe some parameters they don't always have, and force them to be a little bit more creative about how they're going to create. What we're looking at now is sort of a show. We're in Moraine Park Campground, and my students have put up a show, a little art and design show, and invited some of the camp guests here, and we're just hanging out and sort of looking at what they did this week.
Yeah, we're going to walk around and play Pass the Mic.
Cool.
We're just going to get to play like Duck, Duck, Goose,
Awesome.
kind of.
Awesome.
We'll do that in a little bit.
Well,
I think it's great. I think it's so awesome, and it's something that we do try to promote, but I think doesn't get associated a lot with national parks is art.
Mm-hmm.
And art has always been so essential. Like part of the reason why Yellowstone was even set aside is that Moran went into the wilderness and hauled all the stuff and painted it and interpreted it so other people could see it and be like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and
it's inspired so much art too that isn't even about national parks necessarily. Like that's great that you made the connection with Enos Mills. Yeah.
Yeah, and Albert Bierstadt.
The
lake named
incredibly
after him
famous here.
Same kind of deal. If you didn't have a photographer to send out, you had paints and drawing, and I think for these kids, they know how to use those tools, but this really sort of forces them to do it.
And camping all week too.
Yeah,
it kind of gets you in a different headspace.
Absolutely.
Especially after the first couple, like after the first 2 or 3 days when you're like really in it, you're really embracing the new shower routine, or lack thereof.
Yes, a couple cold showers,
mornings and
a couple solar showers that maybe we didn't set out in the sun.
Long enough. But you tried. That's good. You're preparing for our solar future. It's smart. But rather important in the sun. Should we walk around and play tag?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's just walk around.
Okay.
We can just drag the mic cables. It doesn't matter.
Fantastic.
They're strong.
Let's talk to these. We have a couple junior rangers that are.
Oh, new junior rangers.
Oh, all 3 of them right here?
Yeah, wow. All 3 of our junior rangers. What a treat.
Well, they said it was 9 and up for the activities, so.
Yeah.
There's no age limit.
It's actually, I think, a growing in popularity. We'll probably have to pass the mic around a little. They're pretty specific to where they're held. All right, we have our 3 junior rangers. Yeah.
Yep, we're here.
Whenever people want to talk, we can just pass the mic around. Tell us your name.
My name is Alex.
And Alex, where are you from?
I'm from the University of Kansas.
University of Kansas.
Everyone, but from Kansas.
From Kansas?
Yep.
Where in Kansas, in case we have Kansas listeners?
Just outside of Kansas City.
Okay.
In a suburb of Kansas City, so
nice. Yeah, why don't we go down the line?
I'm Gracie. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I also attend the University of Kansas.
And then my name's Dagny. I live in Denver, but I go to the University of Kansas.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Maybe I'll ask you more about that.
2 of us study industrial design, and then 1 of us graphics design. So
nice. How did you enjoy the Junior Ranger program?
It was amazing. I learned a lot, actually, from it.
That's
some
great.
really great activities.
Yeah.
The ecosystems, I think, was the most interesting part.
Yeah.
We're also about to go get the Stargazer's badge.
Ooh, nice. You're going to go to the stargazing program? You will love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been getting out at night here enough to be able to see, but
Got some good night skies.
yeah.
It's been pretty cloudy, too.
Oh, that's true.
Hit and miss.
Yeah, I think tonight you're looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking extremely clear.
No, I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people much above the age of 9 enjoy the junior ranger program. I almost think we should have an adult ranger program.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
I just doing the activities, I imagine parents involved with their kids learn a lot as well, like with the kids. Just
Yeah, that's what we hear. It's a great program.
Dagny and I have considered making. We thought it was one of our projects that would be fun to make our own patches. For being an adult ranger, like adult.
Nice.
We were thinking like all of the names, like super senior, junior, senior ranger. Like we were trying to think of like how to be inclusive.
Mister. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't know. What do you guys thought about this week? You enjoyed camping all week?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. It's definitely not something I've done in a long time.
Yeah. Any of you guys been to Rocky before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Wow. There's such a big Kansas, Rocky, Denver, of course.
Neighboring state, man.
It's true. Yeah.
It's not a far drive, and it's a lot better looking.
Yeah.
In some ways.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay,
yeah.
we have
If
the
you like
sunsets.
mountains,
We have sunsets.
that's true. Yeah, my fiance is from Wyoming, where it's in a little more open part of Wyoming and misses the sunsets.
Yeah.
Big open sky.
Baxter was chasing one. A
Yeah.
fellow classmate was chasing one, and he finally got a good one last night. So
Nice.
Yeah, while he was fishing.
So Jeremy gave a little bit of overview about the class, so people sort of get the overview. I think his intent was to shake things up, get you outside. How has it been different from your normal design life, if at all?
I mean, usually our design life is, tons of late night hours in a studio, dealing with the rest of college
Yep.
while trying to do design projects. This has just been completely different, being outside constantly,
Yeah.
having to adapt to the environment and what you just have available. I think there was a lot of creativity from using available supplies that you couldn't necessarily go to the store and pick up whatever you wanted. You kind of had to use what was available, and a lot of sharing of resources and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for the most part, graphics, we live oftentimes in the basement, so there's
Yeah.
very few windows.
I know how that goes.
So there's the joke we have that's like, well, the only windows are on the computer. But it was like really fun not being in a basement, not being on a computer.
Yeah.
Actually being outside in a temperature that was ideal instead of the humid Kansas weather, and
Oh.
so that was a lot of fun. And like, I did a lot more handmade stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and I usually feel like I fall heavily on, Illustrator program, like
Yeah,
Illustrator and
I definitely do.
mostly Illustrator for me. Yeah.
I think we all do that with the computer. It was nice getting away from it.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Because during our normal design process, we usually jump into that technological aspect
Yeah.
really, really fast.
Yeah.
And staying away from that really, I know I got a lot more ideas than I normally would have
Really?
gone through.
Yeah.
Just by using the pencil and paper and
Huh.
some watercolor.
Yeah.
I think there's the Bauhaus philosophy of design where, like using a lot of materials to experiment. And it was fun. We do that in our first year of design school. It kind of gets lost when we go to the computer. And so it was nice kind of
Yeah.
returning to that and playing with physical materials. I was playing with some pine cones earlier today and like put some googly eyes on them. And that was just a great time.
Like you tried. Yeah. He just.
Amazing being in the ranger station. My favorite thing was looking at how they store hats there.
Oh.
So cool.
Yeah, you saw the
I
hat
loved
holders?
that. I geeked out about that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to describe it for people. It's just like like 2 pieces of thick paper with kind of a circular cutout in it so that you can slide the brim of the flat hat down into it.
Yeah,
It's
so the hat
yeah.
sits flat against the wall.
Yeah, and it keeps it in a flat, it keeps the right shape and all that stuff.
Everyone had their name next
Yeah.
to their hat, which was just really cute.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's like, going to class, hanging up your hat.
Yeah.
I really want to make one now. Yeah. Just because I have so many floppy hats.
For kids and
Yeah,
mini
'cause-
uniforms.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
that was the
exactly.
cutest thing. We went to the Alpine Ridge Visitor Center, and they had all those like mini junior ranger or like just ranger outfits for like kids. And
Yeah.
I don't know. We've been enjoying a lot of the mini outdoor gear that is out there for children.
Oh yeah, and actually, I'm pretty sure the Junior Ranger badge is bigger than the actual badge.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I actually have to agree with that.
Is yours made out of plastic though?
no, they are metal. That is different.
Dang.
Actually, I don't
I
have
feel
a badge right now.
I feel cheated.
Because I'm also often in the office and on Illustrator, but I just think there's something cool to just.
I feel like sometimes you get to your result almost a little too fast
Yeah,
and miss out on the
exactly.
creative process.
Exactly.
Because I think a lot of the fun I had today, like this whole week, was just like playing in my sketchbook because I haven't really used like markers and ink or gouache all that much in like recent years. Like I love like those like just illustrating by hand and stuff. And so that was a lot of fun, just like experimenting with layering and how those
Yeah.
look and interact with each other. And so it's like kind of a fun. I really didn't do anything graphic design wise. I just was like illustrating all week, and it was
Yeah.
like really cathartic.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Is your all's stuff? What's your all's stuff?
I did the I'm calling it the climbing universal route identifier.
Oh.
Yeah, so I feel like climbing routes could be increased safety-wise if they had a better like designation system.
Mhm.
So I just started like talking to some climbers, and out of the climbers I pulled at several of the crags, mainly at Lily Mountain, none of them knew the name of the route they were climbing or the difficulty.
Really?
Nor the amount of
Interesting.
protection that was required. 0% of them. So I thought
Wow.
that was like kind of crazy.
Interesting.
And so I felt like if, some little like small designation tags could be made with the route information from the difficulty level and also the amount of protection needed.
Interesting.
And also when it was bolted. So that's on the back of the tag.
Uh-huh.
So I made some little prototypes and put them on a route and photographed them, and then
oh, that's great.
Tried to use. I was hoping like all the climbing routes designations around the world are all kind of different, and so I was hoping to maybe use shapes and color and maybe a new system that they could all fit within. Could kind of unify them. So I was trying to use almost like the skiing slope system of a green circle tag for
Right.
low level routes. And then, all from the Yosemite system to like all the other worldwide ones, they could all put their numbers on it.
Right.
But, it'd
Somewhere
have-
on that scale.
Somewhere on that
Yeah.
scale, but they could all have a unifying design language of, the lowest ones are green circle up to, blue square to all the way up to, like a black diamond.
Yeah,
So-
that's awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully Jeremy will send me example like everyone's stuff, but
Yeah, I'm excited to work some more on it and maybe
Yeah.
send it over to you.
yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our climbing folks would think about it.
Yeah, because we definitely I remember just speaking with Alex real quick on his that one thing that was really cool too was the idea. Sorry, I was getting
That's okay. Yeah, we've got some campers or other visitors that have showed up to check it out.
Yeah, they're from the next campsite over.
Nice, making connections.
I'll get back to my thought. I just kind of escaped me. So I guess what I did was I just focused on a lot of illustration because I really wanted to make a children's book.
Ah,
But
nice.
we did so much outdoor activity that I really didn't have the time to sit down and illustrate. So I just made a little character, a little chipmunk.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking of how he might interact with the mountains and the ecosystems because I really thought it'd be a cool way to educate on the ecosystems and introduce to other characters among ecosystems.
Mhm.
And so I made a little bear too. So it's for you, that's the
Yeah.
birds on top of my sketchbook, but then it's the mountains and then the little things at the bottom with the
That's awesome.
little red jacketed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I just did this week was
Yeah.
thinking of more of a younger approach to the mountain.
Yeah, that is a fun feel.
So-
I'm trying to think of what era or something it reminds me of, but I like it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't have a name for him yet, so
Yeah.
if you have any suggestions.
For now, he's just Blank,
Yeah,
the
he's
bear.
just Blank.
Mhm.
Yep. So
I kind of like Blank the Bear.
Blank the bear.
Actually.
Yeah, that's cute. No, I like the. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that was kind of my approach. I work with preschoolers back in Kansas, so
Oh,
I kind of
okay.
had them in mind when I
Uh-huh.
was making it, the idea and
That's
the colors
great.
and stuff. So yeah, I was really thinking how could I teach the kids I teach in Lawrence
Uh-huh.
about what I've experienced and how they can help save the Rocky Mountain National Park or how they can make a difference or even just be more educated in a very
Yeah.
easy way.
Oh, that's super awesome. Yeah. That's great. What about you?
So I focus specifically on some hiking shoes for people hiking
Oh.
specifically within the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Uh-huh.
Because as a child, I did a lot of hiking, but my footwear wasn't adequate enough, so it really made me really dislike hiking, dislike backpacking.
Yeah, sure.
Until I was able to find the shoes that actually worked for me
Yeah.
and for my environment. And I notice a lot of people on the trails are wearing these athletic shoes, which
Yeah.
don't really translate well into this environment, especially when you're encountering snow and rocks and water and dust and dirt and everything. So I thought about the specific trail conditions that we encountered on our different hikes and then looked up a few on some hike rating websites and tried to combine a shoe where you're keeping that toe protected, you have a sole that can really handle those rocks and those sharp inclines, and then also more specifically finding a way so that way people can casually go through those areas with those snowbanks
Uh-huh.
and still be safe and not be sliding down.
Mm.
So I know that most snow protection is kind of goes over the whole shoe and you take it completely on and off, and thinking maybe of a thing where you can flip it so it starts out on the outside of your shoe and you can flip it down and goes on the bottom side of your
cool.
shoe. So it's
Yeah.
not necessarily in use all the time.
Yeah. Is that do you do a lot of product kind of design like that in your normal
Yeah,
school
I
stuff?
would say shoes is my emphasis right
Yeah,
now.
you really like shoes?
Yeah, I really like them. I've been having a good time drawing them.
That's awesome.
And there's a lot of different variations.
Yeah. Yeah, I like lots of weird types of shoes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Right now I have on, what are these? Tiny, like super thin, barely there, barefoot sandals.
The
I
soles
like,
are really thin.
yeah, they're super thin. But
They're
yeah,
really nice.
yeah, shoes are fascinating. And like you said, especially if you end up hiking or backpacking a lot, you start to really care about shoes.
Yeah.
Because you
and-
hate when your feet are killing you. Yeah.
And I'm a person with a really weird foot, so if other people can not be feeling the same discomfort I have in the past,
Yeah.
that would be a great thing. And
That's
I'm sure
awesome.
a lot more people would come outside and
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's really cool. What a diversity.
What do ranger boots like? What does a ranger usually wear? Because I feel like they, with as much as you guys are outdoors, like, is there a standard issue boot?
Let's move out of the smoke. Yes. Yeah, we're right by the campfire. We said we were going to have podcasts that were like we were sitting around a campfire, and we actually are this time.
Very literally.
What's up? Yeah. Too bad you can't see it. We'll get some sound of the crackling fire later.
Ooh.
Ranger, there are standards. Yeah, there are uniform standards. So in terms of appearance and things like that, and then there's like specific ones that you can order. And then people who are out in the back country or, like climbing rangers or there's more choice about what works for you. So, I mean, nobody's going to want to let you go out with something like totally inadequate, but most people are just like, these are the type of boots that work for me, They tend to be brown leather. We try to keep it classy for the most part. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, the uniform standards are, I don't know them as well as I should because I don't usually, I don't get to wear a uniform as much as I'd like to, really. Yeah.
I actually, Alex and I recalled what you were going to say about the tags. And
Yeah.
It was just the fact that we thought, like, How Is Their Way National Parks could be a part of that because you wouldn't, I think you actually, did you see how much that cost for rescue?
Well, I just tried to look up some data on rescue, and from what I could tell and some brief sources, it looked like climbing rescues were the most expensive rescue operation that the park can have. I was reading stories about helicopter rescues, and I found just one bill, or like one cost, which was, I think, a little over $30,000 for one rescue for a climbing operation. So I thought, man, if there's anything we can do to make those routes safer, which I feel like knowledge is power. So if you can equip people with more knowledge about the climbing environment and the route, that possibly you could reduce the number of climbing rescues you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what we were thinking too. Is like yesterday was actually my first time rock climbing, and Alex was like looking for the specific route he had picked out for us because like I couldn't climb anything harder than I think it was a 5.2 that we might have found. But yeah, I couldn't have climbed anything probably harder than that. I mean, I'm
that was
already
your first time.
Exactly. And so like thinking about like, that kind of also like if maybe you don't know what to look for and you get misled. So like thinking about how like that icon like would really, really could save, because people then might also realize like, oh, I can't quite do this one yet, and like think about that.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
I don't think we found the right route because we were using a guidebook, which I thought I had the most updated guidebook, but I guess we were trying to, climbing routes are designated by, it's the third bolted route from the left side of this rock feature. And I think more bolted routes had gotten added since that guidebook had been published. So it was kind of interesting.
It's a very popular climbing place up here. That's interesting. It's cool that you were thinking about that. I just met with one of the climbing rangers today, Everett, and we're going to work with him on a new preventative search and rescue video. PSAR is what we call it in the Park Service for Longs Peak. For exactly what you're saying. Like, number one, we don't want anyone to get hurt ever, obviously. And then number two, whenever someone needs a rescue, you're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's what they do for a living, but still. And then, the cost is incredibly high. So
I think something that everybody forgets, whether you're new to it or old to it, that usually looks a little easier from the ground.
And I think, and this is what we're going to try to convey in the video for people with Longs Peak, is that it kind of has a reputation as a climb or as a hike, and it's not a hike.
Yeah,
because,
we went up to the visitors center.
yeah. Oh, really?
Thing up there, and we're like, oh yeah,
Isn't
this
that
is
cool?
very intense.
Yeah.
We had some cool shoes up there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they give you.
We met some llama rangers.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go out with them soon, sometime this summer. We're gonna do a podcast with them. Yeah, I'm glad. The Longs Peak Ranger Station is really cool. It really apparently gives you a feel for it. I haven't climbed yet, but I'm going to a week from next Thursday because we're gonna go up there to start getting some shots, and for me to scope out places where we can get shots, and yeah, just getting that message out there to people of like, take it seriously, because it's a type of thing once you get past the keyhole where if you fall, you'll probably die. You'll at least be very badly injured and need intense rescue. So I think people go not realizing that. Anyway.
We had a lot of fun. We went out as a group, and also this is a different segment, but you through Jeremy encouraged us to look at the wayside signage.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun looking at that and kind of seeing
I bet.
The design of those and how they designated or showed information to visitors. It was really interesting looking at those. We tried to do. We kind of talked about one as a group as like a see-through wayside sign, so that you could maybe etch the outline of the mountain with
and
the
then
peak
if you
information.
Get to the right level.
You get to the right level and look through it and see the
that's interesting.
kind of mountain range.
Right.
It's like it's a perspective point.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that we noticed was like you had to look, and compare before you really kind of saw what parts of the mountain were where. But
True.
I could, and I was like, it was kind of evolved from the idea of like maybe an app, but then we realized service is so non-existent up on those mountains. But like, that idea that you could use GPS and like hold it up and kind of like those constellation apps that show you where constellations are, it could show you the peaks, and you could just like tap these little hot spots and it would give you that information. So something.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier this week, that's something
Yeah.
that I would love to see happen is an app for a park.
That'd be amazing. I think.
And I've seen some prototypes for a couple parks, and basically the way they work is that when you're at home, when you download it, they say, do you want to download all the content for offline use? So that way you can, when you're at your hotel or visitor center, before you get there, you can have it all. And then there's one like that for the National Mall in DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can hold it up and just move around, and it'll show you like where all the museums and monuments and things
so
like that
cool.
are. Yeah.
I like that interactive aspect because it's almost like virtual reality.
Yeah.
Or augmented reality, where it kind of like transposes something computer generated on top of something real, and I think that's like a really cool interactive way to like learn more information.
Yeah, to learn more. Yeah, I think that's we're all any way that we can let people learn more stuff.
Oh yeah, I think that's why I like the Junior Ranger program so much, is because it was so informative, and I was kind of like, it was funny going into the station like, oh yeah, we're here for our Junior Ranger badge, and they're like, how old are you? You know what I mean? But I think that like having something like that, just like
we're over 9.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah,
It says up, sir, up. We just happen to be up.
Exactly.
The Junior Ranger program actually ended up leading us around the park a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a more fulfilling visit from this time, even though I've been here a lot in the past, being someone from Denver.
Yeah.
Than I ever had before, just because it's a lot more information and you feel like you have more of a mission.
Yeah, because like we were like, oh my gosh, is that a bird in our handbook?
gotta-
And we
you
were
gotta
like,
check it
what bird
out.
is this? And we were really into it. And then like Dagny and I had an unfortunate, we had to run back to our campsite because we needed to grab something before dinner. But on our way back, we were lucky enough to run into some bears. So it was like, while we were a little bit late for dinner, we also had this crazy experience where we got to see a mom and her cubs. And so like that was like, and we were just like, we get to put this in our ranger book. We
I think
so
that's
excited about it.
I think like what you were saying earlier about like being more creative, having more ideas come to you, that kind of thing. That's exactly like when you're outside all day, basically. Stuff just more stuff happens that is unusual.
Oh, yeah.
Your life is much less planned, and so it's like, oh, we were a little late, and then we saw bears.
Yeah,
and
because
if you'd been a little earlier, you wouldn't have seen them.
No, not at all. Because like well, Dagny saw it first, but like last time I was in Estes was August, and I actually stayed at a cabin here, and I feel like I spent so much time like at the cabin, not really thinking about like how much I wasn't experiencing the outside. Whereas like I've been outside all week, and like counting down the days for a shower and stuff, like you just like, and we've been able to witness like deer walking through our campsite and like just like, and we had a bear spook that spooked a couple campers and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just been like a fun experience that I couldn't have had if I was in the safety of 4 walls.
There's one right now. Right next to that other. Is that mule deer?
Oh yeah, yep, mule deer just a little ways out from the campsite. Man, it's such a nice evening. It's too bad we can't transmit
Temperature.
temperature. and
Would you really want
wind
to,
and-
though? We want you to come here.
That's true. We do want you to come
I
here.
hope VR doesn't get that good.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever become like 4D. But I was gonna say that like I think what's craziest about being here is like I'm used to like 90-degree, 60% plus humidity, and like coming
Yep.
here has been like a dream. And
Yep.
I was like, I had to go buy a hat. Like I was like, I'm gonna go back to Kansas, and I am not gonna be able to use this hat. Like,
Yeah. I remember the first time I grew up in the South, and kind of the Midwest, so humid for sure. And yeah, they don't get to choose who talks on mic next. We choose them.
Oh,
it's like duck, duck, goose. They just have to accept it. Those are the rules. Yeah, so I lived in Mississippi, Iowa, Kentucky, places that are hot and humid in the summer. And then I went to Yellowstone for the first time, and I worked there for a whole summer. And I lived about this elevation, like 8,000, almost 8,000 feet. I was at Canyon. And then I came home, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't handle that. Like, it's almost like I never noticed it before, and then it ruined it for me. I think that's why it's a lot of people. We get a lot of people, just for it's so refreshing and cool.
Love that dry air.
Yeah, exactly.
Gives me life.
I've never been more chapped. I already have gone through my chapstick.
It takes, actually, that's something that we try to tell people in our visitor information. So we're telling you now in visitor information that,
Apply chapstick before
Yeah.
you arrive.
As you drive
Vigorously.
towards Colorado, the closer you get, the more chapped your lips.
Every
Yeah.
That's how I can tell when I'm going to get home.
yeah, it takes you a while to get used to it. Who are we going to pick next on mic? Thanks so much for talking to us. Who's next? I'm stepping on my cords. Does anyone want to? Because if not, then you're going to be assigned. Yeah, hop on mic. We'll pass it around. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't come prepared.
Yeah, lay down.
I thought I did, but
Let's get like 16 bars. I'm just kidding.
Yo, my name's Blake.
We'll give him 16 bars. Now I just have 16 ain't enough in my head. Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
Oh man, Andre 3000 just destroys on it for like 3 minutes straight. Anyway, what's your name?
My name's Blake.
Blake, where are you from, Blake?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
I have family in St. Louis.
Really? Where?
I think Webster Grove.
Oh, yeah.
Webster Grove. Yeah?
I'm also from St. Louis.
Yeah? Yeah, one of my uncles and 3 cousins and my aunt. St.
So
Louis.
The whole family.
Yeah,
basically.
and then my uncle's still there, and Kansas City, I've got my cousins in Kansas City.
all right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it was hard making the switch from St. Louis to Kansas.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was a Mizzou fan. I don't know if you've heard, but we're all KU students. And, for my whole life, basically, I was a Tiger fan, and I was like,
That was hard, huh?
Everyone else likes Mizzou out here. I'm gonna like something else.
Nice.
But-
So, have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park
I
before?
have not. I
No,
have
this
not.
is your first time.
Yep. I've been to Yellowstone though. I've been all
Okay.
over the country. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think about this park compared
honestly,
to some others that you've been to?
Some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen.
Really?
I mean, I've been, like I said, all over the country, and the mountains are my favorite part.
Yeah.
Of it,
Me too.
Like, I guess.
Yeah.
Any natural setting.
Yeah,
So.
it's kind of my thing as
And
well.
plus, I took a geology class earlier
Uh-huh.
this semester. So.
Oh
learning
yeah, it
about-
must be really cool to be
Yeah,
here with all this
the plate
exposed rock
tectonics and yeah.
think about how different things formed.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah. Did you go up on Trail Ridge Road at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Lava Cliff there?
I don't.
It's a pullout there. It's a thick layer of rock that was from a big volcanic explosion from the Never Summer Mountains, which are to
Wow.
the west. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I didn't see that.
It's easy to miss. There's a lot to look at when you're on Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes.
Yeah,
were-
what'd you think about that, Trail Ridge Road? That's one of the things that I
had
think.
trouble breathing on,
Yeah.
on my way up there. I was short of breath.
Yeah.
And like there was this one point where there was a parking spot before the visitor center. There was like a parking area and
Yeah.
a walkout, and you could see like a whole bunch of different peaks.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what that area was called, but as I was walking downhill and out of breath, getting to the scenic.
It surprises people.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot less oxygen in every breath up there. Yeah,
you're right. And I mean, I saw someone smoking a cigarette up there. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
How
their
are they
lung
breathing?
capacity must be incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
I want some
They're
of that.
superhumans.
Sometimes I've been up there at Alpine Visitor Center, and did you go to Alpine Visitor Center?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that's a cool visitor center.
Yeah. I got to see both gift shops.
That's the highest elevation visitor center in the National Park Service.
Really?
The entire National Park Service.
12,000, like 13,000?
It's just under 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
all
just
right.
a little bit under 12. Actually, I should know the exact number because it's on our podcast that we just put out today. It's like 11,796 or something
Okay.
like that. It's close to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the highest one.
Right above the tree line.
Yeah.
It was really cool just coming up from an area where there's heavy forest and then it just cuts off and there's nothing. It's like a completely different environment, but at the same time it's just it goes together. I can't explain how many things are running through my mind, like how is this?
Yeah. It's pretty mind-blowing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, it always has a really surreal feel. You're just like, how is this real life?
Right. Yeah,
it's just everything's a little weird.
Yeah, I feel like humanity is not supposed to be on the top of mountains, but somehow
Biologically, we are not. But, it's hard to survive up there.
Definitely.
And that road's only open a little bit of the year.
Right. I saw those giant sticks on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those are for the plows, right?
Exactly.
How big is the plow that goes up on that road?
They're huge. They're actually not plows. They're rotaries. So they're like a giant snowblower. So on the front
like
of them,
a fan, like a blade.
Yeah, they're like a spiral blade on the front. That's like 4 feet tall or maybe more, and then it basically eats the snow in, and then spits it really high out the back. Because if you plowed it, there wouldn't even be anywhere to.
But it doesn't shoot it back onto the road, right?
No,
right?
yeah, it shoots it at an angle, like
all
over the
right.
side of the road.
All right.
Yeah, the snow is so deep that they have to take multiple passes with that thing.
Yeah, I figured
it's
as
pretty
much.
crazy.
Yeah.
And this year, they had it all clear. We were like almost ready to go, maybe open the road a little earlier than expected. And then we had, like here where we're standing, 3.5 feet of snow. This was like
right here in this camp.
This is like mid-May.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like, I guess snow stays up there until like a couple weeks from today.
Yeah,
right?
if you'd been here a few weeks ago, there would have been a ton of snow up there.
Oh my gosh.
It's just that once the sun starts getting really intense and the days get long and it gets clear, the snow melts incredibly fast. But like I went up there. You should go on our Facebook and look. I went up there and took some 360 photos, and it was like May 22nd, and it's I have on a
up
huge
on top
coat.
of Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I have on a huge coat, and the snow is like incredibly deep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I still can't imagine the snow in the summer. That blows my mind.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the snow sticks around here a really long time.
Coming up from St. Louis, it was probably 70 to 80 degrees a day. And then I've been wearing a sweatshirt, doubling up on the sweatpants every night. It's crazy. And it's like it's July.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So
this is about as warm as it gets.
Yeah,
just about.
It's crazy thinking about. I got a chance to go to San Francisco. It was the same thing.
Yeah, in the summer it's chilly, quite chilly.
But
as Mark Twain said. So what kind of design do you do?
I'm an industrial designer.
Okay.
It's my senior year. I'm getting ready to enter the real world.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very prepared.
Well, you are and you aren't.
Right.
I'm 32. There's definitely a learning curve.
Right.
It's good though.
I mean,
because it's a lot of it's the kind of stuff that you can't learn until you do it. You just have to
exactly.
do it.
It all comes with experience.
We'll figure it out. Like I never would have thought I would have ended up here in this job.
Right.
When I was a senior in college, never could I have imagined.
So. I know my passions are going to lead me where I want to
exactly.
go. I've been drawing since first grade.
Yeah. So what's it been like being here? So I mean, normally when you're probably designing on the computer.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Like all of us do that do design.
Coming out into this environment, having no studio.
Yeah.
It's a totally different game.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I did cheat a little bit. I went to Kind Coffee, and I had an opportunity to sit down and work on my computer for the necessities. But for the most part, I was doing a lot of drawing, sitting right outside of my tent.
Yeah.
And the environment is just so peaceful, and I mean, you really get an opportunity to hone in on what's going on in your head and what you want to put on the paper. And for me, it's like a new kind of peace and an upgrade in my creativity.
That's awesome.
So I really love it. And I mean,
hopefully there's ways you can find to bring that in the future.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it can be challenging, but
you're right. But it's testing new things. And experiencing things that you otherwise would not have. That help you grow.
Is your stuff up here?
Yeah.
Let's walk over.
Sure.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is me.
Oh, that's super cool. I was wondering who did that.
I made a raincoat, and
that's awesome.
It doubles as inside of the sleeves come off. They button to the chest portion, and inside of the sleeves you can store rain chaps.
Oh, yeah.
But it also doubles as insulation.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So, yeah, that was just a quick idea I thought of. Usually it takes me longer than a week to create a product, but
why do you think it went faster here?
Well, actually, good question. It's because I got to experience the environment myself. And I recognized what would be easy, light, and efficient to bring with you on a hiking trail or rock climbing. Because you never... Out here, I've learned that the weather is pretty unpredictable.
It's extreme. Yeah, it's crazy.
So you want to be prepared for hot, cold, rain, sunshine.
Like all in a day.
Yeah.
Especially if you go up to Trail Ridge.
Right. And you want to also pack lightly, too.
Oh, for sure.
So I thought, I'm going to make a coat that can keep you warm, protect you from rain. There's a ranger-style cap that actually...
Yeah, I see that big wide-brimmed cap. That's actually that's a really cool idea.
And it like slides into the hoodie, so it...
Oh, whoa.
So if you see here, it's like a drawstring.
That is super cool.
If you ever seen like one of those wire frisbees that just folds...
Yeah,
It's kind of like that.
like that.
So it protects...
Yeah.
It's like a sunlight...
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you need sun protection here as much as rain.
Right, exactly.
And it goes back and forth.
Because I've gotten sunburnt, and I've also been shivering. So it's all part of the experience for me. And
it's invigorating.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it is interesting. When I'm a big hiker and backpacker, and like, I think you just tend to get interested in gear stuff. Like,
I mean,
you
definitely.
To the point where people who aren't into it almost think you're a weirdo, but it's like when you're freezing cold and not thinking very straight and it's you can't see and whatever, like you care about how nice a zipper is, how nice a zipper pull is, things like that.
If there's a need for it, there's a market for it. And if there's not a market for it, that's an opportunity to make one.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff do you normally do in terms of design? Is it all over the place, or do you focus on particular types of products?
My specialty is computer-aided design, CAD. So this last semester, I created a computer mouse. And it was more of a task mouse. It vibrated, and it like had an LED light on the bottom that would pop up, say blue if it was social media, green if it was a work-related email, or red if it was a text.
So when you're designing that in CAD, are you going into like the tiniest detail? Like, to what level do you have to go?
Basically, from start to finish, I'll decide who I'm going to be designing for. I decided in this case I was going to make something for a person in an office-related environment. So I researched what that person does on a daily basis, what they need, what can make their job easier. So once I figured that out, I did 100 to 200 sketches of just quick product, quick mouses, getting the form right. Then I took those sketches and I brought them into CAD and I made a model, and I made probably 6 or 7 different models until I got my form right. And from there, I moved it into KeyShot, which is a rendering program. It's what a lot of car companies do to put their car in an environment like this without bringing the car actually out
they
here.
just render it into the environment.
Yeah,
Put your light sources and few things.
Yeah, exactly. They choose the
Perspective,
angle of the light. It makes it look real, as if you just took a photograph of
Uh-huh.
it. So after that, then I'll put it all together, wrap it up, and put it in Photoshop and whatnot.
Yeah.
And label my process and clarify my steps along the way.
That's super cool.
So yeah.
So do you think that this trip or anything that you learned or experienced here is going to translate over into your design? And
Definitely. What this trip has taught me is how important it is to understand what the user needs and experiencing on a personal level what it means to research your audience, I guess. And I actually did it backwards. Well, I guess the right way. I researched my audience by hiking and doing things outside in the national park, which gave me the idea to create a coat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a natural step I learned that I really think will be valuable for me in the future.
That's
when
awesome.
I'm testing out products for other people, and I
That's
want to
great.
understand what it's like in their shoes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it.
That's great. I'm glad you had a good first visit.
Yeah. I mean,
we're always here.
I'll be back for sure.
We're supposed to be here forever. So as long as the United States is a country, which we also hope is forever, we're supposed to be here. So, we'll be here.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to come back and have my next experience here. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for having us.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. When Jeremy approached me last year about it the first time, he was kind of like, "Do you think we get a campsite?" And because housing is really tight here.
Yeah.
Like we don't even have enough houses for our own employees, and so it's hard. But he was like, "Oh, we'll camp. It'll be great." That's exactly what I want.
Right.
Because it's going to put people in a different
in that environment,
in a different headspace, where they're forced to use different tools, where they're forced to like make art despite physical discomfort or whatever.
Experience it from a different from a process
to shake things up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, I mean, maybe this doesn't happen for everybody, but I definitely relate to what you said and what other people is just like being outside day after day, all day. It takes a few days, but after a few days in, you start to kind of get in a different
right.
space.
Getting used to the altitude, definitely.
Yeah, and that
was
definitely
probably
takes
the
time.
hardest.
Did you have
part.
headaches or anything?
I didn't have headaches. I had breathing problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So I had to call
That's
it
not
short.
uncommon.
But after the second and third day, I was 100% ready to go. Yeah. I went climbing yesterday, and I didn't actually get the climb because it started drizzling. But I went up the hill to the climbing spot, and I just felt 100% better than I did Monday.
Yeah.
So
that's good that you recognize that. Some people don't even realize necessarily, and they keep pushing it, and then they feel real bad.
Right.
Yeah, I get headaches. I live here, but when I was first adjusting, it usually takes me a couple weeks to feel like pretty
like you're in a natural environment.
and to become some people never become 100% acclimatized, which is interesting. Yeah, quite a few
Is
people.
it like smokers or
No, it's not really understood why, number one, different people adapt to altitude differently, and number two, this is what makes it confusing, is the same person on different instances will react very differently. So you can have someone who's acclimatized a bunch and never had a problem, and they're in great shape and blah, blah, all the things, and then just one trip, they'll just have huge problems.
Wow.
Or I had a friend.
Part of that might be because they're used to the extreme.
It could be. One of my friends, I've had multiple friends who are backpackers who are just like in incredible shape, and they even went early and took the time to acclimatize. And they'd had other trips where they were fine, and it just like shut them down.
Yeah.
Like almost to a dangerous level.
I mean,
so it's pretty interesting.
The crazy thing is I think I hiked 7 miles my first day, and it didn't feel like 7 miles. It was just the fact that I was going uphill the whole time.
Yeah.
That I think it was almost a mental thing for me. Like, like you need to chill out, breathe a little bit more.
And it's like a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it until Jeremy said it, and I was like, wow, I guess I really do have to let nature figure itself out.
For sure. Yeah, I
So-
think that's one of the things that's kept me loving national parks. I think, and just what we facilitate, the experience that we're trying to let people have, like the experience that you had, which is to have that opportunity to like experience nature as it is without control, with as little control as possible.
Right.
And just to see that and like you said, learn how to like embrace it, be ready for it,
Right.
be safe, be smart,
and be creative.
be creative. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it for sure. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
This is a great experience, and I really appreciate
Yeah.
you having us out here again.
Glad to
Rock
hear it.
Chalk Jayhawks.
Nice.
And I'll hand the mic off.
Who else should we give the mic to? We should do one. We should hand it off to something.
All right.
Somebody. One more.
Ryan?
Yeah, we're gonna get a group picture.
Oh, okay. Group picture. Oh, the smoke.
Anyone up on
We can get Miles with his stuff. Anybody?
Yeah, where should we stand?
Oh man.
Oh, you've been chosen. You can pass it.
You can't call camera shy because it's a microphone.
That's true. We thought that would help.
All right.
I don't know. We're going to get a group picture first, though.
Saved by the bell.
Can we continue the interview during the picture?
Yeah, we can do the interview during the picture.
Everybody say
I mean,
cheese.
at the worst thing that'll happen is I just have to spend a half a second editing it out. So I would never edit you out.
I hope you do that. That's the thing.
Just be really boring.
We're gonna have all the tall.
Just be really boring. You don't have to
Yeah,
worry. You don't have to
exactly. We'll cut you right out.
Yeah, sorority squad.
Sorority squad!
Yeah, we'll crush on it. Oh, yeah. I'm just casually holding up mine.
Work it, use it.
Work it.
Say cheese.
Work.
Oh!
Oh.
Snag.
That's a Leica too, isn't it? You better be. That's a precious, precious child.
No, I can't.
I just nodded it.
Why didn't we stay right here?
Wow. Memory card full. It was meant to be. Oh, phone picture.
All right, here we go. Am I not spotting this? Thank you.
Nice.
I think the memory on the recorder's full too.
No, it's not.
No? You
Sorry.
sure?
Yeah.
Alright.
We can only record 21 hours, 48 minutes, and 36 more seconds.
Are we
So,
planning on being out here this long?
Yeah. Turns out audio doesn't take up that much.
What about the batteries? Battery low or something?
I've got an extra set of batteries.
Oh.
So, nice
Came
try,
prepared.
though. What's your name again?
I'm Luke.
Luke. Where are you from, Luke?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Madison.
Most beautiful place other than the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Madison's pretty cool.
It is. You
Yeah.
been there?
I have. Two of my best friends from college both went to University of Wisconsin in
I
Madison.
wish I could have gone there.
They liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they liked it there a lot. I think the winter's not as much.
No, once you're used to it, it's not too bad.
Right.
And it makes everywhere else feel.
If you're from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just cold.
I actually, a lot of the times, wish the winter here were colder, but less windy.
Yeah.
So the
No,
winters
that's the thing.
here, it's surprising here. A lot of times in the winter, it's above freezing.
Yeah.
But the wind is
Mhm.
like brutal.
That's what makes like Kansas winters almost worse than Wisconsin. Like Wisconsin would be 10, 15 degrees
Yeah,
colder,
exactly.
but like not wind.
Yeah,
so,
I would gladly take like 0 degrees and calm
Yep.
over like
Oh, for sure.
35 and windy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get
like-
that more on the west side of the park. They get the colder, stiller,
Yeah.
deeper snow, 'cause then you can cross country ski.
Yeah, I bet. About 2 years ago, Wisconsin was colder than Mars. Parts of Wisconsin. It's like negative 130 degrees wind chill
Oof.
in like the eastern part of the state.
Damn, that hurts.
Like you go outside, like your eyelashes and
Yeah.
your nose just like all freeze up. People are like, you get like boiling water and you throw it outside and it just turns
Yeah.
to snow right away.
Yep, I've done that.
That's insane.
I lived in Alaska for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets
Yeah,
gets pretty cold.
yeah, you gotta find some ways to have fun out there.
Yeah.
You can't.
I like deep cold, but
Yeah.
some people hate it.
Yeah, I can do it.
I dig it.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't like it.
No?
Taylor was complaining all day today, and it was sunny and maybe 70 degrees. She's bundled up.
Where's Taylor from? Oh, okay. You're from
Clearwater.
Yeah.
She says Wichita 'cause she likes to be a city girl.
Dang. We're getting real. Getting real. Nice. Have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
No.
No.
Okay.
My mom lives in Golden though, so
Oh, okay.
I'm in the area.
So you've been around.
I've been in Colorado before.
You
but
go to the mountains much when you're in
Mhm.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've been up in the mountains, just
Yeah.
not in Rocky.
Skiing.
Yeah. How does what do you think?
I love it. It's like I didn't know what to expect on this class, but
Yeah.
I have already like planned a trip to come back like with
Really?
my friends. Yeah, we went to Door County up in Wisconsin last year. We were camping like on Lake Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking about like road tripping out here with them. Like
That's awesome.
there's just endless things to do out here.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Do you guys want to be on mic? We'll pass it around.
They're just waiting for it.
Oh, and what kind of design do you do?
I'm in industrial design.
Industrial. Another industrial
Yes.
designer. We
Yep,
gotta-
and so are these two.
Awesome. This is cool.
Yeah, handing off the Tay-Tay.
We'll just pass it around. Tay-Tay. Is that your legal name? I'm just kidding. What's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yep.
And you're from Kansas.
Mhm.
Where in Kansas?
Clearwater, Kansas.
Clearwater, Kansas. Just, we probably have a lot of podcast listeners, we hope, from Kansas.
Yeah.
So they want to know. They're curious. You do industrial design as well?
Yes, I do.
And have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I actually went on the trip last year.
Oh,
and I
really?
liked it so much I'm taking
Oh my
it again.
gosh.
Yep.
I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. How's it been different this year versus last year?
I feel like this year the projects are a lot better.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I knew I had more like expectations last year. I didn't really know what to do, but I came into it this time
Yeah.
wanting to do outdoor gear, which is why I came.
Nice.
And so sleeping in the hammock, I have
Uh-huh.
lots of ideas
Oh,
of how
cool.
to improve that for camping.
I bet.
So
Yeah,
it's
you
been
should.
helpful.
I don't know how many companies you researched, but there's some interesting. There's a big world of hammock campers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which-
like people get really into it.
Yeah.
They do
which-
some stuff like they design them
Oh,
with
yeah.
with foot pockets so that you sleep off the bias so that you can lay flat. That's a
Oh,
big thing with
yeah.
camping hammocks. And then the other problem, as I'm sure you found out, was staying warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a neat. Actually, someone I went to college with like owns his own hammock camping gear company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually got inspired polar stuff out of Portland.
Uh-huh.
They have a lot of like casual camping stuff,
Mhm.
which I kind of want to get into more
Yeah.
because a lot of the stuff that I found for like camping with hammocks, it's super expensive and like
Yes.
really specialized. So
Yes, that goes for a lot of backpacking and camping gear.
yeah, so I'm trying to do like simpler stuff that you can like add into a hammock you already have and like turn it into a tent.
That's
So,
really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm not an industrial designer, but just kind of tangentially interested in. Because with backpacking, like, it can cost so much money
Yeah.
to get into. And so
Yeah.
I feel like it can prohibit a lot of people just based on that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, because last year I was like, I've never really been like
Yeah.
camping, and I was like, I'm nervous. Like, what if everyone else is like has all this high tech stuff, and I've no idea what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
it's been pretty interesting. Like,
Yeah. So do you feel that your camping skills have improved since last year?
yeah, I think they have.
I mean, you came back, so you must have
Yeah,
liked it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to sleep in my hammock last year, and I got way too cold and slept in the car. So this year I only slept in the car once
Wow,
instead
that's
of like
cool.
3 times. So
That's cool that you're taking that and making it like your focus.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed quite a few people with doing kind of different gear, like footwear, clothing,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And
Yeah.
it makes sense because it's your direct experience, right?
Yeah. And so for this trip, I want to do that for my senior thesis. So I just kind of focus on patterns,
Uh-huh.
and I would like take pictures and then create like color palettes from those,
Mhm.
and then make patterns to use like for the camping gear.
Nice.
So that's what I focused on this week.
We got embers in the
Yeah.
area. Yeah, we'll look at it in a second. What about pass the mic? Getting everybody on the mic. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
My name's Baxter.
Baxter?
I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe.
Mhm.
Okay, nice. That's where is it?
It's about an hour north of Kansas City.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I lived in Red Oak, Iowa for quite a while, so we would always drive down through, sort of through that area. So you're industrial design as well?
Yes, I am.
Nice. Have you been to Rocky before?
No, this is my first time, actually.
Really? Have you been in the mountains a lot?
I was in the Bitterroot Valley in Montana
yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Bitterroot is beautiful.
It's
That's
very
awesome.
cool.
So that was your kind of first
kind
big
of
mountain
first trip.
Yeah.
Drove up with a couple friends and enjoyed it so much I thought I'd sign up for another class.
Yeah. How's this been?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the park?
I've never been, but I've just been blown away by the views.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible. And
Yeah.
I've been just awestruck about all the lakes here.
Yeah.
And
The lakes are amazing.
beautiful. And I just didn't imagine how great this place would be.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
I mean, it's been a great experience.
Took me by surprise the first time I came here too.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of parks, but still, it's just there's something about it. Just like every park, there's something about it. Yeah. What have you been working on this week?
I kind of been taking a step back and doing a little bit of photography, but
Nice.
I kind of focused on an app
Mhm.
a little bit, a hiking app based on just looking at the types of people. There's all different types of people come from all over the world here, and it seems like they've been maybe unprepared. I've noticed. I saw a couple people walking up in just like sandals and without water.
Yep,
And
for sure.
for safety reasons for park rangers, I thought it'd be nice for people to be educated about their trail that they're
Yeah.
going on. So the app I've been kind of designing is based on a little bit of an app that's already been out there. It's
Mhm.
called All Trails, but I took a little spin off of it, and I've kind of created just something that's easy to use and shows all the trails around you.
Yeah. Do you have?
Yeah, it's actually right here.
Oh, nice.
Just shows a quick picture of the your hike that you're supposed to go on and the rating and all that kind of stuff. With most of the park not having service, I thought it'd be nice to download a map so that you know what direction to take and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not super data heavy, then
yeah,
you could pre-download a bunch of stuff.
And then another quick thing I wanted to do was like have a check-in, so that if you like maybe go on a serious hike, you're gone for maybe a day or two, you could check in and then check back out, make sure people know where you are if you're just by yourself.
That's cool.
And
So if you checked in and if you had like a profile page or something, somehow people could see if you had checked back in or not. Yeah, that's awesome because that's that's something that we try to impress upon people, and I mean it's easy to forget, but
just
you should always let somebody know where you
especially
are.
if you're out there by yourself.
Yeah, even here, I think like our trails are so nice. Like our trail crew does an amazing job, and they're just beautiful, and there's so many nice bridges, and there's paved roads, and it kind of gives people the impression that whatever. But yeah, when you're 5+ miles away, and we have people get hurt not even that far from the trail, just
sprain an
'cause-
ankle maybe.
Yeah, or like you said, they just don't bring water or just things that are preventable. I think people just don't know. So that's cool that you're trying to
just get
integrate the
people
education part into it.
I also thought I'd maybe integrate like a medical part aspect of it, maybe that just the park rangers could see. Whereas it could have your medical information on it if there was a rescue mission or something like that.
Yeah, like it could be built in that you would give consent or something to have that information shared.
Maybe you're diabetic or something like
Yeah,
that. And
that's cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
So how has being out here been different for you in terms of, well, I mean everything, but design? What kind of influence do you think that's had?
It's been different because you're not in a studio. You don't have, other people. It's been kind of just on your own this week in terms of designing things, which has been nice.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of, people telling you what to do or that kind of stuff. And so you kind of go on your own. We've been, as a class, just all over the page with projects, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. I wish we'll get some photos from you guys after so we can post it maybe with the with this podcast episode. We'll put it in the blog post. But yeah, it's really, really cool stuff, and like very high production value for working out of a campground too.
I mean, we're working with no Wi-Fi, just little to no supplies, and I mean, it
It's
turned
nice,
out
right?
great. Yeah, it actually is.
One thing
to
that
get
always
away.
amazes me is how much more time you seem to have when you
Yeah.
don't have Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
have
been-
internet access and movies and stuff. You know,
It's been nice to
and
get
and you're
away.
waking up early because
Mhm.
it's I don't know. Maybe there's people here who still sleeping, but I
we-
usually am a sleeper inner. But when I'm camping, I get up.
Sun wakes you up
exactly.
in the tent.
I'm
Yeah,
just like, and you tend to fall asleep really early.
You're so cold, you're ready to get up
Like,
in the morning.
yeah, like backpackers midnight.
Yeah.
When I would be backpacking, would be like, oh man, it's late. What time is it? 8. You know, like in the spring when it's not quite as light as it is now. It's really light.
Mhm.
What time is it right now?
8:30.
8:34 and plenty of light in the sky. It's interesting. What is your fiance's cousin's husband? Anyway, he's my cousin. He's my cousin now. He's from Hawaii, like born and raised, and hadn't traveled a ton until he started doing travel baseball. Anyway, he was here visiting in the summer, and he was just like, "Whoa, like the sun stays up so late." And I never thought about. I've never lived anywhere like near the equator at all, so that's pretty interesting. It is. I worked up in Alaska for a while. There, it's real interesting. I was in Denali.
Oh, okay.
And so, like on the summer solstice, we just stayed up all night. I mean, you could read a book in like the darkest it got.
Really?
Yeah, which was like the sun sets at 12:40 in the morning, and it comes back up at a little after 3, I think, or maybe no, earlier than that. Anyway, yeah, it's super nice out. Yeah, that's cool. It's been interesting to hear from everybody how it's influenced their design. What kind of things do you normally design? Do you normally do app development?
No, it was not really. We've been kind of all over with our industrial design class back at KU, but
Yeah.
you know, we've been doing electronics. What else? Tiny homes. I mean, pull
Whoa.
toys. I mean, a lot of
That's
different
really
stuff.
cool.
Shoes. But we haven't really been doing apps or anything like that,
Yeah.
software-wise.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to explore that.
Yeah.
And see
Yeah.
what ideas I could bring.
Yeah. Yeah, industrial design is something that I know like nothing about, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've always done flat stuff. 2D.
Yeah. I wish I could be graphically, but I'm not really.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
So-
interesting. It's interesting, yeah, how like I feel like there's such a huge range of different types of people in design, and you can be effective in such different ways.
Yeah.
Like one of my best friends that I worked in Alaska with him, he can just draw like anything. Like he can kind of, he's just
One of those
incredibly
people.
visually original, and I'm not like that at all. But I'm really good at like I'm going to come up with a structured newspaper template and like the relationship between all the typography and that kind of super logical stuff, you know, or photography where I can capture it. But when I just have to put it down, I'm better than that in music, I think. That's really cool. Yeah. So, gonna come back?
Yes, definitely. I don't know about this class because I'll be graduating, but I will definitely be back to Rocky Mountain National
Awesome.
Park.
And were you backpacking in Bitterroots at all?
No, we did a little bit of hiking,
Okay,
but
nice.
not a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of it takes a little, like we were talking about, it takes a little bit of gearing up. But if you ever have a chance to do that here, it's like next experience level up in some ways.
It was nice not having to worry about grizzlies or
That's
mountain
true.
lions or anything like that.
It is very
so-
different here that way, yeah. Because I worked in Yellowstone and Denali, and it's a different feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has its pluses and minuses, I feel like.
It makes you not worry too much about
Yeah.
wildlife, but at
No.
the same time, you kind of still have to be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah,
that
like
kind
the
of thing.
wildlife here, as long as you're intelligent about it, they're not, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, people sometimes aren't.
Yeah.
Sometimes get a little close, but it's nothing like, like I went backpacking in Yellowstone all the time, and it's just, you just kind of accept that at some level, even if you do everything right, you know, there's something out
bad,
there
yep.
that if it chose to,
You're not at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very different feeling, and I agree. I think that that's part of everything that goes into giving Rocky. Like, it's beautiful and jaw-dropping, but it is also a little bit approachable. Like, you don't have to have the same fears.
It's a little more family friendly, I would say.
Uh-huh.
I guess less threats, but
there's definitely still things to watch out
for.
for.
Definitely.
But
we we kind of had a little run in, maybe possibly with a black bear that came through the camp.
Yep.
We're not sure. I was the only one up for it. And heard it.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we try really, really hard to get the bear message out about storing your food and doing everything properly. But some people still don't do it, and bears are very smart and very hungry, and so they tend to be around the campgrounds sometimes. But we're putting in more and more of those bear boxes, which I think are helping, because it's just easy, just like put all your stuff in there. So I think we're trying to get a bear box for every campsite eventually.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, we got there with Aspen Glen.
Okay.
That's a whole interesting industrial design challenge. Bear cans.
Really?
I don't know if you've ever looked at. Yeah. So when you're backpacking, obviously there's not bear lockers usually, and so you have to carry something with you the whole time to keep your food in. And if you're in places with trees, if you know how to do it correctly, you can hang your food.
Hang it
right.
Up, yep.
But like in Denali, like
There's
you're above
no-
tree line all the time, and so yeah, it's literally just like a canister.
Oh, really?
That you just set 100 yards or more away from your campsite, and so it is interesting to see the different designs out there. Like the one that I use has tabs that you push in, and then it kind of lets you unscrew it. And over the years, they've had to keep adding tabs because there would be very smart bears out there somewhere
That'll get into it.
who have figured out, like, oh, if I bite this tooth here and this tooth here and push in here, like, they're super smart. Yeah, so there's certain areas where you're you're required to use one, actually, in the backcountry, and like the Sierras they have the most devious bears. So there's like a whole agency that tests and approves these things, and every now and then a new one comes to market.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. The one that has been really interesting is called Ursac.
Okay.
And it's Kevlar. I think it's Kevlar. Maybe it's even Dyneema now. Anyway, it's like an extremely, strong fiber, and then they try to like weave. They make a bag out of it that you put your food in.
That'd be nice. So it's
and
not
then
so bulky.
yeah, it's way lighter. But it for the most part isn't approved in places. It's not foolproof enough for a lot of agencies. So there's space out there.
Something to look into.
Yeah, I think there's like there's two major people, and then there's people that make one out of, it's like carbon fiber, so it's really light, but very expensive. Yeah. All right. Have we harassed everyone we should harass? Nope. No?
No. Nope. The three girls. You got
We haven't
Molly, Maggie,
harassed
and Beth.
you yet?
They're actually one.
They're one?
They're one group.
Three as one?
Come on.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. Nice. Check, check.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Why don't we introduce? You can start with yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Molly.
Where are you from?
Minnesota.
Where in Minnesota?
It's called Woodbury. It's like 5 minutes from St. Paul.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
I just figured there'll be podcast listeners who know exactly where that
Relate
is,
to Minnesota.
so,
Yes,
we're trying
Woodbury, home of the Royals.
to- yeah. What kind of design do you specialize in?
Graphic design.
Graphic design.
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah.
All these industrial designers. I'm like,
I know.
that is
I
super
think
cool. I don't know anything about it.
There's 4 of us here, yeah.
Okay, nice.
So it's interesting to be around a bunch of ID kids because we really aren't after our freshman year.
Yeah. What do you think is? I've never interacted with
With ID?
Yeah.
They think a lot more 3D than us.
Uh-huh.
They can see like physical copy a lot better than we can. It's a little hard for us. We see pretty flat.
Yeah, I
digital
was just
things.
I was just talking about that actually.
Yeah.
With Baxter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, about like I was like, I'm in the 2D world.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works.
I feel like a lot of their projects too were a lot more like practical and like used, where we just made cool things. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, there's lots of different ways of graphic design. For us in the Park Service, for me, it's like just how to communicate with people well. Basically, how do we make something that has that nice balance, of like that kind of nice tension that you always want, that makes a good design, but is also really clear. Because that's a big thing for us, is that, people are on vacation. There's crazy stuff going on. They're seeing all this crazy,
Yeah.
and we want to teach them stuff, but we don't want to like
get in the way of
throw the book at them. So yeah, kind of learning how to use design to do that, super important. Yeah. How about you? What's your name?
My name is Maggie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I have a cousin in Kansas. Two
Oh, yeah.
cousins in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you graphic design as well?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll finish introductions and then we'll just
Yeah, I'm Beth. I'm from Wichita,
Wichita.
Kansas. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we do have a lot of Kansans and some upper Midwest people. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Nice.
Yeah.
So have any of you guys been to Rocky Mountain before?
No, I think this is the first time
No?
for all of us.
Yeah. You guys been in mountains before?
Yeah.
I've been to Colorado and
Yeah?
other places, just never the park before.
I went to Vail.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've been to Estes, just never really to the park.
Okay. Yeah, so you've seen some mountain stuff. So what do you think? What do you think about Rocky?
It's awesome.
It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah?
Especially with what we see every day in Lawrence. It's
very flat.
Yeah.
Right, very
Geographically
different.
a huge contrast. So it's nice
Mhm.
to see everything. And we went hiking a lot, especially the first day, and kind of
Elevation change.
We
That hits you, right?
Yeah, we decided
yeah.
the first like 15 minutes
Yeah.
are the hardest, but once you get to the destination, it's always worth it.
Totally. Yeah, I'm my body's especially stubborn, so for me it's like the first 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Especially if it's really early. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh man. But yeah, every time once you get into it, you're like, I'm so glad I'm doing this.
Yeah.
This just feels so good and engages your mind in a different
Yeah.
way. Yeah, how is it's been interesting hearing from different people how the camping and hiking and being outside all the time has affected lots of things. But
Yes.
your design, how is that? What do you think the benefit has been there? How has it been different? I mean, because a lot of people have said and I'm the same way. I'm on the computer
Yes.
all the
Yeah.
time. I'm pretty much in, Illustrator and InDesign and Photoshop and
Yeah, I think I was going to say, having not as much technology at your fingertips all the time was a huge thing for most of us. It's also just, I think this week specifically in my project, and I guess in all of ours, we pulled a lot more from the environment around us and stuff that we don't normally see. So if I hadn't have been here, I wouldn't have known what this stuff looked like, and I wouldn't have been inspired to do that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a different environment, helps you pull different ideas and things that you would never normally see. If I was in Kansas, I wouldn't be looking at the same things and making the same things. So
That's
that was
super
a big.
cool. Yeah, one thing that I don't know, this is my own personal pet theory, but national park visitation has been going up for sure the last few years, at least like at Rocky it has hugely, incredibly. And I think part of it for me, and you guys would know even more because I'm 32, so but I had the internet and stuff for a long time, and like you have to be here. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, like you have to be here and have the experience. It doesn't really translate any other way. It's not really reproducible.
Even in pictures, like it's just
Exactly.
Not the same.
Yeah.
So it's something that it's cool that we have these places, like experiences that are here set aside specifically
Yeah.
for you to be able to like have a genuine experience that you can't have anywhere else. That's cool.
Yeah.
What about you guys? How did it?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was not being able to rely on outside sources. So having to come up with things that were like personal experiences, things that you are familiar with. And then also for me, a big thing was like not being able to compare what I was doing to other things that have been done. So it was kind of figuring out a way, or I guess it was just not having the ability to go out
Yeah.
there and look at what's already been done.
Huh.
So just
I hadn't even thought
relying-
about that, but that is
Yeah.
huge because
Mhm.
I mean,
Good
we all do that.
inspiration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
when I'm starting a project, I'm just like, oh, I have this feel in mind,
Yeah.
and you start looking at
And then
references,
you get lost. Yeah.
yeah, you kind of like if you had, I mean, you still come up with something
Mhm.
original, but like maybe
Yeah.
you had some idea before you started looking that now has
Mhm.
gotten kind of
Yeah.
drowned out, maybe. And then I think the comparison thing is huge too,
Yeah.
because I know for me, like I feel like in everything in life, like you do best when you aren't self-conscious about it.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
really hard when you have like the world of design and you're
Mhm.
like, oh my God, I can't do this. But it's like, yeah, well, they're one of the 10 best designers of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I thought like it's been a really long time since I've been told make whatever you want. Like there's no like guidelines or
Mhm.
prompt or anything. And at first it was like, oh my gosh, like what
Overwhelming.
should I do? I can do
Yeah.
anything.
Uh-huh.
And like just this pressure to make something awesome.
Yeah.
Because you have the 1 week.
Sure.
And everyone
So-
here is so talented too, and seeing everyone's
Yeah.
together. Everyone around you is making really amazing stuff.
Yeah,
so
I agree. When
it
I
puts
looked
more
at everything,
pressure
Yeah,
on.
there was definitely panic. Like, what do I do?
that's cool though. Like that's a good,
Yeah.
that's a good group dynamic. I
Yeah.
think when you have a bunch of people together who are who are good at something,
Yeah.
it makes everybody
Mm-hmm.
kind of step their game up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love a lot of this stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get pictures up so we can put it on the blog.
Oh, cool.
Good. Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys have had a good time
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
that it's
great.
been valuable.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Do you think there's things from this experience you'll take back with you? I'm getting
Yeah.
smoke.
I
in my
feel
mouth.
like I'd be more likely to go visit other parks now.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's
Yeah.
really good.
I think especially aside from the design and just the camping aspect of being here, none of us have ever camped for an entire week.
Yeah.
So that was really tough at times, but
Right.
now, yeah, I think the longest I've ever camped is really a night or two.
Right.
So
Weekend.
yeah, a weekend. So.
Yeah, I think it's
12
that
hours.
day like 3 to 4 where
Yeah.
the game
Yeah.
starts to
That is right.
change.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you're like, wait, there's nowhere for me to
Mhm.
go.
Yeah.
I live here.
Mhm. Yeah. But after this, I
Yeah.
think I'd be a lot more willing to do stuff for longer periods of
That's
time.
great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's it's like a time-based thing, you know. You almost have to you realize, I mean, I've done backpacking trips and you kind of sense this pattern where it's like day 2, day 3, day
Yeah.
4, and as you get deeper into it, you become more and more comfortable.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's cool. You get your mind in a different
Yeah.
gear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
we've also heard a lot of people around camp saying like this is the nicest campsite they've been to, and like how all the facilities are really close and Estes is
Yeah.
right there. So it'd be really
Mhm.
interesting to even go somewhere more remote.
Oh, yeah.
where we like can't go
Actually,
to Estes for
actually, that's a
showers.
really good point. Yeah. I've talked about this with people before, like those of us who work here. You know, it's very unusual
Yeah.
to have a park of this size and type, but then to have a real community
Yeah.
right at the doorstep, and then an airport an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because like when I worked in Denali, and even there's some stuff compared, but like there's no grocery store. Although I heard that they're building one, but there's no grocery store. So we would drive to Fairbanks. So it's
Mhm.
4.5, 5 hours round trip for
Jeez.
groceries.
Oh.
Yeah, and so it's and so you're right. There's a whole realm.
Yeah.
Also, what I would encourage you to do, there's 417 units in the National Park Service system.
Wow.
So there's national parks, which I think there's 59 or 60 of now, but then there's a whole bunch of other stuff, and like national monuments.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
We run a lot of those. Forest Service and BLM run a lot more. There's historic sites. Yeah, anytime you have the chance. The job I had before this, I went to all sorts of different parks and made brochures for them. It just, so many places are really cool, even if you wouldn't think
Yeah.
to stop there. Like little Revolutionary War battlefields and Civil War
Oh,
battlefields.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And oh man, I'm blanking on the name right now. It's a Congaree National Park, which is a swamp area, kind of right on the border of the Carolinas. Like, it was incredible, and I'd never heard of it. So
Yeah.
that's cool that you're more interested now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, you can go if you go to findyourpark.com, or if you go just go to nps.gov. Like, we have maps of every park unit.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. Keep it up. Future park visitors.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Our next episode will be released on Friday, August 25th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Bye for now.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here. But
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope you can't hear it.
Yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone. We're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so as a park guide, you know, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can get
heard
it
of
in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who like get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's like, I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, wow, that's more than I thought you were going to guess.
Yeah,
but really, you're
off.
not too far off. So in the past couple years, you know, we've had a few weird years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm like, so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
Like 50 to 100,000. So
okay.
you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about what she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It often gets mistaken for Glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of, was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay. And so what exactly did you do?
Yeah. So the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there. And the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent. And so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter, they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow. That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat like while you're doing this?
No. So we were in an office with a green screen
that
made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger, and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone. A lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village,
down
by Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Walk us through what that is like.
Yeah. So essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take like an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to the studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles. Wow. And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
that is dedication to
complicated
the show.
Steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter. So every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've seen some park rangers who live in the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning. Mm-hmm. Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta
Ramen.
and frozen pizza. Yeah. So,
Yes.
hey, yeah,
it's delicious.
I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
yes.
correct?
Yeah,
okay.
I would just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
Mm-hmm, for sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but
Yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just one of the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work, and my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire, and the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
you're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say for your job?
The most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah. What's one of the hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. Her mom's like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question,
over and over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining it.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time.
No.
And I've seen adults like cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of like how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's like the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. People are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service? What is it that keeps bringing you back?
Yeah. Although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Oh my gosh, like being a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. In those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that, like a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time, and it's super cool that you get to be in a place like that. Where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you as like a career defining moment?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminding me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro, and after I answered all of those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, "I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again?" And so I was
awesome.
Like, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here."
My personal park ranger.
I was like, "You got a deadline for this? Because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking." And she was like, "I'm finishing it." And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry-level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you, I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So how, I mean, is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do. But there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake, and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it because it only happens once a year. Like it's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
Could make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, pew, pew. But also there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me today. Yeah, this was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Gabby. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
Hey, Gabby. I'm Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
And this is the mailbag or Q&A episode. We're answering questions.
Yeah, so listeners have provided questions for us over the last week or so. And I'll be asking you what the people want to know.
Oh, you're asking me?
I'll be asking you.
I'm not ready for this.
We're releasing bonus episodes this spring and summer to help visitors plan their trips to the park or to just generally get a feel for what's going on.
What do you got for me?
What do you think was our most asked question?
I think the question that rangers get asked the most is, where is the bathroom? But I bet you people want to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer?
Ding, ding, ding.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone Everyone wants to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer, because it feels like it's not summer till the Sun Road opens. Well, sorry, we don't have an answer.
We really don't know. We don't have any more information than what you know.
I could say that it seems to usually open in June. The roads crew are actively plowing it right now. Sometimes early July, but generally it's sometime in June. If it's like a low snow year and we don't have a whole lot of snow in the winter, then it opens in the earlier side of June. If it is a big snowy winter, then it's probably going to be later in June, if not early July.
Or a rainy spring.
Yeah, spring weather matters a lot too.
Yeah, yeah.
Bad weather, avalanches, all that slows the work down.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be open soon. I'm excited. It will definitely mark the arrival of summer. Angela says, can you just talk about bear grass?
I will try. Bear grass is not a grass. It is a member of the corn lily family. It is a flower, basically. It has grass on the bottom, and what people love then is that every few years, each plant will shoot up a big asparagus, Dr. Seuss type flower that looks like a giant Q-tip, sometimes like 3 or 4 feet tall.
They don't pop up yearly, right?
Right. As spring comes along like this, we're always like, is this going to be a big flower year? When was the last time we had a big bear grass year? But there's always some bear grass, and
yeah,
I love it.
I guess we'll see what this year looks like. Shritavi asks, what are the places to visit without a vehicle reservation? That's a big one.
Yeah. So in 2024, you do need a vehicle reservation, but that's only to get into the busiest parts of the park during the busiest hours of the day and the peak summer season. So if you're visiting in the fall, you don't need to worry about it. If you like to get up early or drive into the park late, again, you don't need to worry about it. It's just for those peak hours. Now, also, it's not for every area of the park. In summer 2024, entering into Two Medicine or the east side of Going to the Sun Road at St. Mary, you don't need a vehicle reservation for those areas either. And I promise they are spectacular areas of the park.
Truly amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Hopefully that's helpful. And as always, check nps.gov/GLAC for more information and all of the details about vehicle reservation. Claire wants to know, what's it like working for the park? You've been working for the park for 7 years, right?
This park, yeah. I've made a career out of working for the Park Service, and I love it. The best part about working for the Park Service is that you are working in and getting to, be a part of these amazing places. I love being a part of something that is like iconic of our country and our landscape, and a thing that we all share together. Working for the parks is amazing. I highly recommend it. Go to usajobs.gov and watch for ranger postings. Give me another one. Give me a hard one.
Yeah, okay. Olive asks, what are people most surprised about after visiting?
Maybe a big surprise is how cold and how wet the weather can be, especially in the first half of summer.
Totally. Like in West Glacier or East Glacier, it'll be beautiful and sunny, and then you go up to Lagoon Pass and it's snowing.
Like literally snowing.
Yeah.
The other thing I think that can surprise people about the weather is how in the second half of summer, how hot it can be. They'll be like, oh, it's Glacier National Park, it's the mountains, it'll be cool. But then they start going on a hike with one little water bottle and they're like, oh.
It's hot.
It's over 90 degrees
yes.
and
yes.
kind of humid, and yeah, it can get really hot.
Yeah, last summer it hit 100.
Wow.
So Jack has a question about construction.
Okay, Jack, here's the situation. In Montana, we have 2 seasons, winter and construction.
Haha.
Yeah, and here we are entering construction season. There's all kinds of jokes about this. The traffic cones that they put out around construction sites.
The bright neon orange.
I've heard people joke that that's, Montana's state flower. I think other states make these jokes too.
Definitely, yeah.
But it's true, the window for construction in Glacier National Park is pretty small because we have such a long winter season. So you have to squeeze all the repair and update, projects into a pretty narrow window. So you can hear the construction going on outside right now. There is construction going on in the park, a whole bunch of different areas. They're working on bridges. They're putting in new sewer lines.
They're doing a lot of work. So It will most likely be a part of your visit.
Yeah, but if you're just flexible, it shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. Check nps.gov/GLAC for all of those construction updates and all of those details as to where those projects are going to be.
Yeah, that's basically the answer to everything. Go on our website, check it out.
Yeah.
Plan ahead.
Okay, this is maybe one of my favorite questions that we got. Miss Curly Girly asks, is the damage reversible?
This question is sort of silly and also like kind of deep, and
right.
Which is fun. Having no idea what Curly Girly is actually asking about, I would say let's be optimistic. Let's envision a better future than the one we're living in. You know,
totally.
The damage is reversible. We can fix things that are broken, and we can
imagine better futures.
Absolutely.
This is a little bit of a history question. Are you ready for this?
I'll give it a shot.
Zach wants to know, how did the whole Glacier-Waterton connection come to be?
Well, that is a good question. Basically, there was a Rotary clubs. These are like community social clubs, and they started talking about how these two national parks that share an international border could be and should be an example to the world about international peaceful cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
And they sort of developed the concept, and everyone liked it, got behind it, and in the 1930s, the world's first international peace park was born.
Glacier-Waterton.
Well, technically, it's Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
And Zach, if you want to learn more, I would recommend going back to season 1 and listening to the Goat Hunt episode, where Michael and Andrew dive deeper into Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I thought you were going to say go to the website. I'm like, oh, people are going to be tired of hearing that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But it's also true, though.
I have 3 from Elizabeth.
I didn't know 3 questions was allowed, but okay, let's hear them.
What do we do when we see fellow tourists not following leave no trace principles? Ooh.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, it's not your job to police other people. That said, I feel like if you have the social skills and the situation allows for it, find a way to be friendly and encourage.
Be curious.
Yeah.
I would say ask some questions before we make assumptions as to what people are doing or if they're doing something quote unquote wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see something dangerous or blatantly illegal happening, you definitely tell a ranger, but trust that everyone's doing their best and that
totally
being friendly goes a long way.
Absolutely. How do we convince people that nature is worth protecting as much as people?
That's a good question. I like that one. You know, people are nature.
Mm-hmm.
The national parks operate with the belief that a really important part about getting people to care about the world around them and to care about this country's history and making the world a better place is learning and experiencing and making connections firsthand. So that is a really central part of the mission of the National Park Service, is to give people an opportunity to come visit natural places like Glacier National Park and make those connections and realize why that's so important to protect and cherish
and preserve
as well.
And honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. Okay, Elizabeth has one more question.
Oh, is it what's my favorite beetle? I knew it.
That's exactly right.
Mountain pine beetles, a natural insect that eats away at pine trees in the park. It's not good for those pine trees, but it's good for the ecosystem as a whole, and they're cool little beetles.
Are these the beetles on whitebark pines?
Pretty much every species of tree in the park has an associated species of beetle. So yeah, whitebark pine included.
That's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know more about beetles or whitebark pine, you can go listen to season 2 of the podcast.
Of course.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for those questions. Okay, so the next question is from Lane, who wants to know, how has climate change impacted the way the park is managed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it would actually probably be simpler to say, how has climate change not impacted the way the park is managed? Because it infiltrates every decision made in the National Park Service at this point. There are broadly 4 big categories in how the National Park Service is responding to climate change. One is through communication, so just doing things like podcast episodes about, educating on the topic. Then there's science. There are scientists actively studying how a shifting climate is directly impacting the resources or the plants, animals, history, culture, and all of that, how that's being impacted. But then on top of communication and science, there is also a whole lot of adaptation work. Basically, people studying and thinking about how, okay, we have more wildfire now because of climate change. How do we need to shift our response to wildfire in the face of that?
Right.
And then the fourth big area of the National Park Service's response to climate change is mitigation. And that means that we're trying to actively reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that are emitted inside the national park, reducing the amount of fossil fuels burned, stuff like that.
How are we doing that?
Putting solar panels on roofs, switching to more fuel efficient or zero emission vehicles, recycling, composting, basically anywhere we can find ways to reduce the park's emissions, we're trying to do that.
And that's not just here, right? That's across the National Park Service.
Yeah, it's across the federal government in general.
That's great. How might visitors see and or experience everything that you talked about?
Well, if you come to Glacier National Park in your electric vehicle, you can plug it in and charge it with a pretty much renewable energy resources that we have here with hydropower. You're going to see solar panels on the roofs of some buildings, but you're also going to experience the impacts of climate change almost inevitably. It gets a lot hotter here in the summers than it used to. We have a lot more wildfire smoke than we used to.
And of course, the namesake of this park.
Everyone wants to come and hike to a glacier or take a look at the glaciers as they melt.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a big part of the visitor experience these days.
Okay, Daniel, I'm going to close it out with one more question. Okay. What snakes are in the park?
We have two kinds of snakes. They're both garter snakes. We have two species of garter snakes, and neither of them are venomous or dangerous. Snakes are cool. A lot of people don't come here for the snakes, but they really should.
It's always, where can I see a grizzly bear?
Never, where can I see a garter snake? Yeah, all right. Well, if people have more questions, they can, hit us up on social media or email us here at the podcast.
GLAC_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put it in the show notes too. Our music's by Frank Wall and our art is by Stella Nall.
They're both great. Check out their work.
Their info's in the show notes.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We absolutely could not be doing this without them. Check them out at glacier.org. If you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps so much.
Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background.
Through the West Tunnel, imagine the time and manpower it took to bore through 192 feet of mountain using 1926 technology. Dynamite and jackhammers were used by men working double and triple shifts tackling this monumental task in October of 1926. Finally, winter temperatures of 32 degrees below zero forced workers to stop working and come back in April of 1927 to finish the job. Two interesting and impressive features of the tunnel are the observation windows that were created to offer spectacular views of Heaven's Peak and the upper McDonald Creek Valley. A sidewalk lines the tunnel and allows access to the window ports within. Please use extra caution as you walk inside the tunnel, as drivers passing in vehicles may not be able to see well in the reduced light inside the tunnel. As originally constructed, the tunnel was unlined, and over time seeping water started to weaken the roof, and bits of rock would occasionally fall onto the roadbed and passing vehicles. Its current smooth inner lining was installed to prevent damage to passing vehicles and help stabilize the roof. Visitors often confuse the series of cascades on Haystack Creek directly in front of them for Birdwoman Falls. But Birdwoman Falls is actually the 492-foot drop across the valley between Mount Oberlin on the left and Mount Cannon on the right. Notice the broad U-shaped bowl above the waterfall, and then look down to the valley to the right and notice the same broad U shape. Both features are the results of glaciers. Ice Age glaciers that flowed down the valleys here ground and carved the landscape. The Lake McDonald Valley shows the familiar rounded bottom of a valley that was created by a glacier. Ice up to 3,000 feet thick filled this area as recently as 12,000 years ago. Smaller glaciers tucked high into the mountains ground away and created bowl-like depressions called cirques and hanging valleys like you see immediately above Birdwoman Falls. A hanging valley is created when one of the smaller glaciers meets one of the larger valley glaciers. It can't carve as quickly as its massive cousin, and so creates a smaller hanging valley up on the mountain. Look for these features throughout the park. Often, since they generally end in a cliff, hanging valleys have impressive waterfalls pouring out of them. Birdwoman Falls was once fed by an active glacier in the cirque above, but today there is merely a snowfield to feed the waterfall. In especially dry years, Birdwoman Falls dries up by fall. Hemlocks and cedars on the northeast shore of Lake McDonald is one of the smaller and more intimate of Glacier's campgrounds, Sprague Creek. Its 25 sites and proximity to the lakeshore make this a prime spot for campers in the know. Several of the sites overlook the water and offer spectacular views. Due to its small size and the narrow loop road, trailers and other towed units are not allowed, making this the ideal spot for tent campers. Its proximity to the Going to the Sun Road might allow for more noise during the day than other campgrounds, but nighttime traffic is minimal. A picnic area next to the campground provides day use access for those just passing through. It's a great place to stop, enjoy a snack, and play on the lakeshore as well. Directly across the lake from the campground is Howe Ridge. In August of 2003, Howe Ridge was the scene of one of the most spectacular fires in Glacier's history. Pushed by high winds, the fire raced up the lakeshore in a matter of hours and threatened to continue on up the valley. Firefighters used a procedure called a burnout to stop the fire at the base of Stanton Mountain. And a burnout is pretty much just what it sounds like. A controlled fire is purposely set in a specific location to burn out all the potential fuel for an advancing fire. The burnout on Stanton Mountain took place at night and offered an amazing view from the lakeshore, just below the campground. You can still see the dead trees across the lake today, and if you look closely, the strip of dead trees going up the mountain that contained the fire and stopped its spread up the valley. Glacier's new free shuttle system stops here also, so leave the car at the campsite and hop on the shuttle to enjoy an evening program at Lake McDonald Lodge, dinner at the restaurant, or a car-free day in the park.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Welcome to episode 10 of season 1, which has 10 episodes total, which means, you guessed it, this is Sad Face, the last episode for this first inaugural season of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. So, first of all, we want to say thank you so much for tuning in, whether that was one episode or multiple episodes. Hopefully you became a subscriber if you are into it in whatever podcast app you like to use. If not, consider doing that. Some stuff you can do while we're on a hiatus for the winter. We may have some bonus episodes in the winter, but we're going to be on a hiatus overall. Here's some things you can do. If you like the podcast, First of all, if you go to iTunes and give us reviews, that helps us show up higher in search rankings. It helps us spread the news about Rocky and reach more people. So think about that. Another great way is to just tell people that are your friends that you think you might be into our podcast. Just let them know, hey, this is kind of cool. Check it out. Or maybe you'll listen to an episode together. I'm also going to go out on a big limb here and give you my email address so that you can send us any comments, positive, critical, negative, whatever. And more importantly, you can give us ideas for things that you are interested in hearing about for next season. We are going to start on pre-production after a little bit of a break here. So we're going to start thinking about it, planning it out for next season. And, we're open to any great ideas that you have. So send them my way. My email address is miles_C_Barger. That is B as in boy, AR, G as in girl, ER, miles_C_Barger at nps.gov. Send us your comments, send us your ideas, just send us a hey, thank you from wherever you're from. We enjoy listening. Whatever kind of notes you want to drop, go ahead and send them there, and we will read as many of them as we can. So, let's finish this season up with an episode about Long's Peak. Today, we're joining Everett Phillips, who is a Long's Peak climbing ranger. We're going to talk about what being a climbing ranger involves, why we have climbing rangers at Rocky. We're going to talk about how Everett became a climbing ranger, and then we're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route. Everett's job this summer and last summer has focused, as you'll hear in the episode, on doing what we call preventative search and rescue, or PSAR, on Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route, to help have people have a better time, help keep them safe, and help prevent search and rescues from happening before they ever happen. So, super interesting episode, obviously a huge topic here at the park, and we hope that you find it enjoyable, fascinating, and if you are thinking about climbing Long's Peak, very useful. Here we go. All right, let's get started. We're here, we don't need to say where we are because we're in my office. That's boring. A lot of times we record it outside, but we're not recording at 13,000 feet.
Yeah, being in an office is novel for me, though.
That's true.
It's exciting to me.
All right, we're in a novel environment here in an office in the indoors. Gonna do an interview. So, if you could tell us your name and your title here at the park.
So I'm Everett Phillips, and I'm one of the climbing rangers on the East District in Rocky Mountain National Park.
East District, so the Estes side.
Yeah.
So climbing ranger, we haven't talked about climbing rangers yet on the podcast, so maybe we can do a little overview of that program before we dig into what you specifically do. So how many climbing staff are there here in the park?
There's 8.
8.
2 of us are here year-round, and I'm one of the 6 who are here seasonally, so from May until the end of October in my case. And our role, it's Rocky Mountain National Park, so it's rocky, and we have a lot of spectacular mountain terrain here, and that terrain is inaccessible in part for many visitors and many employees because of its precipitous nature. So we have a visitor use group, mountain climbers, that access that terrain for recreation. And when they get in trouble, or perhaps when they impact the resource, the park has to become involved with that terrain, either to go rescue them or to maybe make regulations. A great example would be if a cliff is closed for nesting raptors, you need some people who could get up there to tell people to leave that terrain or to post signs.
Gotcha. So basically we have, as anyone who's been to the park knows, a lot of steep terrain, especially on this side of the park, but on both sides of the park, a lot of steep terrain. And we have people who like to climb it. And so we need people who know what they're doing to get up there and help them out and talk to them, and also to know the community, right? And to know the concerns and to know all those sorts of things.
Yeah, that definitely is part of the job. When I first began working with the Park Service, I was on the rescue team in Yosemite, and we were volunteers, and kind of having your fingers on the pulse of the climbing community helps in doing the job.
All right, so you're a climbing ranger. What is your position specifically?
Well, I was hired 2 years ago, mostly to focus on Long's Peak, and specifically to focus on the Keyhole route, which is probably our most popular mountain climbing adventure in the park. Almost 10,000 people come out here every year just to try Long's Peak. And the climbing route's accessible sort of people with advanced hiking skills, but it's not just hiking, it's mountain climbing. And so the park definitely, at the very least, has a duty to inform people of the hazards that they face going up there. And definitely we do quite a few rescues related to the Keyhole route. So I'm here to talk to people about what they're getting into, be available to answer questions when I'm out on the mountain, and then be where I put myself in a good position to respond for rescues on the upper mountain especially.
Right. So as much as you have a typical day, what does your typical day look like, to paint the picture for listeners? Because it's even to me, someone who works in the park, it's pretty cool.
The foundation of my job is having an intimate understanding of the mountain, which requires going up there regularly because conditions change so often, and the experience and the hazards are completely dependent on those conditions. So my bread and butter day is to show up for work sometime before 7 a.m. and get a pack together and go start up from the Long's Peak trailhead towards the summit using the Keyhole route, and be available to talk to people along the way. Sometimes you end up going all the way to the summit because it's a nice day and conditions are in your favor, and you don't get sidetracked by some other project or a rescue or something of that nature, and then maybe descend a different way. Clark's Arrow is another good route that you can do alone as a climbing ranger. But that allows you to do a few things. One is get our safety message across to the visitors who are actually climbing the mountain. The other thing is I can take photos of the route to post on our conditions blog, and that helps people understand whether it's icy or whether the rock's dry, what sort of equipment they might need to bring. That's really what I should be doing at least 2 days a week. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less.
Sounds all right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure people out there are thinking, like, what? You get to climb Long's Peak for your job? That's crazy. I know we can get into we will get into the details of why it's also a challenging job. How long have you been climbing? How long have you been a climber?
I've been leading rock climbs, placing my own gear and building my own anchors for just over 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from New York, Westchester County, New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Westchester is New York City, kind of?
Yeah, it's the bedroom community.
Bedroom community?
Half an hour and an hour north of New York City on the Hudson.
Oh, okay.
That area.
Was there a climbing community around there when you were growing up?
I think in my experience, there's a climbing community just about everywhere.
Oh, nice.
But the closest rock climbing destination is are the Shongunks, or the Gunks, as most people know them.
Yep. I haven't been there, but
yeah, and I think
I've heard that term.
That's actually the first place that I roped up and went climbing.
The Gunks?
Yeah, where the climbs had a name. I was already scrambling around cliffs and stuff in my backyard. I had a few boulders that I could try to summit.
Yeah, how did you get into it? Were you always kind of scrambling around as a kid and into stuff like that, or did you have a friend or family member that inspired you, or a movie, or what?
I did have a friend of mine. His name was Josh Garrison. We were soccer players on the same soccer team, but he got into Outward Bound. He was an instructor there, and he's been involved in outdoor recreation. And I think, to get into climbing that is more adventurous for you, it's helpful to have a partner to hold the other end of the rope. And I think I got recruited to hold the other end of the rope. And I guess in some ways he opened that world to me. So it was fortunate.
Thanks to him.
Yeah.
So he kind of got you started on it. And what kept you going? Like when you started, what was the appeal? What drew you in?
I think I really like the responsibility that comes with climbing. As a young man, I didn't have a lot of responsibility, and I think I was trying to grow up. And the great thing for me about climbing is that once you're involved in the activity of it, once you've launched, you're out there leading up a cliff, you are ultimately responsible for everything that happens to you. And there's no time for anyone else to save you. There's no time for, if you leave the lights on in your car when you park it, someone will come and help you jump it. But if you make a mistake when you're leading a rock climb, then you're going to face the consequences of your mistakes. And I think as a young man, that was an appealing challenge.
So the, I guess responsibility, the way you put it, just that immediate, visceral challenge.
Yeah, I
drew
think
you
in a sense, climbing's quixotic. You get to the top of the cliff and you just come back down, and there's no real material change in your life. But in another sense, it's as serious as business gets. You have to do things the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, over time, there are going to be really bad consequences.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to do your best.
Right.
It demands your best.
So were you climbing through college? Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did go to college.
And were you climbing it during that time?
Actually, I spent a lot of time climbing on boulders, but it was mostly for fun.
Okay.
I did rope up a few times, but it wasn't a focus for me. It wasn't until I graduated college and I worked on a trail crew in New Hampshire, and got out in the mountains a lot and saw a lot of cliffs that captured my imagination, and go back and with a partner and go climbing on the weekends.
Oh, nice. What was the trail crew with?
It was the Appalachian Mountain Club's trail crew.
Yeah. They do amazing stuff. That's one thing when I was because I've spent a lot of time out west, but I went back to the East Coast. I was just amazed at the level of organization and dedication to trail maintenance.
It was a really unique place to work on. The Appalachian Mountain Club's trail crew is mostly young people, and it turns over. People usually do about 4 or 5 years with that trail crew.
Mm-hmm.
But the trails there go straight up the mountain, which if you do a lot of trail work, you know that's really bad planning, because the erosion just turns the trails into big drainage ditches. So you build a lot of rock staircases out there, and yeah, it was a great place to learn.
Tough work. Yeah. The trails there are crazy.
Yeah.
I hadn't been up there, and then when I lived near DC, we would take trips sometimes up to the Northeast for a little more, as close as we could get to Alpine, and we would just, just straight up on boulders.
It was also a great place to break into climbing, because there's really great rock climbing. It's the Granite State, but there's also good ice climbing in the winters. and it's got an alpine zone just because of how harsh the winters are, and so there's this alpine tundra, and you can do a little bit of Arctic mountaineering. So you can train for the Alaska range there. You can train for Patagonia there. You can train for Colorado there.
Right. It's gnarly.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot gnarlier than I realized it was before I'd first gone there. And I was like, oh, okay. Especially the winters. Yeah, they're hardcore. So you were up there doing the trail work, seeing stuff you wanted to climb, climbing it, doing some ice climbing at that time?
Yeah, I was. I was passionate about ice climbing at that time.
Nice. So where did you go after that? Where did life lead you?
It led me to Yosemite Valley.
Yosemite. Is there climbing there, or I'm just kidding?
Yeah, it's not an original story for a climber, but
that's all right.
I was really fortunate. I left New Hampshire because I was hired as part of the Yosemite Valley SAR site program.
SAR is
search and rescue. And the SAR site is basically a campground within the climbers' campground in Yosemite, where they give free housing in wall tents to 8 volunteers. And the deal is that 4 of you, at the time anyway, I don't know if the contracts changed, but at the time, 4 out of the 8 of us were available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help the park with rescues. But we had no other time commitments except for maybe 5 or 6 days of training at the beginning of the season and 1 day a month after that. So the idea was you went climbing all the time, and then they had fit and well-trained rescuers that would respond to their pager when a rescue was needed.
That sounds like a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that like? How long did you do that?
I did that for 4 summers.
Yeah.
So it was a 6-month season. It was May 1st to October 31st. And it's still, this program still goes on, and they do incredible rescues.
Man, you must have learned a ton there.
Yeah. And, they do a good job these days of bringing in people who are just getting passionate and are developing skills. And I was fortunate to be in that position. I was at kind of one level with my mountaineering and my rescue experience when I started in Yosemite, and I was in a completely different level of experience when I left.
I bet. Yeah, that's like the place, right?
It's a place.
It's one of.
Sometimes people come out of Yosemite, really beating their chests about what they can do, and I definitely fell prey to that, I think. But it is a really great place to learn how to move, especially in on alpine walls, big walls, because the weather's really stable and the rock's really clean in most cases, and so you can, what would have taken you all day before you start climbing in Yosemite becomes something you can get done in 15 or 20 minutes.
Wow.
When you leave.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think when I got to Yosemite, 3 pitches was a full day for me, and by the time I left Yosemite, 30 pitches was a full day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Factor of 10.
Right.
Nice. That's pretty cool that you were able to get all that experience, but also be helping people out, and that's with the Park Service.
Yeah, it was with the Park Service.
How long has that been going on? Do you know?
Well,
is it established or?
Yeah, so Yosemite Search and Rescue has a really interesting history. Royal Robbins and Warren Harding were putting up routes and doing in the heyday of their climbing. The Park Service didn't have anyone who would go anywhere near the places that they were going. And from time to time, those guys and their contemporaries needed rescues. So what the Park Service was doing was going down to the climbers' campground to round up the climbers to go do the rescue. And
that makes sense. They're like,
so
we're not going to do this, but can you guys help us out?
Yeah, so the Park Service would provide the logistics,
right,
and the climbers would do the rescue itself. And so you can see the evolution there, which is that The park nowadays, probably the leaders of the team and the most capable rescuers are park rangers, and they're helped out for manpower, and skills and understanding of the routes, by the SAR site. They also have climbing rangers in Yosemite as well too, just like they have here, and so they have park rangers who are professionally accessing that terrain all the time. So it started out organically, and now it's kind of become part of the institution there.
Yeah, that's super interesting to me. I'm not a climber, so it's fun to learn about all this stuff. So you would do that in the summer. What would you do in the winter?
I've been a ski patroller for the last 9 winters, which for anyone who's interested in work in the mountains, doing adventure sports like skiing or climbing, and also for anyone who's interested in rescue work, I think ski patrolling is the best. It's the most fun. It gives you the best experience. Yeah.
Where did you do ski patrol stuff?
Started in New Hampshire when I was on that trail crew. I worked at a little ski resort called Attitash and did a ton of medical stuff. The slopes are icy, the terrain parks are big because the snow's not great. And so just running sleds and splinting broken bones.
Were you an EMT then?
I was an EMT before I started that. I did a wilderness EMT. That's what got me my job on the trail crew.
Cool.
And that's what got me my job as a ski patroller. So
that's something that I've wanted to do, wilderness EMT.
Yeah,
I've done the Wolfer, and I was like, oh man.
I would recommend the wilderness EMT class to anybody. It's been a great investment for me, but also it's just really interesting. And I think that if you spend a lot of time taking risks, whether you're skiing or hiking or climbing, I think the wilderness EMT is just great education for what to do if something bad happens. But I think it also convinces you that something bad will happen at some point.
Yeah, I had that experience in my wilderness first responder for sure, and I was just like, oh, okay. Just makes you much more aware of what can happen, and also how hard it can be to really help someone or get help, even if you're not, quote, that far from a trailhead, unquote, it can be a long way.
Yeah, it continues to amaze me how challenging mountain rescue is. I think every time I think I have it down or that I'm super capable, then there's a rescue that surprises me, ends up being more challenging than I expected. It's definitely not short on challenges.
Yeah, I mean, I was amazed just how hard it is to carry someone in a litter. It's exhausting. And just how many people it takes, because you have to rotate out. You just get, if you have the manpower to do it or the person power to do it, you have to rotate out.
Yeah.
It just wears you out.
Yeah, and I think sometimes people, when they think about mountain rescue, it seems glamorous, and you can see photographs of rescuers hanging from beneath helicopters in front of these amazing mountain faces. But the truth of the matter is 95% of mountain rescue is the litter, which is a titanium or steel basket that someone lies down in. Hopefully they have some good padding underneath them and a sleeping bag around them and a good splint and maybe some pain medication while they're taking the ride. But that sits on top of an ATV wheel that has a welded frame that attaches to the bottom of the litter. And that kind of, in the best case scenario, rolls gently down the trail. But if it's a long litter carry out or people are tired, then sometimes it bumps down the trail. But that's if you're committed to this business in the right way, I think you'll probably do more of that than anything else and take pride in it.
Right. Yeah. And I really, when I did my class, I really appreciated the instructors being really like focus on your patient comfort, focus on, minimizing their pain and doing further injury and keeping that focus, even if it's hard, even if you're tired, even if it's cold, whatever, which it makes sense, of course, but it was really, I just never thought about it in that way. It really changed my perspective in a good way, I think, about you need to work really hard to help this person be not just get them out, but like help them be as comfortable and keep their dignity and, all these things as possible.
I think that's one of the things I really enjoy working here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And not that this doesn't happen other places, but we have a really great medical staff here on our mountain rescue team, and we're really committed to making sure that every single patient that we take care of is getting the best care we can possibly give them. And we do a lot of these wheel outs, and we have great paramedics here that do pain management along the way and give fluids, and it's a great team in that respect.
So you were there, you were in Yosemite for 4 years doing that in the summers. You were doing ski patrolling in the winters, starting in New Hampshire and then other places.
Yeah.
And
I worked in
then
Washington briefly, and
Okay.
Not briefly for 4 years, and worked in California for 2 years as a ski patroller.
So when did you come to Rocky?
2 years ago.
So was there something in between Yosemite and Rocky?
I worked for a year at Mount Rainier National Park.
Oh, okay. Nice. A little bit different.
Yeah. I mean, Rainier is great because it's got the biggest glaciers in the lower 48, and I didn't have a ton of experience on glaciers there, and coming from climbing on El Cap to walking on these huge glaciers is a big transition.
Yeah.
And it was probably not a long enough tenure to, become an expert in that terrain, but definitely was good to round me out as a climber.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Being on glaciers is like amazing and incredibly frightening.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I worked in Alaska for a while, and people get a certain amount of comfort with glaciers, or at least the lower end of glaciers, because they're around, and just when that happens, someone will have an accident, or you'll just see something happen where you're like, I know one of the first times I went out on a glacier with someone, and there's just a huge crevasse opening, and they're just like, throw a rock down there.
Yeah.
Threw a rock down there, and they're like, here when it hits the bottom. Never heard it hit the bottom. And I was just like, oh, okay. Because you have this illusion there's a lot of dirty glaciers where you have kind of a lot of moraine on top of ice, and so you almost don't realize you're on a glacier sometimes. And then you'll come to a spot like that, and so it was basically just someone trying to wake me up to like, hey, this is a moving, living thing.
Yeah.
Don't get comfortable.
No, I think that was one of the things that surprised me. I was excited to work at Mount Rainier because I think needed a little bit of break from El Cap, and but I definitely would have trouble sleeping the night before climbing the upper part of Mount Rainier. I have a bunch of friends who are guides at Mount Rainier and friends who are climbing rangers there, and there are a lot of them that do that, have done it 400 times even. But I think it's really serious, and I think they're aware of that. They may just be braver than me.
Yeah, and then glacier, of course, and we'll talk more about this as we get into this. Mm-hmm. So I'll fill in podcast listeners. Everett and I this summer have been working on a video project, and so we've gone up on Long Peak a couple times together and talked about some of this stuff. So I definitely want to bring it out, is that idea of risk and risk that you can mitigate and risk that you have to accept, and all those kinds of things like that. So we'll get into that more, but yeah, I think there's definitely some pretty big objective hazards with glaciers.
Yeah.
With any climbing type of endeavor. So you were there for a year.
All right. Well, it was another seasonal job, so I was there from April until the end of September, I guess.
And then after that, you came here to Rocky?
Yeah.
And when was that? That was
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Actually, my supervisor at Mount Rainier is a guy named Van Roberts. I guess you move around this business a little bit by the partnerships that you form. And I think meeting Van was really, really good, and we both decided he'd worked at Rocky Mountain previously, and we both decided we'd go back to Rocky together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you had a friend when you came?
Yeah, I did. He
great.
brought me back with him.
Nice. So you came here 2 years ago. Oh man, so much stuff. Okay, so I guess first we'll start with Rocky compared to Yosemite, compared to Rainier. What's the kind of, as a climber and as a climbing ranger or rescuer, what really sets Rocky apart or defines Rocky in your mind?
Well, I think what defines Rocky is alpine rock climbing, in terms of my job. So if you had to pick one skill that the climbing rangers here have, is that they're comfortable as alpine rock climbers. There are 3 of them put up an incredible route on Fitzroy in Patagonia. They called it the Colorado route. That was Max Barler and Mike Lukens and Quinn Brett, who are fellow climbing rangers here. And that kind of epitomizes the skill that you should have to do this job.
So a comfort in high altitude environment.
Yeah, so alpine rock climbing, the best way to describe it is that the activity is still rock climbing, but you have a really long day. It's probably at high altitude here in the park. Most of our alpine rock climbs are between 11,000 and 14,000 feet, or 10,500 and 14,000 feet. So you're contending with the altitude. There'll be something between a 4 mile and a 6 mile walk to get to the base of it. Then you got to do that at the end of the day. And then the rock quality is always something that you have to assess for yourself. It's oftentimes the rock quality is poorer up on the alpine than it is at a crag in the valley.
What makes rock quality poor?
Well, to a certain extent, it's the rock type. To a certain extent, it's the way it weathers, the direction it faces in relations to storms and the wind, and whether it's in a corner where water seeps or whether it's out on a dry face where the wind keeps it.
So
clean.
Is it like how prone it is to
fall
off
and then
break
I
off?
think, for me, the most important part is how secure the protection is. So in really good quality compact granite, you can fully trust the pieces of equipment that you put in the rock as you climb past it, but in poor quality rock, they may be worth nothing to you. So you have to be, I think in the alpine, you have to have a better eye for your placements, but you also have to be sure-footed and careful, because falling's not always an option. So then going back to Yosemite, Yosemite, it's rock climbing. That's it. It's sunny. The weather's good, but the climbing's really, really hard and really, really intimidating. And so you're just focusing on your rock climbing, really. And then in Rainier, it's glacier mountaineering, which has its own challenges. And like we talked about before, there's a lot of objective hazard, avalanches, crevasses, ice fall.
Right. And so here, that the defining thing is the alpine and those long approaches and all, and then weather too.
Right. Yeah. Certainly. Here we have
super
afternoon
exposed.
Thunderstorms are a big deal during prime climbing season. This summer, it seemed like they were almost rolling in every single day, and they were, really, really intense lightning storms.
Yeah, we had quite a few weeks in a row of really intense weather. I felt like, So you came here, started last year. What was your first? So were you Longs Peak specific last year too?
Yeah,
right?
it was.
So what was was that the first time? When's the first time you went up Longs Peak? Had you done it before?
Yeah, it was May 20th last year.
May 20th last year. What was it like?
It was great. It was early season, so there was snow at the trailhead. So what we did was we did the approach. We climbed up to the keyhole on our skis. You have climbing skins on your skis, and we skied up to the base of the route. It's about 6 miles in, and then we climbed the keyhole in crampons with ice axes, and it was a mountaineering experience. We were mostly walking on steep snow slopes, kind of assessing the snow stability and plunging the ice axe every step. And it was a great way to get introduced to the mountain because, you know, those conditions can exist almost any time of year, and you need to be really aware of that. So that kind of planted in my mind that Longs Peak was a real mountain and that I had to take it seriously.
Nice. Yeah, that's one thing I was wondering about is like how it struck you the first time. You know, your first time up. I mean, that's so we'll get into longs and all that stuff. So, you know, the majority of people are trying to climb in that little window in the summer when they aren't dealing with those kind of conditions.
Yeah.
But it's a short window because that's May 20th and it's full on, like you said, skiing up, crampons, ice axes, snow slopes, May 20th.
Yeah.
So, so clearly it hit you as like, this is a serious mountain. And what was your kind of general feel for the whole thing? Because you'd been on a lot of mountains by then.
Well, I think I was really excited for a couple reasons. First of all, the guy I did it with was Mitch Musey, was the other ranger hired the same year to be focused on Longs Peak. And so we've done a lot of work on the mountain together and a lot of rescue work together now. And that was his first time climbing Longs Peak as a climbing ranger. And so I think I could tell at that point he was someone who was really excited about doing this job and doing it as well as he could. And it's great to have that trust in someone that you're going out in the mountains with. And so that was going really well. And I mentioned that we skied all the way up to the keyhole. Well, we also skied all the way down from the keyhole to the parking lot. It took us about 20 minutes.
Whoa.
And it was really fun. So, yeah, I think my impression was that there was a lot of room for me to grow and a lot of good adventures to be had. And that I, you know, found myself in a good situation.
Nice. So let's talk about Longs Peak. Let's talk about the keyhole. Let's talk about all that stuff.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Great.
So Longs Peak, 14,259. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So it is it's a tall mountain.
Yeah.
It is the only 14-year Rocky Mountain National Park.
That's right.
It is, as a geography geek who used to make maps, I'm excited about this. It is the farthest north 14,000 foot peak in the Rocky Mountains. There are no 14ers farther north than Longs, which is kind of cool. Really weird shaped mountain, I think. It's really like an amazing looking mountain with that big block on top and like this flat summit. And yeah, interesting looking, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just a weird coincidence to me that like the tallest mountain in the park is also the craziest looking mountain in the park in some ways. Or most unusual.
And the other thing about that is that it has kind of all these different ramps and crack systems and chimneys, and there are, you know, 6 or 7 good ways to end up on the summit and just as many ways to bail off of the summit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mountain that takes a long time to know. I still, you know, after 2 seasons, I still wouldn't say that I know it very well.
That's interesting. That's very interesting to me. So it's drawn people for a long time. Of course, a famous early mountain guide who's pretty connected to Rocky, Enos Mills.
Yeah.
I mean, you had people who spent their whole life basically guiding people up and down and getting to know this one mountain.
To me, I think that's one of the most fascinating parts of my job or aspects of my job is that Enos Mills has such a role in founding the park.
Mm-hmm.
And he, you know, as a guide, he made his living off of Longs Peak, and so much of his writing is about experiences on Longs Peak. And so I feel as a park ranger, it's great to be able to focus on Longs Peak of this park. I think I get, you know, close to the spirit of the place.
I feel like that when I'm up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just something about it. So many people have invested themselves either for one climb or for their whole life. You know, there's just a certain something about it. It beckons to people all throughout the Front Range, at least the northern part, because you can see it from a real long way away, and it is very recognizable. And so, like you were saying, 10,000 a year now we're up to about.
Yeah, it's the ballpark.
I mean, it's a rough number
we throw out there.
Yeah, so it's calling out to 10,000-ish people a year to try and give it a go. So that's kind of the general outlier or general outlay of the thing. So there's, like you said, there's lots of routes up, which involve, depending on your skill level, technical climbing and protection, even ropes, things like that. But the thing that really attracts the general public, right, is the keyhole route, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So
it's inescapable.
It's inescapable. So let's talk about the keyhole route. Let's just walk through it, and stuff will come up about it. So keyhole route, you start at
the Longs Peak trailhead,
right,
where there's a parking lot and a small ranger station where you can get information and purchase backcountry permits and bivouac permits. And then it's another 3.5 miles from the parking lot to reach tree line. You wind in and out of the forest and eventually come out in a place called Jim's Grove.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I went up there for the first time this summer. Yeah. And when you come out there, it's just like, whoa.
Right. And you get this incredible view of the east face of Longs Peak, and
it's
Mount
gorgeous.
Lady Washington's right there. But you can also, if it's early in the morning, which for a lot of people when they're trying to climb Longs Peak, they start really early in the morning.
Right. Yeah. What time do people generally start? I mean, of course it varies, but
yeah, I think for your average person, a 2 a.m. to a 4 a.m. start's pretty common.
Yeah.
If you think you're on the slow side, I meet people who have done a really good job of getting back early. They're coming down the same time I am, around noon, and they tell me they started at 12:30 or 1, and I think, whoa, that was hard work for them to do that, but it paid off for them.
Yeah. I know when we were up there filming at, what time was that? Like 5 or something?
Yeah,
and we saw so many headlights coming up the trail.
Yeah.
And we were away, we were quite a ways up the trail. So
yeah, they
started earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so people are starting early. They're headed up through the trees, standard hiking trail.
Yeah, so you break out at tree line, and if you're on time, you look out and you can see the lights of the Front Range cities, Boulder and Denver.
Yeah, which is super cool.
Yeah, it is cool. And so then now you're above tree line, and the trail winds around Mount Lady Washington, and that's another 2.5 or 3 miles of hiking. And that puts you out in the boulder field.
Okay, so you're at the boulder field. So from the trailhead to the boulder field is 6 miles?
6 miles.
And
yeah.
How many feet of gain is it? Like
the boulder field is about 12,000, between 12,500 and 12,800. That's
so you've
the
boulder
gained like
field.
3,500 feet?
Or think about this. So I'm just going to round it up to 13,000 and round the trailhead up to 10,500.
Okay.
Sorry, 9,500. And so that's 3,500 feet.
Okay. So this is just to get to the boulder field.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much, it's a trail. Well,
right.
It's safe to call it that.
Yeah. No,
I would call it that from when I
hiking.
did it. It's hiking. So then you get to the boulder field.
You get, well, the keyhole route is so named because of this break in the northwest ridge of Longs Peak. And it looks like a keyhole. It's pretty obvious. At least from the boulder field, it's pretty obvious.
Right.
And the keyhole is at about 13,000. So you have to go up from the boulder field a little ways to reach the entrance to the route, which is right through that keyhole.
And what I found interesting there is that it's a pretty, I feel like it's a pretty nice, smooth transition of difficulty. I felt like, to let you know what you're getting into. Because like, well, I'm on a trail in the woods. It's getting a little rockier. Now I'm on boulders. Now I'm boulder hopping. Now I'm starting to use my hands and get a little scrambly, right?
So you get a great feel for what the route is like after the keyhole by the type of terrain you move through from the boulder field getting up to the keyhole.
Yeah.
And right as you're just making it into the keyhole, I like to tell people that kind of scrambling to get to the keyhole itself, the last 100 feet up to the keyhole, is what the rest of the hike to the summit is like.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that to me.
So it gives, I think for people who say to themselves, and I think this is a good plan to have, I'll make it to the keyhole and see how I feel. Remembering that last 80 or 100 feet getting up to the keyhole is
what you're in for the next mile and a half one way, right?
Right.
3 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Ish.
You could look at it as it's a good setup because you progressively increase your difficulty, but it's also one of the traps of the keyhole route in Longs Peak that you don't really get your difficult climbing until you're really tired and you're at higher altitude. So things start to compound in terms of difficulty the closer you get to the summit.
Right.
And
You've already been climbing, your legs are getting tired. You're already, if you aren't acclimatized, especially the altitude is getting you.
And you maybe some people fall into the mental trap that I've come all this way, I only have this much further to go. But in reality, that last mile and a half is going to take as long as the whole first bit.
Right. Yeah. And so you get up to the keyhole, you get there, and I mean, when we got up there, that definitely took my breath away. You pop out through this, and now you're just looking down into Glacier Gorge, like all of Glacier Gorge right below you. It's an incredible view. Just the keyhole. I've told people that who are like, I could never do longs. I'm like, well, you should try to at least go to the keyhole, just because if there were nothing else past that, it would be a worthwhile, stellar top 5 hike in the park for sure.
And then on the opposite side of the boulder field, you have chasm view, where if you kind of walk up to the low point in the ridge between the north face of Longs Peak and Mount Lady Washington, you have this incredible view down at Chasm Lake.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And you see the whole east face of Longs Peak, and so that's another reason to hike up to the boulder
Thought that was
field.
pretty breathtaking.
Oh yeah.
So you've made it to the keyhole. Let's say you're feeling okay.
Right.
You've got snacks. You got water. You're feeling okay about the last 100 feet that you just climbed up. How do we go from there? Or first, I should say, before we get to that, what should people be going through in their mind when they're getting to this point about whether or not they should keep going that day, or whether or not they should feel proud of what they've done so far, call it good, and decide that they're going to come back and try it another time? Like, what are the checkpoints in your head for people who are thinking about doing it?
Yeah, I think the most important thing there is time and weather. And so you need to make sure that the weather isn't deteriorating when you get to the keyhole, because it's not only a mile and a half further to the summit, but that mile and a half is going to take you almost as long as the 6 miles it took you to get there. So you don't want to be starting that adventure when a storm is building. And that can be kind of, if you don't get a lot of opportunities to go up and try to climb Longs Peak, it's hard to say to yourself, well, there's a 50% chance of thunderstorms after noon, and I already see some little white fluffy clouds that look innocent enough, but the wind's blowing them closer, and turn around right there for those reasons.
Sure.
But if you want to be conservative about getting struck by lightning or climbing across a rock slab that you can't fall off of in a rainstorm, that's your last chance to make that decision. So you have to be aware of how much time you have left before that forecasted weather is coming, and you have to know enough about weather forecasts and what approaching weather looks like in the mountains to make a good decision there.
And I think one thing that you talked about when we were going up that made a lot of sense to me is like kind of create set points for yourself, maybe even ahead of time when you're more rational and you're not so pumped up and excited or maybe tired or whatever, and say like, if I'm to this point by this time range, I'm okay here. Like just say like if the weather looks like this and it's this time, but if you're an hour past your timeline or something, try to set that up ahead of time so that you can kind of try to keep your emotional desire to get the summit a little tamped down and to be like, hey, you know what? It's actually better to not get struck by lightning and come back.
Yeah, that's
which is hard.
Our
get
brains play
that.
tricks on us.
Absolutely,
we all know this. So yeah, you kind of have to outthink yourself and outplan yourself.
It's hard.
And I think the other hard thing about it is that most people aren't going mountain climbing as much as I'm going mountain climbing. So for me, I have to really work on my system to give myself the best chance of being safe in the long term. Whereas there are a lot of people, I see it all the time, that come up to climb Long's Peak and make bad decisions and get to the summit and come back and they're fine.
Sure.
And they don't get stuck with it. But over the course of the summer, I see all the people who do that, and I get to meet the 4 or 5 or the handful that I have to rescue. So that's something, just getting the summit, climbing the route doesn't always indicate success or mastery. That's something that's harder to find.
Interesting. So you've made it to the keyhole. Let's say all those check marks that you've thought about beforehand. You've done your research. You're good. You've got the weather's looking good. All that. Now we're getting into the real meat of this climb.
Yeah.
Where do we go from there?
Right. So the technical or more technical sections of the route, the sections where now it's a mountain climb. It's not just hiking anymore. It's mountain climbing.
Right. That's a big message.
Yeah.
It's not a hike.
That's my the one talking point I've really developed.
Yeah. It's a good one.
It's a good one. Actually, we used to grade the keyhole route as technical or non-technical, depending on the season. And they'd hang a little plaque up there at the keyhole saying, no, the keyhole route is technical. It's closed all except for real serious mountaineers. And we don't do that anymore. I think it's because it can become technical again at almost any time of year. Certainly it's good for warm people, and in the winter it's very likely to require advanced skills. But at any time during the summer, it can get to be the kind of conditions that require a lot of experience and specialized equipment.
Right.
But there are names for all of the portions of the route beyond the keyhole. And the first portion of the route that you get to is called the ledges. And it doesn't gain any elevation. It crosses the backside of the mountain, going in between big rock slabs on a series of ledges, and that delivers you to the bottom of the trough, which is this huge rock chute or gully or couloir or whatever you want to call it. It's a trough of deep, and you can climb up it. And
that often has snow, right?
Yeah, that holds snow latest. It's the most north facing.
Like how? I mean, of course it varies every year, but
it's going to have snow to a certain extent until July at least. It's probably going to linger a bit longer. People start climbing it without specialized gear maybe earlier than that because you can find ways around the snow, but there's typically snow in the trough for quite a while. It's actually a good ski run.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that has its own problems because losing your footing on snow or hard snow in summer there, that's one of the places it'd be easy to have a serious accident. So the trough is where you gain most of your elevation. You just hike straight up this thing for 1,000 vertical feet about. And when you get to the top of that, you move on to another aspect of the mountain. So the west side of the mountain. And there's this narrow ledge section of ledge that takes you around to the southwest side of the mountain. It's about, a football field long, and it's called the Narrows. And a lot of people think of that as the most dramatic and exciting part of the route because you do have a pretty big drop below you there and a cliff above you, and it's only a foot or so wide at the narrowest part.
Yep.
Right. So
yeah,
you keep once you've made your traverse of the Narrows, you wrap around a rocky shoulder, and there's a ramp. It's a rock slab with a few cracks in it that goes up another 500 vertical feet or so, and we call that the home stretch because it puts you out on the summit, which is this flat plateau that, again, is about a football field wide.
And then that's the route. And then you have to come all the way back down.
Right.
And as a non big on scrambling climbing person, it definitely took my breath away when I started getting on even the beginning part of that. And I could tell that it was having that effect on a lot of people. So what are some things people can do before they are even thinking or making the plan to come up, to just get a sense for, whether they're going to be comfortable enough with the route? I mean, of course you can't really know until you do it, but what are some resources?
Well, I think when I started mountain climbing, I thought of it as a test of my physical strength and endurance. And when it comes to that sort of scrambly terrain you were mentioning, I don't think that's a good way to think about it. Climbing through what I'd refer to as third class and terrain, which just means you're maybe using your hands for balance or to pull yourself up once in a while, but most of the time a fall isn't catastrophic. Although on the Keyhole route, there's a few places where if you fall, the best you can hope for is a trip to the hospital. It's a skill. It's something you practice, just like playing an instrument or a sport or anything like that. So you need to, if you want to be able to move confidently and quickly, and I guess quickly is not the right word, efficiently in that sort of terrain, you just need to seek out terrain that's like that and practice. And that's one of the things that is a problem with the Keyhole route, is that terrain is so remote on the route that people aren't getting to it and realizing that they're not well practiced until they're already really far away from the trailhead, and the consequences are really high for even a twisted ankle. So the key is really just to move around in boulder fields and steep mountain slopes, and it's something that just comes with time.
So kind of purposefully pushing if you're like, for me, I'm a hiker, but I'm like a trail hiker for the most part. Yeah. And so purposefully finding maybe places where you can push yourself off of a nice maintained trail and start getting into more and more scrambly terrain, boulder hopping, loose rock, or just different types of footing,
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And just think about it like that. Like you said, just think about it. It's not a matter of how strong you are necessarily, or your fortitude as a amazing person. It's just like anything else. Like, would you expect someone to be able to just sit down and play the piano amazingly if they've never done it before?
Right.
No, you would think that they would want to build up to it.
And I see a lot of really strong, fit people fake it till they make it up there.
Sure.
And I don't think that's a great approach, because there's always this trade-off between efficiency and security in the mountains, right? Getting on your hands and knees and crawling along a narrow ledge with a death grip around every rock around you, you're not going to fall if you do that. But if it takes you an hour to go 100 feet, the storm's going to catch up with you, and then the rock's going to get slick and wet, and you're never going to be able to make it down no matter how hard you grip the handhold. So there's a trade-off, and if you find yourself really terrified and wearing a hole in the seat of your pants, scooting down
the whole thing,
a rock slab, then I think that can be avoided with 4 or 5 days of practice moving around in that sort of terrain, so that you get your sea legs.
Right. Okay, so practice on some non-maintained trail terrain to kind of get a feel for that and find your comfort level and build your skills. And then what's another thing people can do to up their safety if they're thinking about doing the route?
Well, again, in the trade-off between efficiency and security, I think that I see people underprepared in terms of equipment, and I see people overprepared with equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to be up there on a stormy day in late August, early September when you're starting to get the fall snowstorms in shorts and a t-shirt, because if you do roll your ankle and there's no one around, you're at the mercy of the elements and you might freeze to death up there. But at the same time, I see people with 50-pound backpacks carrying 9 liters of water, and they're moving along precipitous and tenuous ledge systems where if they stumble, they're going to take a really bad fall. And, if my life depended on moving carefully across a rocky ledge, I'd want to have as little weight on me as possible. So your pack's got to balance the need to have a little food and a little water and a raincoat, with not carrying so much weight that you're sandbagging yourself for some really important climbing.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like, we can't, we, the Park Service or any land management agency, we can't tell you what to carry because it's always going to depend on you as an individual. It's going to depend on the actual conditions of that specific day. It's going to depend on all sorts of factors. But you and other staff do put out the conditions report, which gives you a feel. You can go on our website and research general weather for the time of year that you're thinking about. You can go on our website and get a forecast that is point specific to, as close as we can get it, to the summit of or the upper part of Long's Peak. And you can use all that stuff. And then I think the other side of that equation that people need is that you need some experience in the mountains or doing outdoor stuff. Like you don't know how heavy a coat you need when it's 40 degrees until you know what you need.
Yeah.
And it's better to find that out in a lower risk situation, I think.
Well, that's the other thing about alpine climbing and just having fun in the mountains in general, is that there's no right or wrong way to climb Long's Peak. There's no right or wrong season to climb Long's Peak in. But it's only by mountain experience that you know whether your system and your plan is right for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, just like you were saying, the more time you spend in the mountains, the better off you're going to be. That's practice makes perfect, right?
Right. And so this kind of stuff that we're talking about and a lot of what you focus on your job is what we in the Park Service, and not just the Park Service, I guess, call, of course, we have an acronym for everything because we are the government, PSAR, which is Preventative Search and Rescue.
Right.
So we're not giving this information out, like you said, to tell somebody yes or no. That's your personal call. It's your personal responsibility. We're just trying to give people the information to make the best decision they can for themselves. And the reason we're trying to do that is to prevent search and rescue situations, right?
Right.
So, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to make it sound dire or anything, but what are some of the search and rescue situations that you and your coworkers do get into, and how does that motivate the preventative search and rescue side that is the focus of your particular position?
Right. I think all of us got into this work, got our jobs because we wanted to do rescues. Now, personally, I'd prefer to do PSAR. And so the way PSAR relates to search and rescue work is that you do everything you can to prepare and inform visitors about the risks they're taking and the hazards that they face. And that way you have less accidents to deal with. And at a park that gets as much visitation as Rocky does, that's critical because it's very easy to overwork a rescue team. Some of the rescues can take, more than 24 hours. You have multiple shifts on the rescue. You can wear out your people, you can break your equipment, and
physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, mentally especially. Mountain rescue can be traumatic for rescuers. The the sorts of injuries that you see and tend to, and the reactions of people's loved ones when someone's hurt in the mountains. It wears you down. So you try and manage that as best you can, and PSAR is one of the go-to strategies there. It can be as simple as having your trail signs be accurate and be in the right place, or as complicated as tapping into social media networks to advise people of changing conditions if there's just been an ice storm, and then trying to make people aware of what they're going to be dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, I just wanted people out there to know that we have all these people like you on staff who know what they're doing to do rescues when we have to. But obviously, our goal is to have 0 rescues needed per year. That's what we're always going to shoot for.
Right.
Whether or not it's possible, that's always going to be the goal.
Yeah.
And just trying to, like you said, we're the park. Part of the reason that a park like Rocky is here is for people to challenge themselves in whatever way that means for them. And so we respect that. We just want to make sure that everyone is well informed and knows the decisions that they're making for themselves.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, we've talked about this a lot. Your responsibility when you're out in the mountains is for yourself.
Yeah.
You need to be responsible for yourself. That's part of what makes it adventurous and rewarding. Like you were talking about at the beginning, is what attracted you to it, is that responsibility. And so, we're here to help when it's needed, and if we can, and if it doesn't put our staff in too much peril. But we want to try to keep that from happening to anybody.
I think that's a fair way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, second season in Rocky, maybe you'll be back, maybe you won't. Who knows? It's a seasonal lifestyle, but
yeah, I don't, if there's anything that has come out in this podcast is I'm a bit nomadic.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty common theme on this podcast, and I think it's been interesting, I hope, for listeners to get a sense of that, how important that is in Park Service culture. Sometimes as your whole career, sometimes different phases of your career. So yeah, that's definitely been a theme with lots of people that we've interviewed, is that kind of nomadic stuff. So maybe you'll be back to Rocky, maybe you won't. But either way, this is something that we like to ask everybody. Maybe actually I'll give you two questions. One just is specific to Long. So for you personally, what has Long's Peak meant to you, or what does it mean to you? What has it meant in your life? Is there any big lesson that you've taken away, or any skill, or just what comes to mind as kind of the big picture takeaway from Long's?
Well, it's a mountain that I think gets its significance from humans. It's just another spot on the ridge in Rocky Mountain National Park. It happens to be a few feet higher than the mountains next to it. But people are really drawn to it. And it's one of those places where, whether you're a guide or you're a ranger, it's a place where you can make a living off of your relationship to the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And that I've really appreciated, having a place where I feel like I earn my keep by being outdoors and
being of service.
Yeah, it's great. I think going mountain climbing is really enjoyable for me, but it's great to have mountain climbing be a community thing. The Long's Peak's obviously important to the park, but it's also important to Estes Park, and it's important to the whole Front Range. And it's great to be of service there and be a part of the community. So.
Mm-hmm. And then the question that we have asked everybody, similar question, but slightly bigger picture: Rocky Mountain National Park. What is your time here? Either the park environment itself, or your coworkers, or what it's meant in this time in your life. Just kind of, again, that big picture. What does Rocky mean to you?
Well, I learn this more and more all the time as I spend more time here, but it's it's a really tight knit community here at the park, in Estes Park also, and I think being in this park, it for me has a lot been about the relationships I've formed here, and maybe that's a good thing to bring up too. Is when you're going up on Long's Peak, you're definitely becoming part of that community, and it's a tight knit community and it's a small world, and so I think having respect for the people and the places that you're involved with, the more time you spend up here, and I certainly hope people come back again and again and again, the more connected they become to that network. So being courteous, helping people who are having trouble, and sharing information in a positive way. That's something I hope everyone takes away from their experience on Long's Peak.
Nice. Yeah, watch out for each other out there.
Yeah.
We're all in it together.
You're not alone.
And I feel and you see that happen, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you do see that happen when things maybe don't even go bad, but if someone's having a hard time, people check on them,
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I love about the outdoors and all the different ways you can enjoy it, is that it really strengthens your connection with other people in a real way. Almost like an accelerated way.
Yeah.
I feel like you can go out on a trip with somebody in one weekend and be closer friends than you would have if you'd casually hung out every month for like a year.
Yeah, and I like it. I like going up there by myself, but for safety and for enriching the experience, go with a friend. You know,
Take a friend.
All
right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to?
No,
you got it.
Yeah, it's good for today.
All right. Thanks for being on the podcast. I guess you're leaving pretty soon, right?
Yeah,
End of
my
October.
Season's almost up.
So
ski season's here.
Yeah, heck yeah. He's got a big smile on his face. You can't see it in the audio, but he's excited. This man loves to ski, I know. All right. Well, thanks for coming on and filling everybody in, and thanks for your work on Long's Peak, and for keeping people safe and saving them when they're in trouble.
Yeah, and thank you, Miles, and I listen to your podcasts and I enjoy them. So,
all right,
happy to contribute.
I'll accept flattery. All right. Our next episode will be ... Who knows? We're not sure when our next episode will be. We may have some bonus episodes throughout the winter when something comes up or the fancy strikes us, but we're not going to be returning to a regular seasonal programming until sometime in 2018. That's scary to say, but sometime in 2018. We are starting on pre-production soon, though, like I said in the intro, so we'll have more great stuff coming to you sometime. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers. Have a great winter. We'll see you soon. From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but...
Guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it REYP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season? Rounded to the nearest 10. What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you, as always. So, first question to kick it off: when and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together. And it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few, that was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word, or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to be wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
all the best people
for our
in Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs, or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job, while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So like that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of like reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. Every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. Like we have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have, but we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meeting that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card, and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated, and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety. There's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant, and what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines, or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. And so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher, I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions, because there are a lot of rules, there are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like, I feel like you never really say static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything? Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career, and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility, but I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that, who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question, because there are different routes that people can take, because I have also known couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like, I've done a couple different things, and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive, and I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to, and that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park, just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you, is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like, you had already been at Yellowstone, so the park, people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well, I'm not a very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Teaser in person.
So, even with the, I'll say, difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like, what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship, or a couple of internships, and I just, you just see it and you just feel it. And it's just, I just believe in what the Park Service stands for. And I've just met so many great people along the way, both, fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it, I don't know, it just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, like, you know, I'm part of something bigger, and, you know, it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And yeah, so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, you know, I did a couple STA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you know you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, you know, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, you know, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, you know, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and than necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, yeah, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's Administrative Support Assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on-the-job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, you know, those are all applicable to the Administrative Support Assistant. A lot of times how I, you know, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, you know, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, you know what seasonal maintenance workers need, and you know the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. They've like were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, like, say you're an accountant, like you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So like, to your point, it's like, you know, if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, you know, being organized, and, you know, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here, because, you know, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like, I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general, you know, having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons, and special ways that we do things, and, you know, not just scrutiny, but like, you know, we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste, and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Because they're all, you know, it's like asking to choose your favorite child, because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's like 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video, because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video, because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me, and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. Like, he has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there, and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast.
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's Fire Management Officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm
you
gonna
can round to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was going to say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
up.
A little higher.
I'm getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000?
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
it's two Rhode Islands.
Two Rhode Islands
and the chain.
So so maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
or in
fire,
general?
Well, in general, it was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to his wife and said, we've got a potential work study student if you interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors and employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova, wearing rain gear. And I mean, honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you know, you just had been in the shower for 2 months, and they said, "Hey, do you want to go to fire school?" And I just said, "Is it indoors?" And they were like, "Yeah, it's down here." And the district office was an old courthouse of some kind, and it was like, yeah, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse, and it was in fact indoors. And I said, "Yeah, I'm your man." And so wow, I took fire school, and of course, a place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. Mm-hmm. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. Mm-hmm. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. Mm-hmm. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And
yeah.
They said, "Why don't you go?" I said, "Let's go."
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
Did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like, I was just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
you're,
yes.
A little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. So the woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Yeah, ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into, played a lot of sports growing up. So I like being really physical. Mm-hmm. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting, because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. Mm-hmm. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just enjoyed
right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes.
Whatever you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning, and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks, and we're going to work hard all day, and then we're going to go sleep in a tent, and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that, where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job, is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on.
Uh-oh.
That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years, because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road, is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
At this point. And I'm not done yet. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress, down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things. You're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too, to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well, and like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
and you have to be a student of it, because
I bet
it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn when you go to a new place, like how does it move right through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
A lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on maybe on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day, just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, just being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So they're just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
And especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving. Yeah. There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be really...
you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point. A lot, unfortunately, the field part of my job has definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire.
Mm-hmm.
So however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable
I
at
need
all
to be
times,
reachable
basically.
at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you're pretty much when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of what is our fire environment, what's going on, and what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds. And just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to bring in all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. So if you were to what advice, what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it and not necessarily have to just be responding to it, to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it. Just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was well, I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade, and then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately.
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And I mean, it's the greatest, last, best places. Right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But I mean, the Rockies are just outrageous. So for me, you can't beat it. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone? Or was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
I've spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment was I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies because we all got our start. We all got our very first appointment sometime in the spring of 2000.
I mean, I think, a couple things you said I think are good for people to keep in mind in terms of thinking about wanting to work for federal agencies in general and the Park Service specifically is like there is timing, there is luck, there is when these things come along, and also having the 30,000 foot view of your own career, like you were saying, is like maybe I need to leave for a while to get these other experiences. Because I think sometimes people think I'll just be able to follow this exact path that I want and get the jobs I want, and I feel like that so rarely happens with anyone that I know in the Park Service, whether they leave for a completely different field sometimes or switch agencies or whatever. It's like, this is where I would like to be, but I need to get this experience here or this there, or thinking about the career ladders and the way things can go. I think I'm glad that you brought up those points because I think it's a good thing for people to remember. That's certainly how my career has been. I think almost everybody I talk to.
Yeah. I think a big part of it, I tell folks all the time, to some extent, you have to be prepared to move at the speed of opportunity, and you can't just expect to, in the federal service and the Park Service, like plant roots in one spot and march up the ladder through your entire career in one place. It's just not realistic. Possible at a massive unit like we work at, right? Because we do have a tremendous organizational chart here and a lot of really deep programs and a lot of career ladder potential. That's pretty unique.
It is.
In the service though.
Yeah. It's pretty rare.
Yeah. You can go to a lot of parks and there might be, the chief ranger and 2 seasonal law enforcement.
Yep.
At these smaller units, in that career. And obviously you're not going to try to stay in one place for 30 years and become the chief ranger. Like you might have to step to the side to step up and step back. But there's tremendous opportunity to move around. I think that's a great thing. I wanted to see a lot of places and I wanted to do a lot of different things. And for me, the emphasis in my life wasn't going to be plant roots, start a family young, be in one place, coach the volleyball team or something. Like I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just really move around a lot and just see a lot of things. And like I said, I'm a suburban Long Island kid. Yeah. Once I hit the West, I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't going to move out West and plant somewhere. So I've achieved that.
So with all these different experiences that you have, it might be hard to pick one, but is there like a moment in your career that stands out to you as really being a defining moment or even the defining moment? Was there some time where you're like, this is it for me, or was it more gradual?
You know, in my fire service career, I'd say the day that we were certified as a hotshot crew in Northern California, that process took several years and was pretty intense. And so I'll remember that day for the rest of my life for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, anytime you're working towards the same goal for 6 years, year round, it's a pretty big day when someone finally says you're good enough.
Wow.
But within my Park Service experience, really the entire 2016 fire season here in Yellowstone is kind of a benchmark too.
Yeah.
You know, any fire season you're a part of that ends up with like a commemorative pint glass or something is usually probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And in that year, we successfully managed 100 square miles of fire in Yellowstone while concurrently celebrating the centennial.
Oh, wow. Big year.
So there was a period of time where we had an incident management team just managing the centennial celebrations in Mammoth and Gardner, Montana. And we had a separate incident management team assigned to the Maple Fire, which was out by West Yellowstone, ultimately burned about 55,000 acres. And we had a third incident management team concurrently managing a basket of about 5 or 6 smaller fires, most of which were out on the northern range of the park. And we had all that going at once, and we didn't have any single serious injuries. You know, rotating firefighters through that for months on end, and didn't lose a single shingle off the side of a structure.
Wow.
So no one got hurt.
Amazing.
We didn't burn anything up that we didn't want burnt up or were willing to accept burning up.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I mean, 100 square miles of a pretty incredible natural process in the world's first national park. So that year sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just mentioned like protecting these historic, you know, buildings that are in the park and stuff like that. And earlier you mentioned fuels reduction projects.
Mm-hmm.
For people who don't really know what that means. Like, how do you do that? How do you protect, like, because, you know, there's all these historic buildings throughout the park. How do you go about protecting those?
It's really all about just creating what we call defensible space around those. And we really focus on the first 30 to 300 feet of vegetation immediately around that structure. So we just basically need some elbow room around there to function as firefighters. We can't have, you know, little baby trees growing out of the foundations of old buildings and pushing the shingles off the side of them and stuff like that. That'll happen in a place like Yellowstone. You know, lodgepole pine is a pretty robust species, and it's a little bit weedy in some places where it gets really thick and comes in pretty strong, especially after a fire. So when we're talking about fuels reduction, we're just literally in and around the developed areas in the park, just reducing the amount of biomass. So really focusing on the smaller brush and grasses and trees that are, say, under 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and just removing those and just basically thinning it out.
Okay.
In other areas, we might use prescribed fire or controlled burning to try to accomplish that same objective, because fire is a really efficient way to reduce the amount of biomass around a subdivision. But lodgepole pine, when it burns completely. So its natural fire regime is stand replacement. So it burns from the surface of the ground, of the tops of the trees, and completely is what we'd expect. And that's not really a great thing to have in and around a community, because you're just trading one problem for another. So you do a controlled burn, and then you have a patch of dead trees next to your homes, and then you're dealing with that. So we just prefer not to do controlled burning around our developed areas, and we just go in and just thin out the vegetation so that if a fire does come in there, it's not moving through the tops of the trees, which is, of course, where it's really intense and dangerous. It's going to stay on the ground where we can deal with it, and preferably on the ground with flame lengths less than 8 feet. That's kind of our cutoff. If the flames are taller than 8 feet, we're going to need a pretty heavy hand to deal with that. We can't swat that out.
Gotcha.
So for people interested in your field, your career field, what, before we get to your series and grade and all that kind of stuff, where would people look if they wanted to get started in fire? Like what series would they look for?
We're actually going through a really big transition right now in how we're classified as firefighters. We were forestry technicians for the first few decades of this profession. And essentially, it's been decided over the past few years that's not a very accurate description of wildland firefighting for lots of good reasons. And so now there's a new wildland firefighter job series, and that's 0456. And it's designed to be a hire to retire job series. So we're going to be recruiting and advertising positions in that from now on, literally from the GS3 to the GS15 level.
Wow.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. And previous to that, we were hiring entry level positions as 0462 forestry technicians. And then I'm currently in an 0401, which is a biologist, ecologist job series. And that's all transitioning. So going forward, it'll be 0456 from GS3 to GS15.
Wow. So that simplifies it a lot for people interested in looking.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can focus in on that series and find something that aligns with whatever experience they have.
Yep.
And get in the door.
Yeah. And getting in the door is not that complicated. We don't have super high educational requirements, basically a high school diploma and a great attitude and an aptitude to learn new things. A commitment to physical fitness. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like we can start there.
Right.
And we're going to teach you the rest. So
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I've definitely noticed, like, I've never been in wildland fire or anything myself, but just being around people who are, there's definitely like a vibe, a culture, I think, of the people who stick with it. Cause like you said, you gotta want to get into it.
Well, and you have a lot of intense shared experiences, right?
Yeah.
So anytime you do that, you do form a certain bond with the people that you're doing that with that you can't simulate elsewhere, except maybe like within your actual immediate family, like the experiences you might have with your brothers and sisters growing up. And there's, so many stories I can't tell anybody because they won't even understand.
Sure.
And that's a powerful thing. And it could be lonely at times because there's, you got to like find your old hotshot friends to like talk about, some fire and you're on, because you would just spend all your time trying to explain it to other people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a unique job in that regard. But you meet a lot of great people and it's not easy. It's not an easy job to do. Right. So if you're around people that are doing it and sticking with it and making it past, there's kind of this imaginary line at year 3 where you're sort of in or out, right? You're either like, this is what we're doing because the commitment level is so high, or maybe this isn't for me and I don't like sleeping on the ground and not being completely convinced like when the next meal is going to show up out here, or just being out in that environment.
Yeah.
So when you're around people that have made that commitment and made those sacrifices, it's a pretty special. So yeah. We have really good stories if you can get us to tell them.
Maybe someday.
About to say, I could keep I wish we could talk for like 3 hours.
Yeah. And so along those lines, like if somebody's looking for this job in a national park, not every national park has these jobs, right? Or do they? I'm not familiar.
Not every unit. Certainly the larger mid-size to larger parks. So for example, in our region, we have 14 park level fire programs, and those programs either manage one or a group of parks. So, when you talk about a Yellowstone or Mesa Verde or Bandelier, Rocky Mountain, Dinosaur, Zion, all those units have a program, and pretty robust, So sometimes when you get into like a much smaller unit, like we manage fire for the Little Bighorn. So Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument, it's about 4 hours east of where we're sitting. And we provide fire management services for them, but they don't have any firefighters or any equipment. So it's just sort of an administrative responsibility. And so, yeah, we manage their fires through agreements and relationships. So the Crow Agency has agreed to come over, put out any fires if we get any out. But, so yeah, but most mid-size national parks are going to have, especially out west, will have their own program. So
cool.
There's a ton of opportunity, investment. The bipartisan infrastructure law I call it National Fire Plan 2.0. It's essentially the next huge influx of investment in wildland firefighting in America. The Park Service is benefiting greatly from that. So all those programs are kind of on the uptick. It's a great time to get your foot in the door and start a career or advance in your career in fire.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I wish we could talk for like 3 hours. I want to just ask you about fire ecology and behavior and what it's like to like get to know it's just like a fascinating process to me. You know, it's like a chemical reaction happening that has its own life and scale, and like you said, behaves so differently. But we do have to wrap it up. So do you have a favorite story or memory from your time in Yellowstone or another national park, but just something that,
you know, I've been reflecting on that recently, and I couldn't come up with, you know, the one thing. And maybe that's because at this point in my career, in my life, I've learned to appreciate like small things, you know. And I mean, obviously we live in a place where we're just kind of surrounded by wonderment, and people have a hard time even relating sometimes to the things we try to describe that happen in our backyard. But for example, literally in my backyard the other day, I went out to chop some wood for our stove and was just enjoying the weekend. And I kind of had a quiet moment, and I stood there and a wolf howled. And it sounded like it was, you know, maybe a mile behind the house. And I thought, you know, it's like noon. That's not typically when I hear wolves howl. Sometimes they come around at night, and I'll hear them when I'm letting the dog out, you know, for the last time in the evening or something. And so I sat there real quiet, and it howled again, you know. And I probably have 100, you know, little stories like that. We're just surrounded by it all the time here, and it's there all the time if you're listening for it, and if you're open to it. And yeah, I mean, we're just surrounded by wonderment here. So if you got your eyes and your ears open, it's always there. Go enjoy it.
I think that's the perfect way to wrap up. Thanks for coming and talking to us today.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's fascinating.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I would like to. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, John Cataldo. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks.
Stop here at St. Mary Falls Trailhead provides access to several hiking areas on the east side of the park. Visitors are encouraged to pick up a free copy of the Day Hikes in Glacier newspaper. The maps and trail information inside the paper will help visitors match their interests and abilities to the mini hikes in Glacier National Park. Here, the St. Mary Falls Trail, one of the more popular hikes in the park, is a 2.4-mile round trip which can be extended to 3.6 miles by continuing on to Virginia Falls. The hike offers a short and pleasant stroll down to the valley floor, crossing the stream below the roaring St. Mary Falls. After St. Mary Falls, the forest opens up a bit, and those continuing on to Virginia Falls will be treated with views of Little Chief and Dusty Star Mountains, as well as one of the best waterfalls Glacier has to offer. Please remember water-related accidents are the #1 cause of fatalities in the park. Use extreme caution near water and remain on the trail. Moss-covered rocks and wet logs can be extremely slippery, and falls into swift, cold streams, rivers, and lakes have been tragic. Never walk, play, or climb on the slippery rocks and logs around this or any other stream in the park.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
All right, my special 4:15 tour time. We're going to get boarding here very shortly.
Glacier National Park, as we know it, wouldn't exist if it weren't for Ice Age glaciers.
Well, please no bear spray too. We do not want to have a spicy tour. Occasionally, bear spray.
As a geologist whose mom is in town, I want to show off what the Ice Age left behind. And one of the best views of that happens to be from the middle of Lake McDonald.
It looks like a flat-bottom boat, doesn't it?
I'm not a nautical expert, just
but
guessing.
We can ask our boat guide.
So, we're going on a boat tour. I was excited to tell my mom all about the geology.
This valley is carved out by glaciers. You'll see from the middle of the lake, there's a big U shape, which is how you know it was carved by a glacier.
But as an artist, she was a bit more focused on the scenic qualities.
Very sensual.
Sure, that's how the artist sees it.
The boat we're on is called the De Smet, and it's one of 6 historic boats that offer tours throughout the park.
This boat was built in the year 1930, and it was built specifically for boat tours on Lake McDonald.
It may be an old boat, but it moves pretty quick.
Do you get seasick?
I'm surprised, actually, that I'm not seasick.
I was going to say, I remember one incident where you
watch.
took me whale watching as a child.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that ride too much.
Within about 30 minutes, we reached the middle of the lake, and the captain slowly turned the boat around to face mountains I've seen a lot, but never from this perspective.
Okay.
So if you look behind you, what can you see?
That is spectacular. The change of the colors as it goes back from gray to deep blue to light blue to green. It's just wonderful.
Over 1,000 feet of ice once filled this valley. And while that ice is long gone, we have it to thank for this landscape that we all know and love. Ice Age glaciers carved our postcard-worthy scenery, and our roads and trails follow the paths they cleared. But while I spend a lot of time thinking about how this landscape came to be, I've never really imagined what it would have been like to be here while this was happening. For thousands of years, there wouldn't have been much land to walk on. Everything was covered in glaciers. But there was a world at the edge of that ice. Animals and people who lived just beyond. What was this place like during the last ice age?
There are no photographs of most people who have ever lived. So many people from history are invisible today. Like a melted glacier or a footprint in the mud, some stories can only be inferred from the impressions they leave behind. Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Daniel, and this is Season 3. It's about how this place became what it is today. Not a comprehensive history, but a collection of stories from the park's past. This episode is about the Ice Age, a time when this place was filled with thousands of feet of ice. It was a consequential time in the park's geologic history. But this episode is also about the search for life and understanding in a world we'll never see. And because the park was so covered in glaciers, we walked this story out to the edge of the ice and tracked down the history beyond the borders of the park. So, for starters, Michael, Perry, help me out here. Can you describe what an ice age actually is?
That is a great question.
Yeah, so an ice age is just a particularly cold period in Earth history. The most recent one was basically caused by wobbles in the Earth's orbit and in the Earth's axis that change the angle of how the sun is hitting the planet.
So basically, we get less solar radiation. The result is that global average temperatures during the last ice age were around 10 degrees Fahrenheit colder than they are today, which doesn't sound like a ton, but this allowed glaciers and ice sheets to cover nearly all of Canada and a third of Montana, including the park.
Okay, so when was this? How long ago did this happen?
So there have been several ice ages, but the Pleistocene, which is the most recent, goes from about 2.5 million years ago to about 12,000 years ago.
Okay, so the Earth wasn't just a solid ball of ice for 2 million years. The ice is advancing and retreating.
Right. There's these glacial periods and then these warmer interglacial periods.
Yeah, so as we set out to try to understand what this place might have looked like during the Ice Age, we had to pick a specific point in time. So we zoomed in on one that Perry suggested, called the last glacial maximum.
Yeah, so that's basically the most recent point in time where those big ice sheets stopped growing and started shrinking. It's about 20,000 years ago, at least in this location. And at that point, there was so much water frozen on land that sea level was about 400 feet lower than it is today.
But to understand what happened next, let's zip on over to a tiny state park in Oregon.
Oregon? Really?
Perry, if I had to ask you what the most abundant type of rock found in glacier is, what would you say?
Argillite, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's found throughout the park. There are bright red and green colors that are pretty distinctive. And around here, it's in a rock formation called the Belt Supergroup.
Yeah, the Belt Supergroup is found all over the Northern Rockies, but it's not found in Oregon. And yet, perched on a hill above the Willamette Valley of Northwest Oregon is a boulder made of Belt Supergroup argillite.
So how did it get there?
Well, it weighs 90 tons and probably used to weigh about twice that, or almost as much as a Boeing 747, before people chipped away pieces to take home with them. But the story of how it got there is the story of one of the greatest natural disasters to have ever occurred in North America. The story of Glacial Lake Missoula.
Yeah, I think the Missoula floods are something that are nearly incomprehensible in today's society.
This is Justin Radford.
I'm the program manager for Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail.
Justin is the first and only full-time employee of the first and only National Geologic Trail in the Park Service.
The trail covers about 3,400 road miles. It's a massive area, and there are people and educators and partners all along this route.
So those massive sheets of ice that Perry mentioned, which covered most of Canada and the northern part of the U.S., well, the Ice Age is ending. Those are melting, which produces a lot of water. All that water needed to go somewhere. And if we use the ice here as an example, water melting from the Ice Age glacier in what's now Lake McDonald would have been headed for the Pacific, flowing through the Flathead Valley, then west through Idaho, Washington, and Oregon before making it to the ocean.
But at the end of the Ice Age, water couldn't make it to the coast. It couldn't even get past Idaho and was instead stopped near modern-day Lake Pend Oreille.
Lake Pend Oreille is an amazing visitor experience, a great place to go and hang out. But if you picture it with 2,000 feet of ice on top of it, well, it created a huge blockage there.
An arm of the continental ice sheet had created a dam, blocking the only way out for water in northwest Montana, essentially plugging the bathtub drain that was the Clark Fork River.
And all the water backing up down behind that was just massive in scale. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of 600 cubic miles of water.
This ice dam was holding back the volume of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario combined, creating what was called Glacial Lake Missoula. Water backed up throughout northwest Montana and extended nearly 200 miles to the east. And it wasn't the only lake of its kind.
There were at least 6 others like it in Montana, but Glacial Lake Missoula was the largest one in the West, and you can still see signs of its presence across the state today, including its old shorelines.
And it just so happens that this lake was gigantic and goes all the way up the sides of the mountains there. And so you can see these big ridge-line bumps.
It's essentially like that was, at one point, was the lakeshore.
Yes, exactly.
You can drive to these old lake shores called strand lines at the Bison Range on the Flathead Reservation and see them like bathtub rings on mountains around the city of Missoula.
These clues help us measure the depth of the lake. Just south of us on the Flathead Reservation, it was over 1,000 feet deep. You could have submerged the Eiffel Tower. The ice dam was even taller, and it extended for at least 10 miles. But as more and more meltwater entered the lake...
Well, at some point, the water wins, and the ice just can't hold it back anymore.
We're not totally sure how it happened. It might have been like trying to hold your hand over a fire hose, but the dam failed. And this kicked off the Ice Age floods.
Over a period of maybe as quick as 2 days, all of this water has left this area and started moving its way into Washington.
Water began charging westward at a flow rate 10 times that of all the world's rivers combined. The scale is almost incomprehensible.
And a wall of water traveling at 55, 65 miles an hour at restrictions, 1,000 feet high, scouring the landscape.
And this violent, earth-shaping flood happened multiple times.
It didn't just do it once. It formed this lake maybe as many as 100 times, geologists think, over a period of about 2,500 years, maybe 3,000 years.
After one flood forced its way through, the ice that formed the dam would reform, repeatedly plugging that drain, essentially, and starting the process all over again.
This landscape is now called the Channeled Scablands. Floodwaters taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, traveling at 50 miles an hour. Like a massive, violent bulldozer, the floods scoured away everything in their path, scraping away 50 cubic miles of earth, which is enough dirt that, if you spread it out, you could cover the entire state of Texas in nearly a foot of dirt.
And not all of that material made it to the ocean. At some points, like in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the water slowed down and debris would settle out.
Well, that's what people say. Well, that's why you have great wine and great vegetables and great growing that comes from the Willamette Valley, because it's got all the deposits from the floods.
That's so funny. People complained about Montana wine not being great because of the weather conditions, but it's parts of Montana in the Willamette Valley that make it good.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which brings us back to our boulder in Oregon, which was carried there in the floods, probably encased in glacial ice. Roughly 2 weeks after the floods began, all of the water would have made it to the ocean near present-day Astoria, leaving behind a changed landscape.
Ultimately, though, the Ice Age was ending, and the dam that created Glacial Lake Missoula disappeared, ending the era of catastrophic floods.
These floods represent just how dramatically the world was changing. The world was warming up, and landscapes like Glacier were revealed as this icy blanket receded. But the story of these floods is not one we've understood for very long.
Fast forward to just 100 years ago, and these same floods would become the subject of one of the greatest geologic controversies of its day, in part because the dominant theory of geology at the time was gradualism, that landscapes formed incredibly slowly over millions of years.
So many geologists believe that things happen gradual over time. There are some national parks out there that are great examples of this. And, like at the Grand Canyon, and that over millions of years story about it carving its way down. And you have this sort of gradual recession through the layers.
But that didn't explain the landscape of eastern Washington.
These canyon walls were all vertical, and the streams and rivers that were running through them were teeny, small. Really no logical way that river could have formed that kind of canyon.
What could explain it, thought a young geologist named J. Harlan Bretz, was a massive flood. And that wasn't the accepted explanation for why eastern Washington looked the way it did. Like how
No.
How was that hypothesis received?
Well, by the geologic community, not so well.
A lot of geology involves essentially resurrecting the past based on what's left behind, or in many cases based on what's missing. And we knew at the time that this park was home to Ice Age glaciers because of our U-shaped valleys. But for geologists at the time, Bretz's flood hypothesis was a bridge too far. When Bretz first published his idea in 1923, he was widely ridiculed by his peers. One of his most vocal critics was William C. Alden, a guy I've actually heard of before because he took some of the earliest photos of alpine glaciers here in the park. Alden was the chief of Pleistocene geology for the U.S. Geological Survey at the time, and he, like many others, couldn't imagine conditions that would send this much water across the Northwest. He declared the floods impossible, even though he himself had never been to the Scablands. But Bretz was right. In time and with more evidence, the scientific community accepted the theory.
It only took several decades.
Yeah, this wasn't until, the 70s that we'd worked out that Glacial Lake Missoula was the source of more than one flood, and Bretz was awarded the Penrose Medal, kind of geology's highest honor. But they never convinced everyone. Alden, Bretz's vocal opponent, denied the floods until his dying day. We've kind of been looking to this story as a case study of how we interpret the unknown. I'm wondering, is there a lesson we can learn from the story of Ice Age floods about trying to understand Earth history or human history where we don't quite have all the pieces?
Well, I think that, when we bump into these kinds of moments where we're trying to understand the world and we don't have good answers, we tend to fall back on what we know, and we're hesitant to be willing to hear from others about what they might see out there.
To me, Justin is describing a failure of imagination and of creativity. A struggle to picture a world that looks different than our own. We can see the empty space left behind. We know something was there, but it's hard to imagine what filled it.
The floods help us to understand the geologic history of the Ice Age, the physical world of ice and water whose presence carved clues you can easily see today. What is much harder to find, though, is evidence of the living world from that time. Some of the best clues are found along the St. Mary River, but not where it begins on the east side of our national park. We'll need to follow it as it flows north into Canada. The rest of the team was busy the day that I went, so I had to call in some backup. It's nice to have you back in the studio.
Thanks. It's nice to be here.
I called Andrew, co-host of the first 2 seasons of Headwaters, who has a new job.
I'm the new communications lead for the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
We hopped in the car and followed the river, driving north to Alberta and the present-day St. Mary Reservoir.
Yeah, we're standing out on this sandy beach, not something you would really expect in southern Alberta. It feels like we're in Hawaii or something. The reservoir was huge. It kind of reminded me of standing on the shores of one of the Great Lakes. It went out to the horizon. It was definitely bigger than I was expecting. Stretches out as far as you can see, basically, with the Rocky Mountains behind it, and it's pretty.
We stopped at a place called Wally's Beach to meet with Shane Tolman.
I'm Shane Tolman. I'm a local.
A now retired school teacher who warned us it was going to be windy.
It is a lot windier over the other side of the dunes.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when
we can maybe move back.
We walked away from the lakeshore to try to hide from the wind, but we wanted to meet with Shane to talk about something that he found in the reservoir when it wasn't full of water.
Sometimes there's a big drawdown, so a lot of lake bed gets exposed.
But before we could really hear what he was saying, we were buzzed by a crop dusting plane.
Airplane flying over. Oh my gosh, she's spraying that field. Right there. Oh, that could be annoying. Can you block that kind of noise?
No. We couldn't, and so we had to go hide in a picnic shelter. But anyways, the reason we wanted to talk to Shane was that back in 1994, he and his family visited when the water in the reservoir had been drawn down.
And when they walked out into the wet mud and wind-blown sand, a landscape that's normally underwater, they found themselves walking backwards in time.
We had been out the previous day, but it had blown a lot overnight. When we came back the next day, and right where we walked, is this humongous skull. But it's an extinct bison skull.
Bison antiquus, the extinct ancestors of modern bison, who just so happen to be 1.5 times bigger than the bison you see in Yellowstone.
And the horns on it are incredible. And it's like that
Shane showed us a side-by-side comparison, and Bison antiquus's horns are absolutely enormous. Looks more like a Texas longhorn.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're really impressive animals.
And for Shane, this discovery touched on a lifelong fascination.
My dad was a science teacher, so he actually had fossils in the lab, and they were just so captivating to me to see their little eyes are fossilized, and here they are staring back at you. It's kind of this time gets erased as you encounter these things, and that's always stayed with me.
Shortly after Shane stumbled into this bison skull, and quite a few other things that we will get to in a moment, he started getting phone calls from the University of Calgary. They had heard about his discoveries and sent Dr. Len Hills down to meet with him.
First thing I said to him was, I would like to study this stuff. How can I be involved? And he says, well, you could enroll as a student at the University of Calgary and I'll be your supervisor. I said, great, let's do it. I enrolled in a master's program and became one of 4 principal investigators of the Wally's Beach site.
As Shane and his colleagues started to study Wally's Beach, they began to reconstruct what it would have looked like.
It was not the river that we see that's cut down to where it is now in these river valleys. It was a slow, meandering river.
In the banks of this ancient, winding river, they found pollen and roots, which can help us understand the Ice Age ecosystem.
We had spruce tree groves growing out here all over the prairies, as well as aspen groves. Then you had sedges and grasses that were growing in between. There was abundant plant life.
And of course, they found more evidence of animals that lived alongside Bison antiquus.
We get out there, here's this skull, and there's actually some vertebrae laying there as well. And Len picks this skull up, and he's turning it over. He says, this is muskoxen. And I'm just like, muskoxen? I didn't even know they were part of this extinct suite of animals that died off at the end of the Ice Age. And he says, yes, it's muskoxen.
They found a ton of extinct species, an ancestor of modern caribou, North American horses, even camels.
The camel discovery in particular blew my mind. We think of camels as being these desert-loving animals today, but the family of camelids and the family of horses both evolved in the Americas around 50 million years ago before migrating to Eurasia. The camels that lived here were called camelops.
And Shane found a tooth about as long as my index finger, and that tooth was serrated.
Well, there are no animals alive today that have serrated teeth. And so I knew immediately we had a saber-toothed cat. In fact, that's not just a saber-toothed cat, it's called a scimitar cat.
So already you're getting a picture of the wildlife who were living at the edge of the Rockies, at the edge of Glacier National Park during the Ice Age.
And it's a much different cast of characters than the grizzly bears, mountain goats, and deer that we all know and love today.
But for Shane, it wasn't bones that helped bring Wally's Beach to life.
And I can't even describe what I saw. It's almost emotional, because here's this big imprint, a little smaller than a garbage can lid.
He found footprints left by woolly mammoths.
And there's another one. And there's another one. Here's all of these cracks that went out from in this spider web, out from the tracks. You could see how it had stepped in the mud and it oozed up around its toes. And it's just like, okay, here's the best set of mammoth tracks on the planet, bar none. I mean, there's only like 4 sets anyway. So it really hit us just how incredible this was.
Unlike fossils, which capture animals after they die, these footprints are a snapshot of their lives.
Living, breathing mammoth, not the bones, the dead part. You're looking at living behavior, and that's so cool.
With each stride, they traveled on average 8.5 feet, and the weight of each step can reveal if it was left by a male or a female, a child or adult. And the way these 6-ton mammals walked can even reveal if they were injured.
Take the cross-section, and you get to see the weight distribution from this angle. Well, this animal on its, I think it was its left hind foot, was limping. You can see that the deformation on this side of the track is less than on the other side of the track, so it means that there was some injury or something.
How old is that track?
That track would be about 13,000 years old.
Oh my goodness. Now, and it's not just mammoth tracks either.
Here's these mammoth tracks, but not just mammoth. Here's a camel trackway going through the middle of these, crossing over. And here's some more horse tracks over here. And what we're looking at probably look very much like the Serengeti because you had all those animals intermingling, and here they are moving in these vast herds and individuals. We have tens of thousands of tracks that we have observed at Wally's Beach.
It is rare for ancient footprints like these to survive. You not only need wet mud for the footprints to form, but then a strong wind to blow sand and sediment on top, filling them in and sealing them away for thousands of years.
But today, the same winds that once preserved these footprints are now destroying them. The same wind that pushed us into a picnic shelter has blown tracks away overnight, carried away grain by grain, a memory lost forever.
And because of where they sit in the reservoir, there's nothing you can really do to save them at this point. If they're not claimed by the wind, once they're exposed, they'll be destroyed by water when the reservoir is filled back in. All that's left is to try to document them, and efforts have ranged from photographs and measurements to teams of local students and 1,000 pounds of plaster casts. But however fleeting they may be, this glimpse of these animals alive, living alongside one another, not in the halls of a natural history museum, but drinking from the river that I see now in the distance. You can't help but picture it. And for Shane, imagine yourself there, following in their footsteps.
So I hope this doesn't sound too corny, but here's how I kind of pictured it. I stared at the footprints disappearing into the swirling sand to the east, and time blew away with the wind. I had a vision. It didn't take much to imagine the giant lumbering away through the mud, disappearing into the sand cloud from what was likely a watering hole. I'm close. So close I can hear the slushing suck of mammoth foot in paleo mud. See his breath dissipate against the cold ashen sky of early winter. Taste his pungent odor in the roof of my mouth. Rising above the din of the crushing palms of his feet is the sound of chokecherry stained tusks, battered and broken, tonking against the low-growth brush as it swings its massive woolly head side to side, its tangled auburn fur blowing eastward. The trudging mountain knows I'm there, but what am I to he? Nothing.
Not long after a mammoth left these footprints in the mud, their species went extinct in North America. So did camelops, the North American horse, and helmeted muskoxen. And while these footprints paint a vivid portrait of these animals in life, they also reveal a species in decline.
Very clearly, something's missing, and it's infants, the newborn, the young. Why aren't we seeing their tracks? Well, maybe they're light, but we're seeing lighter animals also. We're seeing their tracks, the horses and stuff like that.
The St. Mary's mammoth herd had far fewer juveniles than you'd expect in a healthy population. And one possible explanation was the warming climate. The Missoula floods were only one symptom of the dramatic changes occurring at the end of the Pleistocene. As temperatures warmed, ice sheets shifted north, and the environment shifted too. New plants moved into the grasslands that these grazing animals had relied upon.
But the last discovery we'll share from Wally's Beach hints at another factor. A discovery made by one of Shane's students, a fourth grader named Travis.
Picked up a piece that they thought might be an artifact, and then the next day Travis brought it to me. Well, I about fell out of my chair. It's a Clovis point.
Clovis points are sharp stones used for hunting by ancient human cultures. And these Clovis points held a clue, which revealed exactly what they were used for.
Horse protein residue. Those horses had been butchered, and that was a North American first.
Wally's preserves a record of Ice Age animals and humans, and produced the first archaeological evidence of these humans hunting horses. Later finds revealed they also hunted camels. When I first started working as a ranger at Glacier, the story of Wally's Beach grabbed me. I put Ice Age horses and mammoths in a campground talk that I've given for the last 6 years. And in my program, this has always been where the story ends. Camels were here, people were too. But actually visiting Wally's Beach, hearing from Shane about the work he and his colleagues and his students have put into understanding and preserving this history, it made me wonder, what was life like for the people that once stood here? What was it like to be human 13,000 years ago?
All right, let me recap. Right in our backyard, well, Glacier's backyard, Wally's Beach has a record of Ice Age wildlife.
Yeah, a pretty extensive one at that.
These are animals that they're really different than what we have here today.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have discovered evidence of Ice Age humans.
Yeah, and a lot of this evidence at Wally's Beach is in the form of something called lithics.
Lithics.
You've probably heard of that before.
Yeah, lithics are stone tools that are made by people.
Exactly. That includes the projectile points that were used to hunt horses at Wally's Beach, but they've also found thousands of different points and other tools.
Shane used the term Clovis point, which, if I remember right, that's one of the very oldest kinds of lithics in North America.
Yeah, so the term Clovis comes from projectile points found outside of Clovis, New Mexico. They're a distinct type of lithic that have been identified all over North America and date back well beyond 10,000 years ago. So they are artifacts from one of the oldest and most widespread cultures that we know about in North America.
So beyond their tools, beyond these lithics, do we know much about Clovis people, like what their lives were like?
I mean, the short answer is no, we don't know much.
The topic of Pleistocene era people is always going to be a mystery for the foreseeable future. We have to assume that life was pretty challenging because of the geographic, ecological aspects of that era.
This is Shane Doyle.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shane Doyle. I'm a member of the Upsalaga Nation. I'm an educational and cultural consultant, live in Bozeman, Montana, and I hail from Crow Agency.
Another Shane. 2 Shanes in one episode.
Yes, but I called Shane Doyle because he has studied and worked to understand these Ice Age cultures.
Lithics, the points that they used, are really the best evidence that we have. We don't have a lot of human materials to understand that time period outside of the hunting and other tools that these folks made.
Some of the only materials durable enough to survive these last 10,000 years or more are stones and bones. So even as scientists develop new and better technologies like ground-penetrating radar and aerial imagery, we're still limited by what little is left.
I don't think we have a lot of data that we can really turn to that will really provide us with a more comprehensive picture of what life was like for Pleistocene era native people. So I think we kind of have to use our imagination.
This is where we get back to the conundrum we found with the Missoula floods, the limitations of imagination. I talked with retired Forest Service archaeologist Carl Davis, and he pointed out that the presence of stone tools and absence of anything else has affected our understanding of these cultures by focusing on the masculine aspects of ancient life.
And archaeologists, who were primarily male for many, many years, that's what they really got into. And women and children kind of got left in the dust because the evidence of women's activities, this wonderful perishable industry of all kinds of things, there's no evidence. We certainly can assume they're wearing, carefully crafted, tightly sewn clothes and stuff, but we don't have any evidence whatsoever. So we don't really know what they look like, what they ate, what language they spoke.
And our understanding of these communities has been shaped by more than just projectile points.
I think in North American archaeology, there has been some bias about sort of giving legitimacy to the capability of these first peoples, these indigenous peoples. It may be colonialism, it may be imperialism, it might be a little bit of racism, but I think we have a hard time maybe giving credit where credit is due.
That's where anthropology begins to fall short when we go all the way back to those ancient times. It's reflected in artwork that we often see represented from people of that day and age. The clothing that they wear is shaggy and their hair is unkempt and they're kind of usually slouched or like hunched over. They resonate with this very uncouth, something that modern man would look upon as undeveloped. And I reject that. I don't think that's, a very good indication of who these people were. I don't think that they didn't comb their hair. I don't think that they didn't care about the kind of clothes that they wore. I think that they always cared about that. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? I mean, even Sigmund Freud would agree with that. I just think that it's a shame that we portray them as being, dirty savages, honestly. People in the modern era tend to think of ourselves as being so special. We have all this information that cavemen or ancient people didn't have. And, well, I think on a daily basis reflect on those ancient people and how they must have felt the same way about their lives as we do about ours. Obviously they didn't have nearly the kind of technology that we do, but think about how they must have been comparing their lives to other species, animals that didn't have the ability to talk or sing or dance or laugh or cry out of inspiration or joy. I mean, the emotional realm and spiritual ceremonial aspects of ancient life must have made those people feel like they were on the edge of tomorrow.
And as we talk about these cultures and wonder about their daily lives, try to imagine how they treated one another, what they valued, and who they loved. Shane emphasized that there is a lot more to these people than we will ever find buried in the ground.
And I think that's another thing that anthropologists often forget about, is that the trade culture was more than just material trade. These people wanted to learn about one another. They wanted to hear their stories. They wanted to know about their ceremonies. They wanted to know about their knowledge. That was the real trade culture. The material came along with it.
In the end, it might just be the social world that we thought had disappeared that can help us better understand this time after all.
I developed a course on Montana Plains Indians. During the process of creating that course, I looked at the different star stories of the tribes here in Montana, and it was clear to me that they shared common stories, and that the stories were very, very important. But when you consider that, we have at least half a dozen language families represented here in Montana, completely different languages. And so we're talking about languages where they don't even share a common sound. So how could it be then that these different speaking people would have the exact same star stories down to the minutiae, just the smallest details of people's names and the things that they did and how those things are reflected in the sky and on the ground, and the same stars and the same geographic features? I mean, all those things to me showed that these folks must have been in communication, in deep communication with one another.
Different cultures with different languages, living in different places, who still found a way to communicate. And it wasn't just star stories that they were sharing. It was technology, where and how to harvest teepee poles, how to stitch hides together and harvest wild plants.
They were so determined to share with each other their knowledge and the best of their communities that they created a language independently of themselves. That, plain sign language exists really in and unto itself.
Plain Sign Language was the original American Sign Language, born out of trade between communities across the Great Plains.
The Plain Sign Language, I don't think probably dates all the way back to the Pleistocene era, but I do believe that the passage of the Clovis technology from community to community across the continent, all those communications and all of those different trade networks, that's where the seed of that was planted.
These insights from oral traditions can help us to imagine the cultures of these ancient communities. Curious, kind, and cooperative pioneers living here despite its hostile and icy climate. And as Perry found, oral history can also preserve a record of specific moments in time.
I wanted to talk to Sally Thompson, an anthropologist whose work with tribes throughout the Northwest found that indigenous communities have preserved memories of the Ice Age.
One of the task force members was telling me a story once of his clan's migration. And I said, wow, Ray, it sounds like you're taking me back to the late Pleistocene. And he said, well, I think I am. So he thought for a while, and then he said, we sing it. It's a chant. We repeat it the same way, the same time of year, in a ceremonial way, It's like your silent night. You wouldn't change the words. He said some of those words are so old we don't understand them anymore.
Wow.
So that really was life-changing for me, and I started paying attention in a very different way.
I know Sally from her book, People Before the Park, which she wrote with the Blackfeet and Kootenai tribes, sharing their traditional culture and life ways here in Northwest Montana.
Well, my name's Sally Thompson, and really what we're talking about today, I'd like to say I'm a student, not an expert.
I love that.
I'm a student of what Native people have to teach us.
One thing she's learned is that oral traditions hold records of Ice Age floods, the phenomena that geologists squabbled about for decades. Some cultures have remembered them for thousands of years.
Imagine the time when immense sheets of ice were extending down from Canada all across northern North America. To imagine it's not just filling the valleys, it's overlapping all but the very tallest peaks. Yeah, so picture you're standing on top of one of those peaks, and all you can see to the north and the east is ice.
When I hear this, I picture a glacier and the Flathead Valley full of ice and water from Glacial Lake Missoula. But this describes the ice margin all along the northern edge of the U.S. Sally interviewed people from tribes all up and down the Columbia River, whose drainage system covers most of Washington, Idaho, and northwest Montana. One of these tribes is the Kootenai.
The Kootenai people are unique. They're not related to anyone anywhere. It may be because of where they were in these cataclysmic times that they were the only ones who survived. So most people have relatives, but the Kootenays are considered by anthropologists or linguists to be an isolated people, the only ones. And this is their story. Was it like before a tsunami where sensitive people think something's changing, or you hear this incredible sound and somehow you know to run up? Perhaps you've experienced, some flooding before, and you know you need to go up, and you just keep running, and somehow some people manage to survive that. Then you see people have run to the top of Rattlesnake Mountain on the Columbia and try and picture what happened. I interviewed a Coeur d'Alene elder one time. Felix Arepa told me, after he thought it through in his own language, the way his grandparents had told him the story, then he explained to me that the words they used were something like, everything changed, even the landscape.
This is a record of a human experience with these floods. Someone witnessed them, walked through the world they left behind, and shared that story with their community. Yet, despite knowing that, it's still difficult to place yourself in their shoes, to see their point of view rather than our own.
Even with everything we've learned, it is really hard to place yourself in a world that you'll never see. All of these stories have helped me to picture it. Herds of camels and mammoths sharing Montana with people who, in the face of a dramatically changing world, are learning from one another and passing on memories that will connect them to today. But I find myself imagining it almost like a painting, something that I can see, but that I can't touch. What would it take to bring this history to life? To be able to imagine myself there, like Shane Tolman did with the mammoth tracks? When I posed this question to Shane Doyle, he turned my attention to May of 1968 in rural Montana when two construction workers began digging rocks out of a hillside.
And so they were digging into a cliffside to get some flat sandstone rocks out of the cliff. And when they dug into the cliff, it was covered with this red dust that we call red ochre. Red ochre is a really sacred material.
Past the red ochre, they found lithics. And beyond that, human remains. They were digging in a grave. Found on the property of Helen and Dr. Mel Anzik, these human remains turned out to belong to a child between 1 and 3 years old. And while the haphazard digging at the site made it difficult to completely reconstruct the burial, it was determined that the child had been buried nearly 13,000 years ago.
He was probably no more than 3 years old when he died, was buried with a treasure trove of antiquities, over 118 priceless Clovis artifacts. Pretty much every tool that has ever been identified in any other Clovis site was found at that burial. These were valuable, treasured items that were rare and that were hard to produce. And they buried him with a child. This child had no social standing that we could measure or compare in any other culture at any other point in history. Even today, children are the most vulnerable people in society. They receive the least honor, they receive the least attention, they receive the least amount of resources devoted to them. If you look at what that burial spoke to, it spoke to what that community valued. Why would they put all those items in there for a child who had never hunted? He was not a priest, he was not a ceremonial leader, he was not a warrior, he never produced any economic value. He was really just as children are today, but they present a resource that you have to provide for, part of your family that you have to attend to constantly.
The U.S. has a law that establishes the legal rights for tribes to repatriate or reclaim human remains uncovered in cases like this. But it wasn't passed until 1990.
This is before NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act. So all the materials, since they were found on private land, they were just taken by Mel and the two construction workers. The human remains, Mel gave those to his daughter, but at the time they were taken by a scientist, an archaeologist, who took them down to his lab in Arizona.
The remains stay in Arizona for about 30 years until eventually they're returned to Sarah Anzik, the granddaughter of Mel and Helen.
Once Sarah got them, turns out she was the molecular biologist. She had an interest in studying the remains to see if she could find out who this person was, who this child was. And, she said before that she just knew that this child had a story to tell and that it was an important story and that she wanted to help the child tell that story.
So she reached out to a lab in Denmark, and they set out to sequence the child's genome in an effort to understand its DNA and uncover who the child is related to.
The head guy over there, the scientist of the lab, his name is Eske Willerslev, and he and his team took on the study, and it took them 3 years to complete the genomic sequencing of this ancient remains. But when they did finally get the complete genome, they were able to compare it to other populations around the world, and it's pretty clear that he was one of the very first Native Americans on the continent.
At the same time this discovery was starting to ripple out into the scientific community, the Anzik child was also at the center of an effort to repatriate the remains, to place them back where they were buried 13,000 years ago, which is how Shane got involved. I don't expect there's really like a roadmap for how to conduct a repatriation. Maybe there is, I don't know. So how did you decide how to actually perform the reburial? And what did it look like in the day?
There is no roadmap for repatriation. There are procedures that have been developed over years in certain circumstances that fit the bill, but this one was kind of different. Because it was so old, and we have to assume that the child was related to all of modern people today, that's a lot of people to try and bring into the process. I kind of took that task on to reach out to Native communities, to let them know what we were doing, to ask them if they wanted to participate. It took a long time. We had to have a lot of meetings. There were a lot of different folks involved, not just the tribal communities here in Montana, but also the Montana Burial Board. Sarah Anzik, she still maintained possession of the bones right up until the moment they were placed in the ground. Scientists, they still had materials from the Anzik child in their lab. The reburial was supposed to be comprehensive, and so they had to agree to put all of what they had of the boy in the lab into the ground. There were disagreements over where to rebury the boy, over how to rebury him. Some people believed we should just rebury him with like a rawhide pouch, put him in the ground so he could go back to Mother Earth. There were also suggestions to bury him at the Montana Historical Society out on the public lawn so that people would be dissuaded from trying to dig him up and steal him. I mean, you name it, there was a whole gamut of suggestions and ideas about how to rebury him and where to rebury him. And finally, at the end, we just decided to put him back as close to where he was as possible and put him in a nice small little casket. And, it was just a beautiful day. It was a beautiful ceremony. And like I said, we all felt good about it. Here's the thing that I've thought about a lot. We were there that day not just to show respect to that boy, but we were there to show respect to ourselves. When we respect others, we respect ourselves. And when we do that in a community, in a gesture where we all come together in a ceremonial way, that's a very powerful healing experience.
Do you think that the Anzac site, Pleistocene people, and this deep time can teach us about ourselves or even the future?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from those ancient people about strength, about resilience, about love, about what really matters in this life. I guess one theme that we see today in Hollywood is the post-apocalyptic world. We think when all the chips are down that we'll turn on each other. When I think of those ancient people, I'm inspired. I just think, they loved each other. And from everything that we can tell, they respected each other. I'm sure there were instances where that wasn't always true. But the Anzac grave and the show of love that was displayed for that child makes me believe that that wasn't just an isolated case. This was part of their worldview. They believed in treasuring their relationships. And in a way, that's what it was when we reburied him that day.
To me, this story pulls your focus away from everything that separates us from Ice Age people. The ice sheets, scimitar cats, and more than 10,000 years, and shows instead our shared humanity. And to Shane, it illustrates what's possible when scientists and native communities work together.
I think we'll be able to tell the stories that right now we still can't really wrap our heads around, because we'll be able to wrap our hearts around what it means to be a human, and we'll be able to take that understanding and place it into these ancient time periods, and that will be able to inform and provide us with a better picture of why these people laughed, what they laughed about, what they cried about, who they loved. It's pretty hard to not understand what the Anzac burial represents. If you're a parent and your greatest fear is to lose a child, and you understand that this is what these people did, that message is pretty clear. 12,600 years later, you can still relate to the anguish that they must have felt. How unfair, how cruel, how impossibly difficult the loss that they suffered was. And the only way to heal from that is to just give the last full measure. That's a message that is crystal clear to me. There's nothing about that I don't understand.
It's true that sites like Anzac are extraordinarily rare, but the kindness that we can see there must have been common. In every laugh shared around the campfire, which echoed across newly ice-free valleys, and in a piece of hard-won camel shared as a meal with a loved one. Or in the simple joy of standing by a river and squishing the mud between your toes, right beside a set of fresh mammoth tracks.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Echeverry. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski or Melissa Slottick, and Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Special thanks this episode to Shane Tolman for driving to meet us.
And sharing your bug spray,
Shane Doyle, Carl Davis, Roz Gerstein,
Thanks, Mom.
Sally Thompson, Justin Radford, Andrew Smith, Vic Baker, and Ethan, our captain from the Glacier Park Boat Company. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We use art to find new perspectives on one of American history's most momentous yet misremembered events.
You know, Lewis and Clark was just a story that I did not remember from school.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark. You know, I just thought they're revered by so many.
That's next time on Headwaters. So Headwaters was made possible through the Conservancy, right, Andrew?
Yes.
But you also fund a lot of other projects. What are some examples of that?
Yeah, one I wanted to tell you about today is our wilderness condition monitoring work. We have this really cool project happening right now to outfit a lot of the park's wilderness rangers with tablets so that they can make live reports on the condition of the wilderness while they're out and about.
Used to be on paper reports that got lost and never found their way to the same place.
They would show up wet and crumpled and all sorts of different things would be written on them. So now everybody's got the same form. It comes all into one database and we can learn about threats to wilderness so fast and respond to them so that nothing happens to our beautiful wilderness here.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I guess if you want to learn about that project and more that the Conservancy funds, check out their website. And thanks.
Yeah, visit us at glacier.org.
The observation platform at McDonald Creek Overlook allows visitors to get an up-close look at this beautiful and powerful force of nature. In summer, the blue-green waters run clear and inviting, but in early spring, melting snows send a torrent of water cascading down the valley as it funnels through these narrow rock walls where it literally vibrates the viewing platform. It's easy to see the erosional power of streams from a vantage point this close. Streams also hide a more sinister side as well. In Glacier, the leading cause of fatalities is from drownings in creeks and streams. Even though the streams present a cool and refreshing appearance, please remember to use extra caution around water anywhere in the park. Stay on the paths and don't step over railings and barriers. As powerful as McDonald Creek can seem during spring runoff, it's nothing compared to the flood that came through this valley in November of 2006. Fed by huge amounts of warm rain, early mountain snows melted quickly and soon overwhelmed riverbanks throughout the park. This viewing platform survived, but just barely. Water pounded the railings and washed out and damaged bridges and roads in several areas of the park. Across the creek, huge trees left stranded as driftwood high above the creek provide vivid clues to the force of water. Glacier is a land of contrasts. Throughout the park, you will discover awesome examples of the power of nature, all set against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful scenery in the Rockies. McDonald Creek is an excellent example of massive power and delicate beauty combined.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition?
Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the, making clean water and then making dirty water clean, if you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to, it's not like, miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete
trying to
system,
anticipate.
because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's
Wow.
like, and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all, behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter
not.
To the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from from that spec sheet. But
wow,
yeah,
that is crazy.
That's a lot.
Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
Our pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So on the outside, like you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So, how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back. It was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on the job training. You could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. That was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is like, I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yeah. Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and like, or a time of year, or like what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical days since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh, yeah, there was a big flood. Yeah.
Yeah. So been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads. And in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner, where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while, to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy.
Wasn't on your radar either. It was just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And, living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up, and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So, so I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of, is here
being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, if you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities, is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically, and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood, that I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
No,
I had my wag bags ready. if
Yeah,
needed.
right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ. This position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water. So we get the fun of, we work with EPA for drinking water region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So.
Well, that's
Keep it
also
all
the
straight.
benefit, but the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do
Correct.
have a little bit
Mhm.
like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, what do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing, you know?
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Nice.
like my favorite part of when I get out of the office, or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do
We're
it? It's
doing
just
it a
like
lot
pumping
more than we ever
sludge.
have now with this new treatment facility. So,
It's be a good
it's the
day.
closure of the wastewater loop. So
Where does the sludge go?
right now it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay.
And they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question. I mean,
What are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
that's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that, whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why? Like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff. But no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years, doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people.
Mm-hmm.
with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, you know, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say that
anymore.
sounds past tense.
Well, you know, life, adulting,
kids, yeah.
There's adulting. So yeah, and just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, you know, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, you know, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and you know, not to talk, the flood was definitely one last 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, you know, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And that, yeah, because that's like the whole, everything other than work, it is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and, you know, things like that.
Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah. So I guess in some ways improved, and in some ways,
fun, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So you know,
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. You know, if you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. Yeah. You know, there's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom, be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, you know, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that, you know?
We typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire We have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, being more certified at the beginning. But more and more, we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
Right,
it's
I
like,
know.
no, you said you would do
Say
this.
do gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. Do you have any advice for people? Like if they wanted to get started in this, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But
Correct.
if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone is has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or know some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So if you were to say,
it.
What's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year. It should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. And just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the Park Service. Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 or 40 plus years ago,
Mhm.
right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained.
Mm-hmm.
And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
Like I don't want to say, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that. But we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on max, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed. Right?
Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
Absorbed
all of the
all.
waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't like tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines.
Yeah.
But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel
thanks
so
for-
silly.
yeah.
No.
He's winking at us
Yeah.
across. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow, and then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that again, getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did. We really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, Contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/what-we-do. Thanks for listening.
Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. Then the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030. Delights early season visitors to the park as they drive right by, and for westbound travelers, sometimes right through its spray. More than one savvy driver has driven just a tad closer to the cliff edge by this spot, surprising passengers in the back seat with a hefty dose of clear, cold mountain water as it splashes through the open windows. By August, the gushing torrent dries up to a mere trickle and looks more like a weeping wall than the impressive cascades seen when the road first opens in early summer. Most people don't realize that this entire series of waterfalls is a remnant of the construction of the Going to the Sun Road. As engineers carved through the rock here, they created a cliff which water from springs and melting snows above pour over and onto the road surface below. Special drains were designed into the road to allow the bulk of water to pass below the pavement, but on days of especially heavy flow, a small stream of water covers both lanes of traffic for a short distance.
Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
As Chief Ranger, I like to keep right up to date with everything that goes on, and I get a lot of very much appreciated help from my friends. I'm very fortunate this way. Maybe it's because all the people in the district know that we're trying to do a sincere job. One of my friends is Tad Coates, who owns and runs the barge line on the Shady River. The Shady River is becoming more important every year as a main line for freight, especially since there's so much national defense effort going on here in the district. Uncle Sam is making great underground facilities, of which I'm not at liberty to discuss. But the Shady River figures in as a most important artery for barges loaded with cargoes of every description. Tad invited Stumpy and I down to Central City to see a new towboat. Well, here's Central City. Yep, right where it's always been. Say, What's so special about a towboat? Ain't they all the same? You see one, you see them all. You're in for an education, old-timer. I am? You sure are. If Tad asked us down here to show us what I think he's going to show us. Hey, I thought this was a secret. It's a semi-secret. Well, now if that ain't one for the cake, I've heard a semi-trailer, semi-circle, semi-final, semi-fluid, semi-conscious, semi-double, semi-dome, but I ain't never heard of a semi-secret. A semi-secret is a half-secret, Stumpy. How can a secret be a secret if it's a half-secret? Okay, forget it. I knowed I'd tucker you out sooner or later. Hey, we're here already. Say, what's that? That's Tad's surprise. His new towboat. Towboat? Looks more like one of them pocket battleships to me. Now, how can you carry a battleship in your pocket? Oh, a wise guy, huh? Come on, get out. We'll find Tad and look at this giant of the river.
Well, how do you like this towboat of mine, fellas?
It's a beauty, Tad, a real beauty. What kind of a handle did you fasten onto it?
A handle? Oh, you mean a name?
Yep.
I named it the River Giant.
Very fine, Tad. And man, it is a giant.
Yes, this towboat weighs 350 tons.
All at one time?
Yes, all at one time, Stumpy.
Give us more of the vital statistics, will you, Tad?
All right. The River Giant has 5 decks, 10 rudders, 4 diesel engines that generate 8,500 horsepower.
Whee! That's a lot of horses, Sonny, a lot of horses.
You said it, Stumpy. But the River Giant is going to need all those horses to push an integrated tow up the river.
No, wait a minute, young feller, wait a minute.
Now what did I say wrong?
You said this towboat is going to push a tow up the river. How can a towboat push a tow? Ain't a towboat supposed to pull the tow? It looks like he's got you this time, Dad.
I know it sounds peculiar to say a towboat pushes its load of barges rather than tows it. But the truth of the matter is that the tow can be handled and maneuvered with pinpoint accuracy by pushing it rather than by pulling it. Does that clear things up, old-timer?
Come on, Stumpy. Stop pulling his leg. Okay, young feller. Now stop making you think I don't know what's going on the river. Well, I've seen many a towboat pushing instead of pulling. Feller's got to have a little fun, you know. Say, how much did this River Giant cost?
$1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Where'd you get $1 million? Your old uncle didn't leave you that much.
Unc didn't leave me $1 million, and this towboat won't really be mine for many years.
Now you have got me puzzled.
Here, look at this plate on the bulkhead. What's it say?
Property of the Central City National Bank under Equipment Trust Certificate. What's that mean?
Well, it means that the Central City National Bank lent me the $1 million to buy the River Giant. In fact, several banks are working together on this. It's kind of like a big mortgage. You have to pay interest and some of the loan back every year until the whole thing's paid off.
You see, old-timer, not many companies or individuals have $1 million that they can put down cash on the barrelhead. That is, especially to buy a lot of expensive equipment. So they borrow the money, and then the company pays off the principal and interest. Whew. Yeah, Bill, you was right before. I was right before when? When you said I was going to get an education. Whew. This has been a rough course.
Say, how about relaxing on the River Giant while I take you for a cruise down the river and back?
Do I have to get one of them there trust certificates?
No. All you have to do is get on board and we'll get underway.
Good.
need a rest after all that education.
Say, Stumpy, how about taking the wheel for a while? See how easily she handles.
Nope.
Oh, why not? Bill did.
I sure did. River Giant handles like a dream. Nope.
Why not?
I ain't about to try and steer $1 million. I might run it into a bank.
Oh, old-timer, I never cease to admire your sense of humor.
Well, you better keep your eye on the road, Sonny. I mean the river. Looks like someone's coming against you with some barges.
Hey, he sure is. Let's give him a couple of blasts. That Mark's a good man. Always on the job. Always thinks. And he gives you 8 hours of work for every 8 hours of pay.
Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's a pretty good-sized tow he's pushing.
It sure is, Bill. 10 barges with 1 million gallons of gasoline in each barge.
Uh-huh. I thought those were tank barges. 10 million gallons of gasoline? Great day in the morning.
We don't fool around, Stumpy. One of those barges costs $85,000. We make them work night and day, and every day we can.
Whew. One of those buckets costs $85,000?
Oh, they earn their keep and then some. Mark's pushing 1.5 acres of cargo up the river. That reminds me, better turn the River Giant around and head back upriver.
Say, that was some turn you made, Sonny. Does this thing bend in the middle?
No, Stumpy, but with 10 rudders and 4 screws, we can turn her pretty well.
Screws?
Propellers to you, old-timer.
Why didn't you say so?
Each screw works independently, as well as together.
Yes, sirree, Bob. You named this here towboat right. It really is a river giant.
Well, everything's put to bed. Day's work is done.
We sure enjoyed ourselves, Tad. Many thanks. That's right. This was fun. And educational at the same time.
Oh, don't mention it. I'd be glad to have you come back anytime.
Well, Tad, we gotta run now. It's getting late.
Oh, no, you don't. You fellas are staying for dinner.
Oh, we really can't. Stumpy, what's the matter with you? You kicked my shin. I ought to kick you harder. Don't you know who the cook is around here? Oh, all right, you old rascal. You've got your mouth set for Mrs. Murphy's cooking. So I might as well agree to stay. Yep, that's right. My stomach hears Mrs. Murphy's voice calling, "Come and get it."
It's about that time, too. Let's go get washed up.
Where's Mark and his tow?
Oh, he's gone up the river to Knotty Pine, Bill.
Without his supper?
There's a complete galley on both towboats to feed the crew. They get good food.
When do they rest?
Well, let's see. They won't get to Knotty Pine until late, and they lay over and start back with another tow. We switch pilots here as the tows go by. Tomorrow's my day to break in the River Giant, taking a 16-barge tow down to Junction City.
That ought to keep you out of mischief.
You said it. Well, let's go have dinner.
What's the matter, old-timer? Lost your appetite? Lost it? I think I got rigor mortis of the stomach.
How can you have that, Stumpy?
My stomach's so full I can't move. When you can't move, you got rigor mortis.
Well, that's only when you're dead.
That's what I think I did.
You did what?
Killed my stomach with Mrs. Murphy's good, delicious food. Don't let him fool you, Tad. He's got room for more apple pie. Don't you be fooled, Sonny. The only part of the apple pie I could get down right now might be one apple seed.
Oh, Stumpy, you killed me.
Oh, don't say that.
Say, by the way, fellas, if that alarm bell goes off suddenly, don't head for the fallout shelter.
Something new?
Yes, Bill. That bell's wired to the radio. Quite frankly, I got tired of constantly watching for the red light to go on when I'm in the house. It's awful noisy, so don't drop your teeth when it goes off.
Well, Ted, beginning to look like us two stuffed birds are going to be very poor after-dinner guests. If you said it, young feller.
Yeah, that makes 3 of us. I do it every evening after dinner. A cat nap is a good thing for cats and people.
Yep. Oh, there she goes.
Oh, what a time to have to get up and move.
Where's the radio?
It's out in the office, Bill. I'll answer it. Be right back.
That's fine by me. Yep. Me too.
Yes, Mark. What's up?
Tad, I'm on fire.
You're on fire? Makes sense, man. What's on fire?
A barge. A barge is on fire. I don't know what to do. Help me, Tad.
Cut it loose. Cut it loose. I'm on my way with a river giant. Cut the burning barge loose. Do you read me, Mark? Mark! Mark!
Stumpy, get down to the river giant and call the Knotty Pine fireboat. Yes, sir.
Bill, we've got to move fast. Mark and his boys may have to jump ship, and 10 million gallons of gas is loose on this river.
Ranger 1 to fireboat. Come in, Casey.
Casey to Ranger 1. We're proceeding downriver at full speed. We can see the fire.
What's it look like?
The fire is presently confined to the front barges. Maybe it's only one barge. I can't tell yet.
Oh, we can see the fire now. Your orders are to come alongside the river giant and throw a supply of asbestos suits overboard. They're need to cover us with water while we go aboard Mark's boat, try to cut loose the burning barges. Or barge, as the case may be. Acknowledge.
Casey to Bill. I read you loud and clear.
Cut your speed, Tad, so the fireboat can come alongside.
Right.
Stumpy, you see any signs of life aboard the other boats? Yeah, they didn't jump ship. They're still on board, but they're all at the stern. As soon as we get the suits, we'll go aboard the other boat. Yes, sir. We better make it soon, because that sure is going to be a hot bucket before long.
I'm afraid, Bill. I'm afraid. I can't help it. Get me off of here before it blows up. Get me off.
Mark, can you handle the river giant?
Yes, I can handle it. But I gotta get off of here. I gotta get off of here before it blows up.
Get up to the wheel and tell Tad I need him.
Yes, sir. Right away.
What's your plan, Sonny? I got the axes, Stumpy? Yep. You better get cutting soon, too, or that barge is gonna blow.
Let's go, fellas. I'll back the tow off as soon as you cut the front barges loose.
Both barges? Yes. The heat will start the other one any minute. Let's go.
Bill?
Yeah?
I'm going to back away and let the burning barges go downriver. That's all I can do right now. I can catch them with the river giant.
Right. Come on, old-timer. Let's get rid of the fiery furnace. Whew. That's a hot one, young feller. Right. Here comes the fireboat alongside.
What now, Bill?
Can you catch the barges and blow the hatch covers off to release the pressure?
We can give it the old college try.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
Stay as far away as you can. Still do the job with your high-pressure nozzle. If the hatch covers start to buckle, turn back. That's an order.
Aye, aye.
I'm going back aboard the river giant. Stay with your radio.
Aye, aye.
You think we can catch those barges? Tad wants to show off his river giant. Here's his chance. Now, just in case we don't make it, you get on the radio and have the Central City Police evacuate the riverfront. Good idea, Bill. Hard telling where them 2 million gallons of burning gas are gonna land.
Bill, I know you've got a lot on your mind right now, but I've got to talk to you.
Go ahead, Mark. I've got time to listen.
Well, this will only take a couple of minutes. I'll be done before we catch up with the barges.
Go ahead. Say what's on your mind.
Bill, am I a coward?
What makes you think you are, Mark?
Well, I panicked when the barges caught fire and left the wheel and almost jumped ship. I was scared to death. Scared stiff.
Was this the first time you've had a fire like this?
Yes, I've never had anything happen like this before, but you're not answering my question. Am I a coward?
Mark, why do people call the fire department when their house is on fire instead of trying to put the fire out by themselves?
Well, the fire department has men trained to fight fire and equipment, too.
That's the point. I know you wouldn't have panicked if you had been through this experience before or had firefighting training.
Boy, that's a load off my mind. But I've still got to prove myself.
Let me tell you a secret, Mark.
Yes?
When I went out to cut the burning barges loose, I was scared to death, too.
You wouldn't kid me, would you?
We're not talking about joking matters.
Well, where'd you get the courage and strength to go out and cut the barges loose?
When I stand in fear and trembling, I get my help from the Lord. He gives me the strength to do what I am supposed to do. Now, don't look at me, Mark. Don't marvel at my courage and strength. Without the Lord's help, I would have run the other way. Casey, did you get the hatches blown off?
Yeah, and we did it without getting ourselves singed.
Good boy. Now try and cover the river giant with water. We're going in and push the second barge up on the riverbank.
What about the first barge, Bill?
One hot bucket at a time. Are you ready?
Make your move and we'll cover you.
All right, Tad. Beach number 2 bar.
Right.
Here we go.
Wow, you can feel the fierce heat from inside the wheelhouse.
Casey, where's the water?
We're moving in close now. We'll be in nozzle range in a few seconds.
Well, hurry up before we suffocate from the heat.
The water's on its way.
Good shot. Keep us sprayed until we beach the barge. You can get back and cool off.
Wait, hold on. We're heading for the beach.
Ram it aground with all you've got, so it'll stay until it's burned out.
Hold tight for the shock. Engines are full astern.
She's aground. Good work, Ted. Now let's get out of here and go after the other one. Say, Ed, how are you fellers coming with evacuating the waterfront?
Well, we'll have both sides of the river evacuated in about 10 minutes, Stumpy. How's it going up there?
We beached one barge, but the other one's way ahead of us now. We're chasing it.
Yeah. Can you catch it before it reaches us?
I don't know. Why?
I just found out the mining company has 10,000 pounds of high explosives stored in one of the warehouses right along the water.
What you doing there?
I just came in today on a barge. They haven't had time to move it except into a warehouse under guard. You've got to stop that hot barge or boom, Central City will just be a memory.
And that's the situation. We got one headache on top of the other. Tad, how much more can you push your engines?
I'm at top speed now, Bill, except for a small reserve.
Casey, have you got any reserve speed left?
None. I'm having trouble even keeping up with you guys. My engines are for pumping water, not running a speedboat.
Stumpy, call for a helicopter on the double. Come on, Mark. We've got work to do. Your asbestos suit tight?
Yes. How's yours?
Okay. I guess we're ready, Harv. Let's go. Now, do you understand the plan, Mark?
Yes. You want to drop this light cable onto the back of the barge so that the copter can pull back and try to slow the barge enough so that the river giant can catch up and then ram it ashore.
Right. The pilot will lower me on his winch cable as close as he can. Then I'll throw the hoop of this cable over the stern cleat. I want you to stand by in case I miss the cleat. You pull the cable back up while the copter is maneuvering for another try. Do you understand the plan, Harv?
Yes, sir.
Now there's the barge.
Well, the river giant has about 5 miles to go to catch the barge, and it's about 15 miles to Central City from where the barge is now.
All right, we haven't got time to jaw. Lower me when I give the signal.
No, you don't. This is my job.
Huh? What are you talking about, Mark?
Like you said, there isn't time to jaw. Lower away and pay out the thin cable.
Okay. You're on your way.
Bill, are you sure it's all right? Does he know what he's doing? Will he be strong enough to throw the cable over the cleat?
Don't worry about him, Harv. He is drawing his strength from the unlimited source. Hey, what's going on up there? That ain't Bill on the cable.
What? Are you sure?
Well, I ought to know. I've been looking at him almost every day for nigh on 15 years. Must be Mark.
But what's Mark doing on the cable?
I don't know. But it must be all right.
The copter's moving over the stern of the barge.
He's gonna drop the hoop on the cleat now any second.
Boy, that heat must be terrific. Can't stay there for long, Stumpy.
He dropped it. Oh, no, he missed.
Yeah. Looks like they're circling for another try.
They'd better make it this time. We're running out of miles.
What do you say, Bill? Is he all right, or should we bring him up?
He's okay. I just got the sign from him.
Look, I don't recommend more than one more time, Bill. Oh, the heat's murder. The updrafts are bad.
I know. Try and hold him steady. I believe he'll make it.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not there. Boy, without that asbestos suit, he'd fry.
Push this boat, Ted. All you got.
We're wide open now.
They're going in again.
They've got to make it this time. They've got to.
The copter is over the stern cleat. What's taking so long for the drop? He'll fry.
Mark seems to be taking measure and aim.
He dropped it. Good shot.
They're hooked.
Now they can slow the barge down enough so as we can catch it.
Look, Stumpy, it's working. We're gaining like crazy. Stand by and hold on tight. I'm going to beach that barge with all engines wide open. Thanks, Mark. You did a fantastic job.
Thanks, boss, but Bill and his men are the ones who deserve all the thanks, not me.
Nonsense. Took a lot of courage and strength to do what you did.
Well, it wasn't my strength and courage.
Huh? What do you mean it wasn't yours?
I'm not joking. The Lord gave me the strength and courage to do that job.
I don't understand.
Well, I don't understand all of it either, but Bill does. He's the man that told me the secret. I'm sure he can fill us both in on some of the details.
They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Well, see you again next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill! Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago. This is a Moody Radio Network production.
Welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast, the official podcast of Rocky Mountain National Park. This podcast is something totally new for us. We're just getting started. This is episode 1. We're going to be running in a seasonal format, so we'll have a whole season, and this season we're going to do 10 episodes. What we're trying to do with the podcast is connect you to Rocky Mountain National Park through sounds and stories, with things like days in the field with climbing and backcountry rangers and park researchers, interviews with rangers about both their own lives and what they do in the park and the key park issues, soundscapes around the park, news, upcoming events, tips for your visit, all that kind of stuff. I'm your host, Miles Barger. I've worked as a guide in Yellowstone, Denali, and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Parks. I've also worked as a cartographer for the NPS. NPS is Park Geek speak for the National Park Service. So you're going to hear a lot of people this season use that acronym, NPS, National Park Service. I made maps for the NPS brochure program, which makes the official brochures for all our National Park Service units. And now I'm here at Rocky, where I manage our webpage, social media, audio, video production, waysides and signs, printed publications, and other stuff. I'm not going to go too much into my story here right now because, as you'll see, the interviews on our podcast are not going to be formal and stuffy, blah, blah, blah. You know, we're not doing highly produced stuff. We're doing conversations with real rangers, with real park staff, volunteers out in the field. And we want it to be like you're sitting at a picnic table with us, you're sitting around a campfire, we're just having an interesting conversation. So I'm sure that in those conversations, details about me will naturally emerge. So for today's episode, I spoke with Kathy Brazelton, the East District Naturalist. The East District of Rocky Mountain National Park is the Estes Park side of the park. Kathy has been a longtime resident of Estes Park, and as you'll hear in our interview, has been in love with Rocky and the surrounding area for a long time. We chatted in Upper Beaver Meadows, a beautiful meadow backdropped by jaw-dropping mountain views, where we looked for signs of spring and learned about Kathy's lifelong passion for sharing with the world Rocky's unique beauty. We hope you enjoy. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Miles.
Thanks for joining us out here. Where are we right now? We're in Upper Beaver Meadows in the picnic area. I like Upper Beaver Meadows. I think it's a beautiful place. Good birds up here. Yeah.
I'm nodding.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll nod. We'll have nod on audio.
Okay.
So, how's that big snow? For those of you who might be surprised, it's, what's today, May 23rd?
Yeah.
And we're standing in snow.
Because it's springtime in the Rockies.
Exactly. It's springtime in the Rockies. We just a few days ago had, gosh, my house we had over 3 feet.
Yeah.
I think in the park we had over
34,
3 feet.
something like
34
that.
or something like that. I think
Craziness.
Allen's Park had like 42.
Oh.
Have you seen a lot of snows that big here in the spring?
Not quite that big.
No.
One year in March we got 56 inches.
56?
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Whoa.
But those are odd little weather events.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how it will snow and then melt very quickly. It's kind of nice. It's like a little hint of winter. All right. We'll just head into background stuff. So, Kathy, what do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park?
I am the East District Naturalist, which means I supervise all of the interpretive stuff on the east side of the park from the Continental Divide down.
And what is, I don't know, our listeners might not know, we use the terms interpretation. What's an interpreter in the Park Service? We don't translate stuff, right? Well, we sort of do.
I look at it. My grandmother, to her dying day, asked me what language I spoke. So,
really?
and I think it is kind of being an interpreter. I take my knowledge and love of this place and put it into language that the visitor can understand because it's new to them.
So interpreters, we do stuff like ranger programs that people go on. What other kind of things?
Walks, talks, hikes. And then there's the non-personal stuff that you'll see around the park, the brochures and the wayside signs and things that help you understand where you are.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that.
Imagine you do.
So let's see. Where are you from, Kathy?
Originally. Born in Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee, but no accent. Amazing.
I lost it on purpose when I moved out here to go to college.
Yeah.
But I was a child of the South.
Yeah. I grew up in the South too, actually.
Yeah.
And I was kind of the same way. I didn't lose it on purpose, but I had a thick accent and Kentucky plus Mississippi plus Tennessee. So that was kind of a
doozy.
That's a good mix. And then I moved to Iowa when I was like 11 or 12 and it kind of went away. Memphis, Tennessee. How long did you live there?
2 years. But all my family was from there.
Oh, really?
But Daddy's company moved him all around.
Yeah.
And my family loved to travel.
Yeah.
And we came west.
Yeah,
in
like
the
a lot?
Station wagon with the wood paneling on the side.
Like National Lampoon Vacation style?
And 3 little girls in the back seat driving my parents crazy.
Oh, that's great.
But that's when I fell in love with the West.
Yeah, so it was you and 2 sisters.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then ever since you can remember, you took trips out west?
Yep.
How did your parents get into that?
I'm not quite sure. Dad was a crazy birder. He wanted to get lots of new species. And Mother was really enthralled with the beauty of the Native American lands. So we did a lot of poking around down in Monument Valley and Gallup, watching the dances.
Oh, wow.
And I
That's
had
awesome.
a blessed childhood, but it turned me on to my love for the national parks.
Yeah, that sounds great. What's the first national park you remember visiting?
Rocky.
Rocky? Really?
Yes.
How old are you?
I was 11 years old.
11. Wow.
Yep, and I fell in love with these mountains.
That was a family trip?
It was.
Huh. How long were you here? Did you camp?
No, we didn't camp. We hiked in the snow. We all fell through. We had on our cotton jeans and our cotton boots. It was May, though. We, coming from the south, we thought it would be warm. But no.
Oh, yeah.
But no, we had so many good experiences here. And then later we camped and backpacked and hiked all through the park. But
so you came here a lot?
We did.
Growing up? Like how often? Would you come yearly or every few years?
I think we came once a year for probably 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once I came out here and went to school, my parents kept coming back to visit.
So
I was their excuse.
You went to college here?
I went to Colorado State.
Colorado State. Did you come? Was that because you loved Rocky so much, or do you love this area so much, or was it coincidence?
It was a combination of things. I adored the area, and I was going into forestry and natural resources, and CSU is the best school for that.
Okay. So do you think, I guess it's hard to say. I mean, it seems like your parents and visiting all the national parks would make you like resources and all that. Were you into that ever since you can remember as a little?
I wanted to be a ranger ever since I was a little girl.
Really?
We went on a hike at the Grand Canyon, and I remember trotting along behind my wonderful ranger, and I asked him, "Do you really get paid for this?"
We still ask ourselves that sometimes, don't we?
But I knew, and I was so lucky and blessed to have it happen.
Yeah, that's great. So you went to school at Colorado State in Fort Collins?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you work? When was your first job as a ranger?
As a ranger?
Yeah, or in a national park. Did you ever do an internship? Or
I
like
did
that?
Internships. I worked for state and national parks. I worked for Forest Service. I worked anywhere I could find a job in the biz.
What was your first thing in the biz?
When I was, parents don't let your children listen to this. When I was halfway through college, I took a semester off and I worked at Lowry State Park, our wonderful state park just down the hill. I worked for the Young Adult Conservation Corps. So it was a break from school, but it was also doing something that was, my goal was always, no matter what job I had, was to put some kind of a spin on it that would benefit the environment and benefit my career.
Yeah, sure. What kind of stuff did you do in that internship?
That was...
Or job?
So I made some maps and I worked on some trails.
Oh, that seems interesting. Got to make maps.
Yeah.
I like to make
I know you'd like that.
Yeah, I've made some maps in my time. I mean, it's interesting, I think, because that question comes up a lot, I feel like, from visitors. Is like, how did you do this? Or how did you become a ranger? Or what was involved? And I feel like those types of summer jobs and internships are so
My first
key.
internship, you will love this. I went to Southern California, and it was the Louis Rubidoux Nature Center with Riverside County Parks. I was madly in love with a California boy at the time, so I did my internship down there. And the day that I got there, maybe within 2 or 3 days, my poor boss, who ended up being a wonderful friend of mine, was in a terrible accident and handed me the keys to the center and said, have a nice summer.
Wow.
So I learned,
you learned a lot
from the kitchen sink on up,
Yeah.
but it was the best experience ever. I learned everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Sometimes I've had a few internships like that. Yeah, let's see. So when's the first time that you worked at Rocky Mountain National Park specifically?
I came here in the year 2000.
Year 2000. And what were you doing then?
Oh, it's a crazy story. I was chief ranger in several parks, chief of interpretation, and I wanted to move up here. And my husband got a job, and I didn't have a job yet. So I handed in my badge and moved up here on a leap of faith.
Yep.
But I wanted to raise my children up here. It's the scariest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
But again,
it worked out.
Well, yeah. It was wonderful. And I had actually a summer off, which I haven't had since I was 16.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And I hiked and hiked and hiked and hiked.
Yeah, you already knew the park. But
you got to know it so much better.
Right?
Yeah. I'd sit down every morning with a topo map and a cup of coffee and just go, here we go.
Sounds like heaven.
It was.
That was a great
heaven.
intro.
Yeah. And then I got hired on as a seasonal again. So I got to have all the fun and none of the responsibility of a supervisory position.
Yeah.
And then just moved on up. So
yeah. I guess that's something too we should explain for listeners, because this is our first episode of the podcast. So, people are new to this stuff, is that we kind of have different groupings of types of employees. We have kind of interns that are through different programs, Student Conservation Association at some parks, or here we have our own programs. And then we have seasonal employees, which are actually official government employees, but they're just working for up to 6 months or less. And then we have term employees, which are on kind of multi-year projects, but they're a defined limit. And then we have permanent employees,
right,
which is like what you'd normally think of as a full-time employee, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So you started out seasonal again when you're doing that, but you've been a chief other places.
Yep. At a couple of parks.
Where'd you work before that?
I started in Redwood National Park.
Ooh, beautiful.
I was going to graduate school in the Pacific Northwest. It was beautiful.
When was Redwood created?
Oh, gosh.
I'm trying to remember.
78, I think. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It seems like it's always an evolving place.
Yeah,
so you're at Redwood.
I was at Redwood, and then I went from living redwoods to petrified ones. I went to fluorescent fossil beds.
That's kind of an interesting transition.
I'm looking at the fossils going, I know this ecosystem.
Wow, that's really interesting.
It was. Huge petrified stumps.
And fluorescence is in Oregon, right?
No, it's down
that's
in
right. That's the one in
Colorado.
I'm thinking of a different fossil ones in Oregon.
You're thinking of John Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thinking of John Day.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
fluorescent.
For that, it was a wonderful thing. And then I went from there to Curated National Recreation Area. Which is different yet.
That's in Colorado also, right? Down by
between Gunnison and Montrose.
Montrose, yep. Yeah, I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a winter.
I was your neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that part of
Isn't it gorgeous?
The state.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Curated is beautiful.
It is.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize that the National Park Service manages a lot of national recreation areas.
Yeah.
So not all National Park Service units are called national parks.
That's right.
Yeah, we have tons. I don't even know how many types of units.
Oh gosh,
like
the
15,
National Historic
16.
Site, National Monuments, National Battlefields, National Seashores. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and for people, if you're listening and you're curious about that, go to, if you search the terms Find Your Park, you can actually find a big map that has, we have 400 and, what's the count now? 400 and something units. And I think a lot of people don't even realize that we manage all that stuff. Anyway, Curacani.
From there, I went to a little bitty place in Utah, Timpanogos Cave.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Gorgeous
What's that
little,
like?
Oh, it's a little jewel box of a cave.
Is it a dry cave, wet cave?
It's a wet cave. It's
Wet
still
cave?
alive, with doors in it to help maintain the
Whoa.
moisture ratio.
Wow.
It is way up high on a cliff, so people show up and expect it to be like Carlsbad, where they take an elevator or stairs down to the cave. Instead, they have to hike 1.5 miles up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
it's in the
fascinating.
limestone face
What part of
there.
Utah is that in?
Just south of Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the
I had no
Wasatch
idea.
Range there. It's beautiful.
I love that part of the country. Where
And
after
then from
that?
there, I went to Great Sand Dunes. Now it's National Park and Preserve.
Yeah.
And then up
At
here,
that time, was it
it was just a national park. at the
National
time.
Park and then added the preserve later?
Yeah.
That's also a fascinating place. If anybody's coming to Rocky and you have a longer trip, you should visit some of these places around us. I mean, Great Sand Dunes is bizarre.
It's phenomenal.
It's just these,
phenomenal.
hundreds and hundreds of foot tall sand dunes up against the Sangre de Cristos, and there's a 14er like right behind sand dunes.
Yes.
It's very bizarre. And then what's that creek that flows down?
Medno.
Yeah, and it flows like under the sand and kind of emerges on the other
does.
side,
It
and there's a
comes in and
wetland.
out.
I mean, it's just,
There's pockets, secret pockets
yeah,
back in there.
it's a bizarre
And a
place.
bison herd and
Yeah.
an elk herd. And
Yeah, it's definitely worth. I mean, all parks. I've literally every park I've been to.
Same
even
here.
when I'm like, I don't know about this place. It's always interesting.
Every park has had some beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And so then after that, you came here
Came
to
up here.
Rocky. Huh. That's great. You got to be in
And
some
I'm
nice
a happy
places.
ending. Oh, I have been in wonderful places.
You like it here, okay?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So how did you get into interpretation specifically? Is that what you'd always wanted to do, or
Yeah,
were you
I've done lots of jobs in the national parks, resource management, law enforcement, cleaned my share of toilets. But my passion was to get people excited about these beautiful places. And to me, interpretation was the key to that. Just to share my love for and knowledge of and watch that glow spread across their face. That's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love that too. So you talked about taking trips with your family. Was there anyone specifically, like a specific ranger that you remember, or someone in your family specifically that really inspired that desire to
my
communicate
mom was
and inspire
a professional Girl Scout, outdoor education. And I was a scout myself, and that offered me many wonderful opportunities.
Yeah.
And then my dad being a birder, that's what we would do together. We'd go out on Saturdays and go birding when we could. So he taught me a lot about the different, birds and why they were there and the ecosystem idea. And I just loved science in school. I was a little science nerd. I just adored it.
Yeah.
But
that's great.
I had a hard time deciding whether I wanted to go into research, and because I just love immersing myself in resource knowledge. But I really wanted the other piece too, the communication of the sharing of. That's important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot for people in the Park Service. They kind of have a lot of interests. It takes a little bit to figure out, do you like being out in the field collecting data all the time, kind of on your own, or do you like interacting with people and and all of that?
Both.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel
And
the same
the
way.
old time ranger, when I started, was more of a general ranger, a generalist, and we got to do a lot of the different things. And we've gone a little more pegged now into different categories.
Yeah,
but
I've heard a lot of people mention that. I guess I've only been doing park stuff for about 10 years, but I've heard a lot of people say, it used to be much more general, and it's just gotten more specialized over time.
And it
Why do you think
depends.
that is?
Well, a lot of my first parks were smaller parks, so you wear a lot of different hats because you don't have a lot of staff.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you move into a bigger park, there's just more people to assume more roles.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot more everything. I mean, at Rocky, you were just a little under 250,000 acres, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of visitors.
Yes, we do.
I bet that's changed a lot. How many? Do you know what the visitation was when you were here, like in 2000? approximately?
I think it was still, don't quote me on this, but I think we're still under 3 million at that time.
Yeah.
And now we're at 4.5.
Yeah, last year we had
and
4.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what kind of changes have you seen at Rocky since you've been here?
Oh,
Any kind of
I
changes?
think the interpretive role becomes more and more important because we are trying to help people understand where they are so that their visit can be as low impact as possible and they can see the beautiful places and enjoy it, but still in the spirit of national parks, leave it for that next generation. So even though there's a lot of visitors, most of them really want what's right for the park. And we just help them understand how their behaviors can help the park.
Mm-hmm. So, again, just in case some people listening don't know all the details, what are some things that we mean by impact or like remaining low impact while we visit?
Oh, it can be as simple as going to the bathroom in the correct place or
That's
in
true.
the correct manner.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing worse than thinking you're in God's own wilderness and looking down and seeing a big pile of human leavings.
Yeah.
Or a pop top or things like that. So, with that whole leave no trace idea is a good one.
Yeah, I know that's a big one and one that we've been having to work with people on just because we do have so many visitors now.
That's right.
It's understandable,
That's right.
but
and using trails, if there's a trail available, use that. Don't make your own. And that can really help the undergrowth and the vegetation around our heavily used areas and little things like that. And people need to remember that it's a little thing, but it really does make a difference.
Yeah.
Because we have 4.5 million people doing that little thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I always try to think about because, it's understandable. Like it's understandable why people do little things and you don't think about it. But I always try to remember like, okay, what am I doing right now times 4.5 million?
Right. That's a good way to look at it.
Can make a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I try to think about too that I think you're right, this is where interpretation is so helpful, is that national parks are really fun and they're fun to come to and they're fun vacation, but they're so interesting because they're set aside forever. They're supposed to be here forever for everyone.
Right.
Every generation, grandkids, great grandkids, everybody. And so that always helps me
too. Isn't that the best dream ever?
It is. I know. It's an amazing idea.
And you get up in the morning and put on your green pants. If that's the reason we're getting up and putting on our green pants, we could have a lot worse troubles.
I agree. Okay, time for a little break while we give you quick news and announcements about things going on in Rocky Mountain National Park. First of all, summer is here. So it's hard to believe, wasn't that long ago, we had a huge late May snowstorm, over 3 feet of snow in Estes Park, way more up in the higher elevations. But Trail Ridge Road is now fully open for the season. Roads are clear, but watch out for ice. It can get below freezing at night, and any water from melting snow on the runway can freeze. And be prepared for cool temps and high wind. It can really surprise you. For example, on Monday, I went up to the Alpine Visitor Center. When I left Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, it was 76 degrees, light wind, sunny. Up at Alpine Visitor Center, it was 46 degrees and very windy and pretty clouded over. So the weather changes really quickly and temperatures always get colder as you go up in elevation. I was really glad to have a jacket, hat, and gloves and to not be in sandals. And we recommend that any of you coming to visit bring all those items as well. Warm clothes, hat, gloves, and if you're wearing sandals, some extra shoes in case it's really cold up there. Wildflowers are starting to bloom in the lower elevations of the park, and wildlife are out and about with new elk and moose calves being spotted around the park, and lots of species of birds joining us from near and far, including the hard-to-miss ruby-throated hummingbirds. They buzz and chirp. You hear them through the air. Ranger programs. Have you ever joined a ranger-led program? They are a great way to learn about the park and have fun doing it, and they're free. So on a ranger-led program, you show up at a location, a ranger is there with you. We have walks and hikes. We have evening programs. We have more like presentation style, hands-on. We even have things especially for kids. They're absolutely great benefit and, like I said, no cost to you. We have a special program coming up on June 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and we call it Party with the Stars. So if you have not been to Rocky Mountain at night and seen our night skies, they are incredible. The Milky Way, all the stars, I can't even describe it to you. You have to see it yourself. So on this program, you show up 8:30 p.m. Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and you watch as night descends on Rocky Mountain National Park. And then when it's dark, there's actually going to be volunteers available with big telescopes that will help you experience the magic of the night sky. They can point things out to you, or you can just look through the telescopes and get some great views. So highly recommend you check that out, June 16th, 8:30 p.m. We also have all of our summer programs beginning this Sunday, June 18th. There are way too many for me to talk about here, but you can find them online. For a full list of our ranger programs, check out our online calendar at go.nps.gov/RockyCal. That's Rocky, C-A-L. Or if you're here visiting us in the park, you'll get a park newspaper when you come through an entrance. Just turn to pages 3 through 7 in that newspaper, and you'll see our full list of programs for the summer. Finally, a few updates on our park roads. Old Fall River Road is currently closed to vehicles. It's open to bikes and walkers. It is set to open as usual in early July, weather permitting, so stay tuned on that. There's construction going on Moraine Park Road from the intersection with Bear Lake Road to the Moraine Park campground. You can expect delays of up to 15 minutes there during the day while construction is going on. And all throughout the summer, we have a park-wide project to repair and preserve pavement in the park, and that also might cause short delays in a few sections of road, and those sections will be changing throughout the summer. So just something to be aware of as you visit us. All right, there is all the news that is fit to speak for you this week, and let's get back to our interview with Kathy. Since it's spring, thought we could talk a little bit about spring in Rocky. You know,
spring in Rocky.
Yeah. So when you
be
think,
ready,
be ready. Yeah. When you think about spring in Rocky Mountain National Park, what do you think of? You think of be ready.
The first thing I think of is change.
Change.
Yeah, because it's going to be changing either by the minute or by the day, or you can have a 50-degree day one day and be sitting and getting sunburned on a rock, and the next day you are in 3 feet of snow. So be ready. The folks who come visit us, they have their shorts and sandals on and they're ready to climb longs, and we're saying, that's still a winter climb. They forget how far north we are and how high we are in elevation. It really makes a difference.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I totally get it. I remember the first time I came out west, because being from Kentucky, it gets snows a little bit.
Yeah.
May is
summer.
Usually warm. It's summer, basically. And I remember we came out here. I think it was early June. We went to Yellowstone, and the snowstorm was coming in, and they were basically like, you can either stay here for 3 days or you can leave, but you're not going to be able to get in or out. And we were just like, what? It kind of blew our minds.
Yeah.
So that's a good tip for everybody. Be prepared for anything, like you said, sunburn and 60, or 20 degrees and dumping snow, or 3 feet of snow like we just had in May.
Yes.
What else what other things are changing here? I think it's interesting when you live in different types of environments, there's always change happening, and we have spring, but I think a lot of people wouldn't maybe think of it as spring or recognize it as spring.
It's not a long drawn out spring like other folks have. I think of my senses when I think of spring. There's things you smell. You can smell the current blossoms or the current leaves. You can that's one of our shrubs. You can smell the willow catkins and that green meadow waking up smell. This just really is strong sense in the spring. I think of sights. I think of the blue of the bluebirds coming in. They're in their breeding plumage, and they are an incredible color blue. Your eyes just can't register it.
Yeah, it is shocking when you see one. You're
and
like, whoa, is that real?
Extremely pregnant cow elk.
I've seen a lot of those around
babies.
town.
Yes. I think of sounds. We have the red-tailed hawk coming in to build their nest, and they do a lot of calling back and forth, the breeding pair. I think of the broad-tailed hummingbird when he swoops down, the male, the wings vibrate, and you hear that funny little noise.
Yeah, it's always exciting when those show up.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be able to drop some of these sounds in.
Yes. Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be
the
great?
podcast, so you can
kind of
know what those
timing
sound like.
Because when the ribes, the current, when it puts its little blossoms out, it's one of the first ones. That's about the same time that the hummingbirds show up, and it's a vital food source for them. So it's all about, we call it phenology. We study the timing of different events. And springtime is boom, 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 event after event.
Yeah. Yeah, it can happen really quickly once it gets rolling. Yeah, we're feeling the sun right now. This is kind of exactly what we're talking about on a short term. Because when we first came out here, we were pretty cold and it was cloudy and everything. And now the sun's out and we're like hot almost, especially with the sun hitting it below your face. That's another tip for people when you come anytime.